Best disc jockey.
DJ Dork Genius.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to that dorky review show at gmail.com.
Yeah. I see, baby, you my flower, and I can't stop your blossom. I can see your roots alive, but that ain't been the problem. You disguise your feelings, I had them in so often. You be asking questions, think your answers would just solve it. Do you love me? Do you love me now? Do you love me? Do you love me now? Do you love me? Do you love me now? Do you love me? Do you love me now? My power puff, buttercup, got a bubble butt. She ain't gotta pop it cause her mouth be popping off enough. Hot head, praying she can let up, nigga, goddamn. I ain't fucking bitches, they just my friends. Plus a bird is of a feather and I'm not down. What's it gonna take for you to get that lesson locked in? Key, it's a major problem when we can't squash beef now. It'd be some bullshit if I show my options in the full list of your petty foolishness. You thought you could make go, but I ain't cool with it cause you're my jewel. I got to handle precious, if I didn't it'd be cruel. Solitary diary to open would be scary. You ghosting through and barely mention anything that's necessary. Let it go, I know you got some feelings that you carry weight. Please choose the purpose of my pressure. I can give you less love, especially when you got a nigga guessing. Don't worry, I'ma stick with better, but that might be forever. Cause baby, you're my flower, and I can't stop your blossom. I can see your roots alive, but that ain't been the problem. You just got your feelings, I had them in so often. You be asking questions, take your answers with your soul. Do you love me? Do you love me now? Pull up. Do you love me? Do you love me now? Pull up. Do you love me? Do you love me now? Pull up. Do you love me? Do you love me now?
What up, y'all? Happy Saturday as we proceed to give you what you.
There's a top I thought I never would have reached, yeah. Yeah, they got been on fire, need a heat check. Shorty tried to come with me, but that's a East bet. You been treating me so wrong, I need some respect. So why you feel like you deserve a part of this, yeah? You ain't get no buckets, ain't get no assistant. She said she loved me, but I couldn't say that shit back. Had to tell her it's complicated. Yeah. Had to tell her it's complicated. Yeah. Had to tell her it's complicated. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Had to tell her it's complicated.
Yeah. Hey, yo, check. Just kidding. All genres are accepted. Hip hop, R&B, melodic, drill, boom bap, rap, country.
Love the fast life, she won't slow down. Love the fast life, she won't. She won't stop for no one. She just wants to have fun. Put the coca in her guns. Hollywood, here she comes. Living this life, yeah. Comes with the pros and the cons, yeah. Rolling the dice, yeah. Just want that Louis Vuitton, yeah. She do anything for the status. Just want a taste of the fame. Know she could get anything that she wants because of the shape of her frame. Always get quiet when she smoke loud. Call her mommy when cause she blow clouds. Just moved to the city from my old town. Love the fast life, she won't slow down. Love the fast life, she won't slow down.
What up, Johnny? Almost there. We got about 4 minutes till we officially start. If you are just now tapped into the show, pretty much we're an independent live music review and reaction show for independent artists, producers, bands, and more across the globe. We're live on all platforms all at the same time. I appreciate you guys for being here. Do not send us anything that does happen to be on the radio.
Looks like you lost
She
your
say turn me on. I just wanna know what do you want from me. I got you in a zone. She lick the lips and tell me that this song's for me. While she bust it down, ooh. Look at her lips, look at them hips. While she bust it down, ooh. Jump on his dick, rub on your clit. While she bust it down, ooh. Give me a kiss, yeah. I just wanna know what do you want from me. While she bust it down,
We got
the way
3
that she
minutes,
licking her
45.
lips. Look at them hips, she a stallion. Got her leaking, mattress squeaking. RBCD, turn up the volume. Giving me air while I touch on your hot spot. Like boom, 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 then your heart stop. Hit it with the leg on top. Nah, it's a hole in my heart like Top Dog. I don't wanna love no more, but I love that though. I'ma give you that la. Smoking on this za. Tell me one guan and toi. Can we go chill at the casa? Su casa, mommy, come put it on me. I bless the cheeks like yes indeed. If you do, just make sure you do it for me. We can just get the damn freaking on the weekend, yeah. We begin. She got me diving off the deep end, yeah. She say turn me on. I just wanna know what do you want from me. I got you in a zone. She lick the lips and tell me that this song.
2 minutes, 40
While she
seconds.
bust it down, ooh. Look at her lips, look at them hips. While she bust it down, ooh. Jump on his dick, rub on your clit. While she bust it down, ooh. Give me a kiss, yeah. I just wanna know what do you want from me.
Please turn your text to page 145. Today's lesson is on the best shit talker alive. Michigan is where he resides, but we can't trace his birthplace. He's built like Aaron Donald, but look like Shrek in the face. I know holds bar wordsmith that cherishes his God-given gift. So he gives you nothing but that raw, hardcore shit. In a land full of gimmicks, fraud, scams, and sin, he bucks the trend and serves you that premium blend. Robust and full of flavor, no need for sugar or cream. Once it enters your bloodstream, you get a feeling so serene. Rebellious by nature, the worst nightmare to haters. Once enraged, verbal insults, never seen a heart. He has the penchant of making simple statements complex. From Brooklyn to Budapest, he berates those with a Napoleon complex. The man I'm speaking of stands before you now. Welcome to Shit Talking 201. Let's get down. Shit Talking 201. Take notes, Professor X when I flex. Pen game is no joke. Shit Talking 201. Lend me your ears. There's no competition. This here is top 10. Shit Talking 201.
We got 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Cause I give you that crack, nigga. Shit Talking 201. One. Shit Talking 201. One. Whack rappers get crushed like garden clothes.
Keep it
All the
going.
soldiers at my table bring their own loads.
Keep it going.
You must think that a shiny watch ring and make will distract cats from saying that your shit is so weak.
1 minute till we officially start.
Fucked up in a lot of ways. Tough love is a problem, man. Just stuck with the constant pain. I gotta get this paper. I gotta get to the top of the mountain. Adapt to bad conditions. Too cold, like I'm two-timing. Hated and unknown, and I should know, cause I'm fucking both. I know my crew gonna blow with the bangers. Hold up, imagine, no one over there can catch us. Your crew's full of pure bricks like a cactus. Face it, I've been procrastinating, realizing I might never make it. I can't take it and I have to confess, I'm paranoid, my mind be racing. I took my meds and I'm still upset. Yes, I'm still depressed, fed up of hearing this voice in my head. Is anybody gonna
25
feel this?
seconds, let's go.
Man, I'm obsessed, teaching these animals nobody's ready for war with a vet. Compare my bars to a bird's eye view, cause I know they fly plane over your head. I said I don't wanna be immortalized, but I don't know
Ironically,
if there's
even
more
though
to
you was in
life.
the building
I
when I
know I'm
played
a
it
fucked
too.
up artist, bro.
So
I
you
don't
know
know
we
when to
still
draw the line. A sacrifice for my resurrection, looking like Romans 6:9. Don't pass the mic over their direction. Fucking wise if I spit mine, I'ma break down how I built up. I stayed around and I listened. I'm too
Shut
smart,
up.
they don't fuck with me. They couldn't learn to be hard with the hundred.
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. DJ Dork
As we proceed,
Be sure to send your music and beats over to that dorky review show at gmail.com.
Autobots, share the stream.
You know,
for
my
the sleep when
man's
I'm
the
yawning, waking
intros.
up when alone, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on.
Appreciate the
I'm
heart,
just
by the way.
crawling like a zombie, knowing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned.
Right, I'm
My
right.
brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Big and salute, shout out to everybody if you can tapped in. If you are new to the show, pretty much we're a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. As we said, we do not accept anything that does happen to be on the radio just because we are streaming on several platforms at the same time. We don't want to get cut, blocked, flagged, or muted. So if you are trying to send us Drake featuring Kendrick dissing Drake on a Jay-Z beat, don't send that, right? Even if you guys are rapping to any of those instrumentals that we already know. Like, to be honest, man, there's been a very selective amount of times where we've gotten one of those records where we've recognized the beat. It's an instrumental, you know what I'm saying, from a bigger artist, and then we've maybe been, you know, impressed with how the artist rap. But when you guys do that, you do lose a certain amount of the element of surprise. That includes when you rap on some challenge, you know, beat that everybody pretty much has, you know, tackled or whatnot. So if you want that, like, you know, us to truly be able to judge you on your beat selection, or if you produce, you know, your own beats, whatever the case, I feel like working with independent producers and you know, you sometimes, you know, making your own, like that is the way to, you know, really maximize, you know, your own sort of like stamp on whatever you're trying to do. We have many genres that are accepted to the show. The only thing that I usually kind of recommend you guys don't send, because we'll have it just turns into a whole podcast episode at that point, is the AI kind of records or whatnot, right? We can have a whole conversation right now just to get it out the way. But essentially, like, even if you're sending it as like a reference record, we still always feel more impressed when anything that we're hearing is real. So we want to be able to judge, you know, an artist's ability to hit certain notes, octaves, vocals, you know, and stuff like that. If you're trying to put together, you know, a record, and you're writing, you know, technique, again, beat selection, like you having to do with that, as well as, you know, maybe even just producing on top, whatever the case, just send in as much real content as possible. We do play one song per artist in the free line. Like I said, we are on several platforms at the same time, so do be patient if you guys are in that free line. If you do not want to wait, you can always send a skip to get played quicker, or get more than one of your records played in a back-to-back fashion. You guys know the drill. And again, we kind of just started, so we are gonna start it right out of the free line in just a moment. As I said, make sure that you guys are sharing it up, hit that like button, subscribe if you guys haven't already, just so you guys can get those notifications right when we you know, go live, and you know, can get you guys in. Is there anything else other than I guess no Tidal or Apple Music? I do not have accounts with either of those, so if you send them, it'll just either play a snippet or nothing at all. It'll require me to log in and do all this, but I don't have an account with either. So Spotify is fine, SoundCloud, MP3, Wave if it's iCloud, and I do not like when you guys send with Google Drive, because I end up having to request access and then wait, like it's a whole waiting process, man. Why would you want to do that to somebody? So I also have a website submission process if you don't want to send directly to the email or whatnot. But if you do send directly via email, even though I know some of you guys probably haven't, make sure you put your artist name and song title in the subject line. And if you are in the chat under a completely different name, this is something that not a lot of people really look at all. But like, if you're in the chat under a different name, like, you know, you got to get the branding more consistent across the board. So make sure that your email's the same, Cash App, PayPal, like whatever you guys are putting forward, so we can be more familiar with your actual artist names, producer names, businesses, whatever it is, you know, just make sure it's consistent. Because the first thing that we do see when you guys send your emails is whatever you put as that first and last name. So right there, you guys should put your artist instead of anything else or whatnot, right? And then we'll be able to know basically like who we're playing, and if we're playing the right record from a lot of you guys. Again, appreciate you guys for being here this Saturday.
It's Saturday. It's the weekend. It's the weekend.
You know what I'm saying? What's freaking up? All right, let's go in. Did I forget anything? Everybody know how we start these shows and stuff like that. Did I forget anything? I think we got the platforms. You know, we play one record, you know what I'm saying? You guys can't skip the line, all that good stuff. We do giveaways at the end of the show. We are going to reach at least 100 by the end of the stream. So for those that do want to try to win those,
I think I've taken too many drugs and I'm in another universe, and I was trying to get buzzed in the studio and do a verse, but now I'm seeing an image of Coolio on Jupiter. If I was in the hospital, I probably want to do the nurse. Out of all 80s movies, I'm watching Ferris Bueller first. I'll walk right up to a bully and be like, homie, do your words. If you don't got any gas, a freaking Razor scooter works. This one ain't for the kiddies, so Super Steve, you can curse. I'm spaced out and I probably check.
And I mean, we press the other thing, but I want to go ahead and get us started. I appreciate y'all, man. You a good man. I'm not a good man. You a good man. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You said, wait, is a fair man. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to, or you said Walt is a fair man or something. Who we talking about? Walt, didn't he? And what do you say, Doggy? He said, I sent you a song, but Dumbass Band Lab cut part of the hook out at the end. But fuck it, it's still fire or whatnot. If you want, I mean, if you potentially could still have time to fix anything that you need. So if you fix it before we end up playing it, you know, just resend it and we'll still keep your place in line or something like that, right? But you know, obviously you have to be that in order for that to happen. Let's see who is first in today's lineup. Again, we're riding the free line. Let me see, JJ, what is this? This is a visual. I think it's a video. Is it a video or just like I don't know if it's an actual, you know, hold on. Nope. Man, listen. It sends an MP4. And I don't like throwing these into the thing I usually play the audio with because it changes my background. And so I prefer when you guys don't do that. Let me see where I can. Alright, rate this in the chat 1 to 10. And you know, feedback is welcome. Tagging artists, hit that like button as we proceed. Shout out to Mark, DJ Young Ham was freaking popping. Space. Yeah, what's up?
Keep on breathing when the sky turns gray. Hold your ground when you start to sway. Tears fall fast, but you'll find a way. Even if pain got strength to stay. Storms might come, but they never stay. You're still golden when you feel decay.
Said you redid it.
Late night thoughts got me locked in fear. I smile wide, but the truth ain't near. If it's love, it's the one I steer. But I break down when the smoke is clear. I blame myself for the cracks I made. I hold the guilt like a hidden blade. Tired of healing in the bed I laid. Keep on breathing when the sky turns gray. Hold your ground when you start to sway. Tears fall fast, but you'll find a way. Even if pain got strength to stay. Storms might come, but they never stay. You're still golden when you feel decay.
Where did she go?
I fight demons that don't speak out loud. I fake peace in a silent crowd. I miss joy, but I ain't allowed to feel weak, so I stand too proud. They see calm, but don't feel my burn. I give love, but it don't return. Trying to learn how to not just yearn. I fall slow, but I rise with grace.
Even pain can't erase your place.
Hearts feel cold, but it's still in place.
Life still lives in the darkest space.
Keep on breathing when the sky turns gray.
You gotta get that volume check,
when you
too.
start to sway. Tears fall fast, but you'll find a way. Even if pain got strength to stay. Storms might come, but they never stay.
You're still golden when you
Stop.
feel decay.
Alright, see, right? It's like, and again, I know it's at the end, but like, I think I felt that same way, you know what I'm saying, last time, right? Just because like, once you start to lose your timing, almost like everything sort of like falls apart, right? And it's how. Hold up.
Rappers try to make a clever song. No matter what they do, we'll never get along. They think the COVID now will never share a bomb. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye and your back and your arm check.
So again, I know that you're still working on this record, right? So I 100% get that. Keep doing it 100%, right? Most important things that you need to get right are the right tones, the right keys, and melodies for what you're singing if you do intend on this being a melodic record, right? The key and the tone are very important because if you don't do it right, we're not going to want to sing it along with you. And it's just gonna sound like off most of the time. That along with like if any part is off beat, which there were several of those, you know, like you basically throw the listener off. You have to understand that people, you know, very naturally, like when they like something, if they're listening, they'll start bobbing their head to you and the beat. When you go off, you know, that head bob starts to slow down and suddenly freaking stop because they're like, what is happening? Like, what are you doing? Where are you going? How can you not hear where you are on the beat type stuff? And then if that is potentially like your daughter or sister or anything like that, you know, like you are the one who basically has to guide her on this record. So you definitely have to make sure that she is on and that you teach her the right skills, and same thing when it comes to the melodies to use on top of things or whatnot. I feel like this one over time can be perfected if I was engineering you, again, because I do engineer, I do mix and master, I make music, I produce as well. So I'm always thinking about every aspect all at the same time. And if I was, I would correct a lot of the tones that you were, you know, doing that were wrong, right? And sort of like, why don't you do it like this or whatnot, right? I don't like to change an artist's words or what they want to say, but I love to help them figure out how the record should be properly, you know, sung or rapped if there are some parts that feel off, right? Like you got to be able to have the skill yourself to know when certain things that you're doing on a record just isn't good enough, right? When it comes to tone or how you're saying something, you got to know when certain people are going to be like, "Yeah, what was that?" You know what I mean? And again, it will always have to do with the timing, the cadence, how confident you are or aren't on a record. And every mistake that is made, it starts to lower a person's sort of like opinion of your own, you know, skill, whatnot, right? You know, we've talked about many times how, you know, like I still, like people gotta be like, I still appreciate that we can get an artist that really needs, you know, work in a lot of areas, you know what I'm saying, here or there, and that we can help you grow over time, as opposed to AI, which is, you know, really copying a lot of known, you know, records out there and trying to mimic a, you know, a hit record in certain songs and stuff like that. I still prefer a real artist trying and failing as opposed to, you know, let me make an AI record and then copy immediately, you know, everything that's there and then just say like I wrote it and shit. You know what I mean? Like I want everyone to be able to work at what they have, you know. So I wouldn't even recommend AI, you know, for writing or anything. Like I want you to figure it out, because I did. I literally had to take that time, realize that I was, you know, at times rapping on the wrong beats, you know, probably had the wrong, you know, the wrong style, and sometimes I just waited until those right beats came along that showed me, you know, what that proper way, you know what I'm saying, was to get. But I do like, you know, the potential of what, you know, could come of this, right? You have a piano, you know, driven piece of production, right? As we always say, we love when you're able to do something that, you know, potentially could go to a live situation and you know, do something great if done right. But you just have to get in there and do that. He said, I hate those those Chanker, you know what I'm saying, AIs or clinker AIs and shit like that. What do you say? Use it as a tool, you know what I'm saying, to learn new things, you know what I'm saying, like DAWs, commands, you know what I'm saying, when, you know, so mixing and stuff like that. And then don't use AI to write, it diminishes you. Like, and that's what I always want people to know, right? It's like, you know, yes, there will be many times where you get writer's block or you need help with this or that. But I can tell you, like, if you care about, we'll say the throne, right? That the throne where everyone wanted to be the best rapper, the best MC, the best lyricist, the best performer, the best this and that. If you want to be the best at any of those situations, you cannot have help. That means from other writers, other you know, situations or whatnot. If you do that, you have to count yourself out of that whole conversation, because you know, the whole point of being able to say I have the skill to do this or that is you actually having the skill. You know, someone calling you to come to the studio to help write their shit, right? As opposed to them using AI instead of you, right? And even that, again, that other person, they're still gonna be on that other side of, like, you know, like they didn't write their shit or whatnot. Like, I still look at Benzino a certain way right now because he didn't even write the Eminem diss that he had, you know, put out or whatnot, right? He got somebody else to write it, and that person who wrote it was an Eminem fan. So it was just, there was too many variables in that, you know, that just didn't make, you know, sense to begin with. But even then, you know, to have so much hate, right? To have so much hate towards an artist, yet you can't even come up with your own shit, right? You got to be able to back your shit up to really be able to, you know, I mean, I don't believe that there was a record that he made recently as well where he sounded like he was, you know, catering to the more like recent sound that we'll hear, you know, with artists. And again, I don't even believe he wrote that. That's what starts happening, right? Where we don't really give you the skill of you even doing your own shit anymore once we start, you know, feeling like there's elements there and you're getting too much help or whatnot. Like me, you know, I'll tell you, like, again, my way of getting around things is, you know, if I get writer's block on a record and I maybe can't, you know, figure out what I want to do, I move on to another record and then I come back to it. Because what happens is you're not getting the ideas just yet. It may be like 2 or 3 days before you know, made something or whatnot. And you have to re-rev that engine in your brain to give you those ideas. So sometimes go to the right record, go to a new beat, do a few songs, and then come back to that one that you had writer's block on. I almost can guarantee you'll have better ideas and, you know, a more found, you know, respect, you know, to that. If you ever feel like you're rushing yourself or just, oh no, let me just freestyle, you know what I'm saying, like that.
I found these for you.
I stop. Like, what the freak? My freaking PlayStation is on and shit like that. No, do not open it. What the freak, man? Anyways, we'll get back into the lineup real quick. Let me see what we had. We had a few comments. I'll talk about in the chat real quick. What do you say? They sound pretty young. Needs work, but they have lots of time. You know what I'm saying? Agreed. What do you say? I might. Hold on. Let me see. I might sound like, you know, saying a node head, but that was way too much tune too. I want to hear no auto tune. Or I want to hear you no auto tune, basically. And then you said pitch correction, you know what I'm saying, for sure. But when it's so heavy, it throws me off. So again, Melodyne is often a better situation to use to make sure that your key is proper. That's another thing that you can kind of experiment with. But you know, performance is key, because even if you make a record and the engineer were to like just change every tone that you did to something else, you would still have to learn the song all over again and be able to perform what the people are hearing. And then if you're off, that's gonna be that disconnect that sort of, you know, makes people film things differently, right? People either pull out their phones because they absolutely love the experience and they want people to know that they were there to see it, or they film because they're like, bro, what the fuck is this? And then they look at the camera all like weird, right? And you got to be able to do that thing, right? I was gonna say, if you are going to use AI for anything, use it for research purposes, right? Let's say you're making a song about Power Rangers or whatever it is, right? You want to be able to get as many details into that song as possible, remembering, you know, the key moments, the characters that you know and love, but maybe forgot their name and stuff like that. If there are ever things that you want to be able to put in a song, you can basically use AI to help categorize that situation. But when it comes to the scale, it should always be you writing the song, figuring out where to put together that puzzle and stuff like that. And speaking of puzzles, when it comes to producers, right? We love when you can and will make things, you know what I'm saying, potentially from scratch, right? And make up your own melodies. Even when it comes to the splice generation, like, I feel like there are producers who will literally just drag and drop, right? If you drag and drop an entire drum sequence and then drag and drop the entire, you know, melody and sort of like, you know, sequence that they already have in there, and you basically add nothing, you can't call yourself a producer nor say that you made the beat. What you did was put together a puzzle. And the way that I can help you realize that that is exactly the case is, like, think about the apps that they have out there right now or whatnot, right? Not even the ones where you're recording your own self and stuff like that, but the ones where they already have like pre-made beats in there and you're just like pressing a button to make it pop up, and then you can mix and match like which ones you want to use. Like, it's literally the equivalent of doing that, as opposed to you going in, you know what, let me change the tempo, let me chop it up right here, I'm gonna add these very specific drums and this pattern that I'm thinking of, I'm gonna switch this up, and I like a half of this pattern, but like, you know what, let me switch it up, right? Like, you have to put your foot or your signature on whatever that thing is for people to truly be impressed. Otherwise, again, literally the same thing. It would be like Quentin Tarantino reading scripts from other people and basically just directing those. We love Quentin Tarantino because his ideas always came from him. We know his dialogue when we hear it. That is how consistent Quentin Tarantino has been within his movies, with the shots that he does, the dialogue that he has, you know what I'm saying, in his films. Martin Scorsese has been the same, you know, with the type of films that he'll do and the shots. You know, we love certain directors and you know, writers because of their ability, the ideas that they were able to come with. If they have to get it from other people, it's, you know, it feels a little bit different. And you've seen that happen when Kevin Smith, right? Let's talk about something. When Kevin Smith tries to basically direct and not write, right? It doesn't always turn out, you know, the best way. But when it's his complete idea, you know, we literally can see the DNA in the View Askew, you know, universe and everything that he's, you know, created. He's always been, you know, good at dialogue, you know what I'm saying, as well. But anyway, let me get back into the lineup right now. Again, we're back in the free line. I don't want to hold you guys freaking up. Duality, you should be next right now. And then he said, you just have certain references and stuff like that in there. We'll see what's up. Hold on, let me also head to this side. What up, Sam the Grouch? He said, having over 200 songs made, and I get writer's block, you know what I'm saying, easily and stuff like that. The writer's block make me sound like I can't rap and stuff like that, right? And then AI is for lazy ass people, man. Hey, I ain't never gonna fight you for that. I ain't never gonna fight you for those comments, man. Cause I'll overthink certain details too much. You know what I'm saying, right? And then what do you say? Even the scheme don't even be matching right throughout the line. I'm saying, no. That's what I'm saying. This is why it's important for you to figure those things out. Now, again, there are certain artists who will freestyle, Right? What up, Nelly? There are certain artists who will get in and freestyle probably way too much as well, where you're not giving yourself enough time to truly think about what you want to say on the record. Also, if you punch in a little too much, I think you're also rushing yourself and you're making the record feel a little bit disjointed, because we really want to feel like when an artist is on the record that they know where they're going throughout the entire song, right? So you should be able to get from the beginning of your verse to the end of your verse without any kind of discrepancies or anything, and then going from that to the chorus back to another verse potentially. And if we feel like you know your shit, like we're impressed with the fact that like you are an artist who does your freaking thing or whatnot. So let me get into the next song also, because my dogs is barking like crazy. All right, Faint of Heart, 5th, Revision, Duality, let's go. Appreciate you for the #1 gift of man.
Try to run, try to hide from the past, thought you'd make it right, but the world sees right through your lies. They see right through your eyes.
If you know what I mean, if you feel how I feel, keep your eyes off the screen, give your brain time to heal. Said if you know what I mean, if you feel how I feel, keep your eyes off the screen, give your brain time to heal. All the words that they tell you, man, that can't be real. So much traffic in my mind, it had me feeling distracted, losing control of the wheel. Driven by the classics, you cannot fathom the Spielberg. Rather than feel hurt, I'd rather just feel worth something at all now. Been dropping the ball, how? I'll tell you now. Been dealing with pump fakes my whole life, I won't take the pressure at this rate. I'm resorting to push weight, get filled up with more hate, missing out on the opportunities that I don't take, burning all the bridges leading up to heaven's gates. And that's the alternate choice that I refuse to make. Yeah.
Tell me what it takes to be free from this world. Let me breathe.
If you're feeling how I'm feeling, throw your hands in the air. Show them you're revealing that your soul is rare. If you're feeling how I'm feeling, bob your head up and down. So much in this world they should be worried about.
Where she go? I don't even know if I need to go get a fro or like change my freaking hair. Cause a lot of times I'm wearing freaking hats, cause when it comes to this shit, man, I don't care.
Could be loyal all you want, people still will leave. Had a good run, say la vie. You could be loyal all you want, people still will leave. No, we had a good run, say la vie.
Gotta go remember this. A lot of times, like back up in September, I would freaking make sure that like if you had the freaking show, that I would send you all the shit that I would like, because I'm into like all of this freaking music shit.
Hold on to something you don't got. You should hold on to yourself.
Then skip that. What up, now? What up?
Worry about your health. No one else. No one else. Holding on to something you don't got. You should hold on to yourself. Worry about your health, no one else.
Moment I drop, moment I turn into a has-been. I'm talking about the future when my kids are married, living in a mansion. Music has been my passion, but this oversaturated amount of sounds got me feeling so distracted. When I should focus on myself, on my soul, no direction in which to go. So many people wanna take me down, messing with my growth. I'm done with the rhyming, I'm done with the schemes. Not worried about the timing, I'm just building up my team from now on. I wanna sing my songs, what could go wrong? If you tell me I can't, I don't know how. I would love to see you try, cause usually the person that can do it doesn't say nothing at all. If anything, they'll help me get through it. So keep all that negativity on your side, continuing to pursue it. And always wonder why things don't go your way. Blame it on the vibe, blame it on your past. That won't prevent me from losing faith.
See, like when I do stuff like that though, it's me mimicking a sound. That's not even like, I wouldn't consider that like me, right? Even if I like would do that shit on some song. Anyways, big salute. Love the overall vibe on this, you know what I'm saying, through and through. You did have like a female sort of like artist within there at some point in that sort of like middle part. Kind of wanted her to come back and, you know, add a little bit of flavor to those, you know, empty sort of like parts or whatnot. If you were actually gonna have like an open verse within, you know, this, you know, I'm a fan of like at least being able to do like a 16 or something like that. 4 to 8 bars does, you know, make it feel like you barely have, you know what I'm saying, time. But, you know, even so, if you were to fill up those with something, you know, I would, as opposed to, you know, nothing and then it just, you know, going in between parts. But I do like the switch ups that we have. There are a few records that you have that are like this, right? And I do like that concept of just like, you know, to a certain extent, like 2 alternate dimensions converging, you know, the best of both worlds, you know. If you were to do let's say a concert, right, and you were to make that concert a little bit like a musical, which, if you know, like musicals, they do a lot when it comes to like the sets and, you know, changing the environment as things go, and the best ones, you know, really put a lot sort of like into it, right? Of course, if you were to do something like that and the set just suddenly changes when it sort of gets to the other vibe of the song, you know what I'm saying, the LEDs, the colors, like everything sort of, you know, does that, I feel like it'll be something, you know, nice. I do remember you singing this one a few times, and, you know, you do have a clean mix when it comes to those vocals. Feels like something we would definitely see you just a mic by itself outside somewhere, maybe hanging from a tree. That's the classic freaking, you know, situation, right? And then all of a sudden you just walk up to the mic, beat starts, you start, you know, basically performing, you know, the song, doing your thing, and then, you know, when it's over, you walk away, you know. So that's the piece of content right there, man. It's easy as pie or whatnot. But yeah, not bad. What do you say? I like the drum patterns, you know, on this beat. I agree. He said, I want to take everything. That's what's up. That's what's up. Here's Johnny. He was like, this is cool.
This is cool. Here's Johnny.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. I need Tik-Tok side was freaking good. He said, you singing the song? I will see. I will see what you got up in there, man. What were we going to say? Because, yeah, you had asked if, what did I feel? What was my take on, like, punch-in artists and stuff like that? And, again, I just said, like, look, anytime I hear like a bunch of punch-ins, I still feel like the song isn't complete yet. I feel like you've put together the song. You basically are doing the equivalent of what we do when we write, but we haven't recorded the song yet, right? We'll write a line and then kind of say a little bit more in our head to see like how certain things feel, and then we'll figure out the pattern as we go. And each time we're like going back over the beginning though. This is what helps you sort of like learn it by the end, because like you have to know what the pattern of what you're going to say is going to be like, and you're able to play around with, you know, the concept, the rhyme patterns that you do. You can literally dictate what and where you go on the beat if you give yourself that time, right? So you write, you go through, you know what I'm saying, each line sort of go down, and you'll be able to count the bars as well. You'll know how much time there is for you get to, you know, that chorus, or when you get to that 8 bar point, you can put a note. All right, I'm at 8 bars right here. I got 8 more bars to go. Like literally, it makes it easier if you do it that way. Then of course, practice. And if you're good enough, right? Yes, memorize the record, perform it. That is the recording that people truly want to hear, as opposed to feeling like we either just freestyled something or, you know, kind of just randomly, you know, puzzle pieced it together line for line and then just left it like that. Nobody wants to hear a lazy artist, even if you have energy on the record. Like I'm saying, there's an artist who I really do like, who has sent to the show. They have all the personality and shit like that. I laugh at freaking lines here and there and stuff like that. And the only complaint is not the mix. It's not anything but the fact that almost every line will feel and sound like it's punched in. And maybe about a week ago or so, there was an artist who did a feature with that artist. And for the first time, I actually got to hear them not punch in. And they actually, you know, did their thing. And I was like, see, this is what I was talking about the whole freaking time. Like, it sounds, you know, much better. It feels like you know what you're going to say, where you're going. The confidence is there, the cadence. We're able to see a level of skill within what you're doing in addition to, and I feel like, you know, just a lot of artists have, you know, at times gotten a little bit lazy. Do not feel like, you know, you're so better than everybody that you don't have to go in and redo your records and make things perfect. Do listen for any time you may even go off beat a little bit, like perfect anything that you may have messed up. Don't just keep mistakes because you don't feel like going and trying to do it all over again. Like, it's worth it in the end because this is your legacy, right? If someone literally goes to your Spotify right now and they just hit play, in most cases it's gonna play a random song, right? If you're lucky, it plays some of your best, something that, you know, they land on and immediately you want to hear more. But if it shuffles and goes to whatever, you want even that song to be able to pull people through and for people to be able to see, you know, your talent, you know, through and through, and you know, kind of just give you that respect, you know, from the jump. Let me see. I think we got to skip in just a second. Yeah, I'm saying, so it's great feedback every time, you know what I'm saying? I give you a regular show, you know what I'm saying, one day, you know what I'm saying, Dorky, you'll see the set, you know what I'm saying, on stage, move around, that's what's up. That's what's up, man, you know what I'm saying, we need that. All right, let me go ahead and see. I think we got a skip that we got to handle right quick, so give me a moment. Let me see what kind. We have actually two. We have a Mark Space and let me see which one of y'all's came in first or whatnot, right? Because Oregonomics was 811 and let me see, Mark Space was 744. Okay, so we're gonna do Mark Space first and then we got Oregonomics. All right, let's get you in. Can I get back to this?
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold.
Mark, can you sit yours one more time?
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
Oh wait, never mind. I got it. Never mind. I got it. And it's a Wave, not iCloud or whatnot. So they're going to go into I'm clicking it. We'll see what happens. All right. I think I'm just going to have to click directly on it or whatnot. But if it does that thing.
Danger.
All right. Yeah, because sometimes it doesn't let me download it or it'll just lag for like 2 minutes.
I grew up on those pork and beans. I don't like when artists try to sell me corporate greed. I don't care if they make it, can't support the means. Nosebleed sections, can't afford a seat. Listening to Portis at my shorty sleeps. Promises you swore you'd keep. No belief in the idol, face the Lord I seek. Opening the lotus while you sort deceit. Spiking up their cortisol, there's more to me. I don't stress about the rest, I've still got rewards to reap. Rather die hungry than to hoard the feast. Forensics, how I score the scene without an orchestra. Just these morbid dreams, I was never horrorcore. I sort of peak, staying eagle-eyed when the fever dies. I hope I'm not torn to piece between war and peace. I still got this 40 left when I was still a dorky geek. Silver fork and knife out in Morris Creek. Purple in the face, like a quarter lean. Swerving out the lane, I could flip like a quarter piece.
And the back dog is more than me. Also freaking, I wanna make sure that freaking if I was able to, dog, I would make Thor a beat.
That sweater that you wore for weeks, lighters in the top drawer, blazing like the Corvette sheet. Before we speak, I wipe my feet. Made it to the 4th floor, film New Orleans to explore the region. We don't speak the language, might be Norwegian. Following the North Star from shore and sea. Surely can't be honest, but we'll stay decent. Mixing up the door and key, remaining on guard for all the wrong reasons. Ignore the urgency, promises you swore to keep. I grew up on those pork and beans. I don't like when artists try to sell me corporate greed. I don't care if they make it, can't support the means. Nosebleed section, can't afford a seat. Listen to the porter set, my sortie sleeps. Promises you swore to keep. Promises you swore to keep.
Nice. Right there. What y'all think about that? With Mark's pace. See, Mark's pace, right? Mark's pace is an artist that, you know, I like. I listen to what he puts down, and you get that vibe that he's, again, head down, like, you know, actually really thinking about every line, you know, really contemplating, you know, what to say. Like, you get that vibe of just like, he's not, let me just throw a beat on and say something random, right? He really wants us to feel, you know, the content and take it seriously. And so I always appreciate that you have that consistency when it comes to anything that you actually, you know, rap on, right? And you pick the right beats for your energy, right? I don't think I've heard him on anything that's like a little bit like too hype when it comes to, like, you know, anything like fully trap centric and a drill beat and you know, just those kind of clubs. Like, he's not a like type artist, quote unquote. You know what I mean? And it's very universal in a way where he can hop over to, like, you know, alternative, you know, rock and other things, and then still feel very natural. If you were to hear him on that side, you'd literally never know he could rap and come over here and do this, right? So he definitely is a force to be, you know, reckoned with. What was the actual timing on this? You know, it was a little bit freaking, you know, shorter, whatnot, 1 minute and 56 seconds. I do appreciate that we at the very least got, you know, what felt like, you know, 2 verses. You know, there will always be that time, you know, for more if you ever do feel the need to go back in there, right? I always want y'all to look at time as like, you know, that opportunity to spend more time with people. Sometimes people do need, like, think about it, right? If someone only gets to hear one song from you at any given moment, it could be your song randomly coming on, you know, the radio, Pandora, Spotify, whatever it may be. You know, they hear you once and, you know, that may be it, you know, unless they have the time to be like, oh, let me thumbs this up, let me make sure that I see who the artist name is and stuff like that. For me, it took me a few times for certain artists, when it even came to stuff like that, to tap in and be like, who the fuck is this, man? Because every time I hear that voice, they got a dope song. I can tell you the exact artist it happened with. Logic, Earth Gang, and I think there was one more, but I can't get it off top or whatnot. If I can remember, I'll let y'all know. But they were very hip hop and often, you know, vibe centric or whatnot, right? But again, when I didn't know who Logic was at all, and I was like playing my, you know, Pandora sort of like station, like his stuff or Earth Gang would like just pop up, you know, every now and then. I'd be like, yo, what is that? Like every record that I hear, and it was always like a new record that I hadn't, of course, heard. And then eventually I was like, let me see who the hell this is, right? And then I started, you know, I thumbs up and made sure that I made another playlist catered to or based off of, you know, that artist, so I could, you know, hear more. But if they get more time with you, right, there's more of that, like, you know, more time for you to do another verse that may send them over the top to like do it right away, right? Let me go and see who that was right now, because like, damn, you know what I'm saying, that was dope. They have more time to be like, yo, let me look up the lyrics so I can see who it is or whatnot. Because especially on radio, if you don't have one of those radios where it actually shows you exactly what's playing while it's playing, you know, you got to wait and see if the DJ is going to do it. And so with that said, Mark Space, That was Mark Face, Mark Sean. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look him up under that, you know what I'm saying? With Promises. You gotta let us know when and if that one is out or if it will. All that good stuff. What do you say? You know what I'm saying? Like it. Agreed. We definitely need, you know, some other songs as well, man. You know what I'm saying? And he said, part-time as you call it. So he said that one was short. Part-time as you call it. So when it's come to the song length on the show, I usually say artists who are completely comfortable with only making 1 minute to 2 minute records. I've always said, like, it feels more like they're a part-time, you know, artist or whatnot, right? Because if you think of a part-time versus a full-time job, right? Full-time is like 8 to 12 hours, right? That's 8, and the 12 is like overtime. Like if you know, really want to help out, and you get paid double when it gets into that overtime, by the way. But when it comes to part-time, it's like 2 to 6, 2 to 3 hours or something like that, 2 to 4. You know what I mean? And it's not really a lot. You're not there enough time to really truly, unless you are the best worker in the world, right? You're not gonna make employee of the month, right? But that's how I usually want you guys to work, you know what I'm saying? In that full-time job sort of, you know, mentality where, like, look, you know, if I'm gonna be here, I want people to know that I'm here. I'm gonna do my work. I'm gonna show you why, you know, I mean a lot to this company. And in most cases, the company is yourself, because you are the artist. Whatever you put forth on the record is a representation of what you can do, so people can see your ability to write, you know, potentially a full song, to even think about the best features to get on there. You even have to have the gall to, like, or the ability to, like, if the record isn't good enough with the feature, to know to be like, nah, I'm gonna cut it, you know what I'm saying? And or have them redo it over, or pick another artist to sort of, you know, replace it for the detriment of the record as what's important. So do that. Then Jakey said, you know what I'm saying, I sent you a 10 on Cash App. So you should be another skip after Oregonomics. Let me check. Let me the chickadee check. I don't know what the heck to do. Matter of fact, you know what, I'm about to respect it. Yeah, because we got Oregonomics up next. And then let me see. And then I'll get yours, Jakey. Give me a momento.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold.
That I'm in between 7 stage names.
I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
Do you change the stage name based on, like, the type of song that you're doing? Like when it's rap versus, you know, alternative versus, I don't know, maybe like production or something. Thank you for the like. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, we got Oregonomics right about now. Funk Show Brothers. Did I also change the thing? Yes, I did. We at 20 right now. Let's see if I could download this. Gotta Have It by Oregonomics, man.
Left on red is okay. Got nothing to say. Yeah, left third year in a row. 3 days before my birthday.
Hopefully it's not too loud for y'all.
Gotta have it, gotta have it. I love her, I love those hard to love. You know, yeah, you know, yeah, you
a little bit. Don't end. Did it go boom, boom, boom? When I'm back in the toe, matter of fact, when it comes to like places I go that's dangerous, I'ma like pack a pistol. Matter of fact, I don't even know why like half of these kids, bro. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna say, but I laugh at this shit cold. Freaking, you know what, dog? I don't even think that They say I can get on anything. Overall, why did I even rap like that, though? Listen. So what I appreciate about Oregonomics, you know what I'm saying, is the consistency with being able to bring us like the older sounds of, you know, records. Obviously the mix is a little bit crazy with this one or whatnot, right? You know, in terms of, you know, like it almost is distorted to a certain extent, right? You know, to get that balancing when it comes to, you know, getting that mix, but still being able to create a new record with that old sound, right, is a major, you know, feat. I always am very nostalgic. So if you can get into 60s, 70s, 80s, 1920s, freaking, you know, whatever kind of, you know, older, you know, style of music, and also get in there with how it used to sound. You guys got to understand how hard that is to do. Right? Because it's one thing to be like, all right, let's make a new record that's just like kind of remaking this old song, right? You've heard covers and all that, and they've tried to like, you know, kind of upgrade it or whatnot, but still, you know, play it with, you know, new instruments and new sounds. But it changes when you can like feel like, yo, this you know, an early Earth, Wind and Fire, you know, demo tape, you know, or early Elvis or Beatles, you know what I'm saying, kind of record like that. I'm saying, like, listen, it don't matter what era. It's like 1920s and shit. I'm saying though, like, if you can get in there authentically and make that sound, like, there's a skill there. It doesn't feel like it's finished though, right? It comes, it leaves, and then we feel like the song was still supposed to be there for a bit. Especially these styles, these style of songs, right? That's the one thing that I feel like probably is maybe inconsistent. If you get into this era, you know, go back to that era. Look at the song length of those records, right? It wasn't anywhere near 2 minutes, right? We're still in that sort of sector with this. You know, it was an era with definitely longer songs, and everybody basically got, you know, a solo usually, right? You know what I'm saying? Every sort of, you know, band member, anyone who was playing the instruments, like, they would get that love throughout an entire record or whatnot, because they up there. Right? If someone's gonna play the instruments for you on the damn song, what better way to make them feel appreciated by really making them feel, you know, heard, right? And, you know, there are only, I think, certain bands that, you know, you really do appreciate every aspect, right? Like when I came across Paramore, again, we going a little bit more recent, but Paramore, for me, I liked everyone. Right? Because I was like, damn, I love all those drum patterns that the drummer is doing in there. I love the guitar, you know, elements on, you know, I'm saying, a lot of Paramore's records. And then, you know, when it comes to the lead singer, she has an amazing voice, you know, Haley. And so she, along with like basically almost every song, I don't think I've heard a Paramore record that I haven't liked, which is, I think, rare, right? But there's a skill in being able to do that. Let me see. Say, don't all them lights hurt your eye? Nope. Like, I favor. Understand? Like, you gotta know me. I'm a LED kind of junkie a little bit. I love them a little bit too much, right? I used to have lights wrapped around my freaking mic or whatnot. There are LEDs behind you, right? You know, hold on, where the TV freaking lay, you know what I'm saying, on the TV, which I can also, you know, change the color for or whatnot. I gotta remember to freaking do that or whatnot. That, of course, thing that I got, you know, a few years back of whatnot to just celebrate the many years of doing, you know, the show and it's you know, has some words, you know what I'm saying, below it. On this side over here, I literally have one right there. I'm saying, man, like I love LEDs. That includes when you guys make music videos. If you got stuff on that, you know, I'm always there. All right, let me see. So we're live on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Shout out to everybody for getting tapped in. Just to give you that information. Let me see what's up. We got Jakey up next. Let me get a second. So his score was fluctuating as the record went on, right? I think it went to from 7.5 out of 10 to 7 out of 10, then to 6.5, you know, out of 10. And my opinion on that was it was most likely the mix that got there. Sam the Grouch said, you know what I'm saying, it's a sample to be snatched out of this. Hey, like that's definitely an option that I do think Oregonomics, you know, has with a lot of the records, like to be able to put stuff out there for, you know, sample, you know, purposes. Like, you know, you could essentially make things very specifically for something like Splice, or just put out your own sort of like challenges. Literally play one of your records, right, on something like TikTok and just be like, hey, you know, producers, sample this, you know, let me see what y'all got, tag me in the you know what I mean, and just watch the community like build behind that, because we absolutely love challenges and, you know, to take things in sort of like that direction. What do you say overall? 7.5 out of freaking 10. So it went down, then back up, or whatnot from Jakey. You know what I'm saying? What up, private press? What up, dog? You know what I'm saying? How's your weekend? How is yours? You know, we are chilling like a villain. We said, as you were speaking, you reminded me of a mix I made sampling the same as classic KRS, you know what I'm saying, one track with, you know what I'm saying, a whole new feel. I had a 30-minute DJ mix condensed by my dude, Doc Cassell, and he took some gold out of hours of, you know what I'm saying, not bad. And then let me see, did you like rewrite that? Or hold on. He said, well, don't have the time to pick out and chop up, you know what I'm saying, the beat with my, you know what I'm saying, career, but more, you know what I'm saying, music on the way. All right, let me jump over here and see what y'all said, and then we'll put in the other skip, then we should be back in the free line. And if you did send it correctly, you should get a confirmation email. You should get a confirmation email, you know, right back to yours. Which, I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying, they giving me, you know what I'm saying, a headache when it comes, when I use them. So I can't, you know what I'm saying, anymore. Tay was saying, yeah, which one were you specifically talking about? And let's see. So don't all of, oh, you talking about the lights. And don't all, that was what you said, 1920s. Let me see what else we had in there real quick, and then we'll jump back down. Submitted a free one. Okay, you're good. All right. He said, I'm on TikTok now.
Hi, hello.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be, just because.
All right, we got Jakey up right now. Also a one-song skip. When you hear that very specific thing, right? Because some of you guys who are just on the TikTok, you guys don't always necessarily pay attention to the visuals that will be in the back there, but there are certain audio cues that you will potentially hear that will kind of dictate what we're doing. If you hear that,
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie,
I love gold. You hear that? That means someone has paid for a one-song skip, okay? If you hear this,
I just need you to, can you please just go?
You gotta send it to my email.
I make weird music, I got pizza if you need.
You hear that one? That one's a 2-song back-to-back skip. This one's a 3-song.
Searching for the master sword. You guys are really bad at spitting rhymes, and you ain't real and have no skills. And so I mastered yours. I could have been killed.
Yeah, we have quite a few different type of skips that you guys can put in or whatnot. So they'll always just come with different things. I'll let you know pretty much while we're doing things or whatnot. But yeah, we're in another 1 song. We should be back in the free line after this if I didn't get another skip from somebody else. So once again, I'll keep you guys updated and just like let you know where we lie after this. But I appreciate y'all patience.
It's Saturday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do.
All right, let me drop this. You sent a rap fame. Can I drag and drop this? Oh, finally, man. Every time I try to drag and drop it on this
Why
side,
is everything chrome?
Let's go.
That shit, I'm sliding. Too many damn chest nigga look like Verizon. Send that boy up.
Every time I wake up,
go with my boy head, put her name Simon. Said he got pounds, don't know why he lying. Give him an A just for effort for trying. He mad cause I left his little sister crying. She thought we was in love just cause I broke her spine. Whole time while he trying beef with me, I heard that nigga done dropped a few dimes. And one thing about this rap shit, I'm not lying. Feel like Peter Parker in the left full of signs. I'm not trusting no nigga, don't want no alliance. I just want his soul, I don't want him alive. I keep seeing demons all in my sleep. Every time I wake up, I be scared on my mind. I don't care about a bitch if she ever betrayed. 2 years after your death and I still ain't forgave. And I don't give a fuck, that's the game that I'm playing. At first I was loyal, now a nigga changed. Loyalty don't exist, just give me reasons. I'd rather see my old friends bleed. When I was down bad, they decided to leave. And that was just something I couldn't believe. My ex called from the juvenile center. She lucky that I even picked up the phone. Yeah, she thought we was cool, I told her we was. I just hope for the worst that she never come home. 22 too small, might as well throw a stone. Better baby, I'm a king on the throne. Give a fuck about the thought, they gon' go for the block. And not to mention bitches had it to stove. They said I cuss too much in my song. Bitch shit damn and I don't give a fuck. You ain't from my career, so just shut the fuck up. And then tell my little thought that I need me some butt. Don't ask me no questions, don't interrogate. And don't ask me nothing that's gon' have me thinking. Niggas not real, most these niggas be fake. Like why the fuck everybody wanna be gangsta? And most of them ain't even they own mind. Mama like boy better get to a plan. Give me your money nigga, Uncle Sign. He in the game but the nigga not playing. Said I'm in the field nigga Tarzan. She said we in love bitch stop playing. Move the pack real fast, 100-yard dash. I can say it's my fault but it's really y'all bad. She loving my smell cause I'm rocking Old Spice. And maybe I could give your little ass a break. But nigga you been broke your whole life. Just to get you a bag I don't know what it takes. By the priest of the Lord nigga TDJ. And one thing you would never do is see me hate. If he flexing that bag then he get embraced. When I hop on the beat niggas one take. He talking that shit, I'm sliding. Too many damn chest nigga look like Verizon. Send that boy up, he bout to horizon. Then he go with my bald head plug named Simon. Said he got pounds, don't know why he lying. Give him an A just for effort for trying. He mad cause I left his little sister crying. She thought we was in love just cause I broke her spine. Whole time while he trying beef with me, I heard that nigga done dropped a few dimes. And one thing about this rap shit, I'm not lying. Feel like Peter Parker in the left full of signs. I'm not trusting no nigga, don't want no alliance. I just want his soul, I don't want him alive. I keep seeing demons all in my sleep. Every time I wake up, I be scared on my mind.
Scared of my mind, scared of my mind. Freeze time like it's a crime. Fuck these demons when we sleeping. It's the weekend. Get drunk, smoke that blunt. Yeah, you know you wanna get fucked up in the club. What with the bag of bud? Huh? Yeah, you know that good lean I pout. Yeah, you know that she gon' find a fucking hoe. Yeah, she's gonna find a hoe. That's your hoe. You ain't know like Roscoe. Yeah, I flow. Yeah, you know I flow. Ho, you ain't know 'cause you's a hoe. Get to fucking know.
Yeah, all genres are accepted.
That's just how I flow, ho. Whoa. That's just how I flow, ho. Whoa.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. All right, what do you guys think about that right there? 1 to 10, any of y'all feedback? Hey, welcome. 1 to 10. 1 to 10. 1 to 10, senor. So, let's talk about the first half, right? First and foremost, right, I appreciate the energy. I know the style of record. It is a type beat and type, song or whatnot. There's a style for what we are hearing. We've heard the style of beat as well as, how the artist is rapping, on it. I do like your energy, right? You have a personality that, listen, if you can really perform this shit, you have to understand, if you can perform this in full, no backup vocals and stuff like that, that is where people will be the most impressed, right? The main criticism that I have with it in terms of the first half is as many punch-ins as there were. We literally just got out of a conversation having that, right, where, you know, when you're putting together the record, it's okay that you're punching in, because you are like, you're putting it together in a different way than those of us, you know, who write. However, we still expect you to go back into, like, before you actually release the record, we still want you to like re-record it to actually give as best of a full performance without punch-ins as possible. Like, that's the one thing that no artist has really thought of trying to do, because to you, oh, I've already recorded it, why would I go back in and re-record? I got everything that I want right there. No, but the problem is what and how you're saying it sounds and feels disjointed. Think about any song that you love out there from a bigger artist, right? And like what it would sound like if all of a sudden they decided to punch in the whole song. It would feel weird. It would feel just, they wouldn't be as dope as we all, you know, have you know, thought they were. From Tech 9 to Twista, especially any of the Chopper Flow rappers, you know, what they put together wouldn't just, you know, flow as well or whatnot, right? And why we have loved a lot of, especially a lot of the legends, right? They come from that era where you did have to memorize your shit and be able to perform it, you know, through and through. And today, artists are still tested with that, by the way, right? This, just literally look up certain interviews with like the bigger artists. They'll have them like either freestyling at the end of the interview, or they'll put on their classic beat and have them like rap their song. And keyword on beat, no backup vocals in it, it's just the beat. So you have to watch them basically perform their song. And there's no artist who I saw like mess up or like, you know, all of a sudden they didn't know what to say. No, like, they're professionals. So we get to see that. A Tiny Desk kind of thing is the other way that you guys can sort of like prove that as well. The other piece of criticism that I hate outside of that, because like, you know, the first half I think was the best. The last, the feature, I felt like he got on there and kind of just, you know, freestyled it, right? And like, honestly, if it was me, I would have took him off the record and been like, bro, are you kidding me? Like, get in there and actually, you know, do it for real. Don't like just like, we're in an era where y'all want people to pay you for features, right? You want people to pay you to perform places. You want people to pay you for everything you do because you're an artist and it takes time to do whatever it is, right? But if you ever wonder why people don't, it's stuff like that. It's feeling like, why would I pay you to basically freestyle some random shit on a song that I know would be dope if we actually, you know, do this, you know, right? Or why would I pay you to perform at this venue when you got all your vocals and everything on the track and it feels like you're doing karaoke and shit like that? People feel like you're just taking their money and half-assing the work and not making it worth that wow when it comes to like labels really trying to see what they're going to invest in, or even just investors that are not labels but they want to see you, you know, get there. They want to help you in the right ways, but you have to, you know, essentially you have to earn that Mount Rushmore spot, man. And like, it doesn't just come with just the hits, you know, because artists who have made, you know, many hits haven't really been a part of that conversation. You know, it's both making hits but also really being dope at whatever it was, right? Sort of influencing a generation while also being, you know, just really, you know what I'm saying, dope within that. We could have so many Mount Rushmores, by the way. It's not even funny, you know, and that's why I think we keep seeing more of them, you know, every day. But when it comes to the independent community, like, we are fighting tooth and nail to try to get up there as much as possible. As I said though, and look, let me dial back a little bit. That feature on this record could have the chance to go back in and do better, right? Give them that opportunity, and don't just let anyone do anything. If it's not good enough to where you would switch spots with that artist and put them first and still feel comfortable with the song, then there's something else that has to be, done or whatnot. I always basically usually say, if every artist that gets on a record, if you remove everyone else but them, it still has to be a dope song. And if not, then what the freak are they doing there, right? You're the Avengers. It's not the Avengers and Jody from down the street. You know what I'm saying? You all have to be the Avengers on the record and kill it. He was okay, but like, again, once it starts to sound freestyled, I feel like you're just playing with the time and the opportunity that you have. Give y'all thoughts though on it. Let us know. What do you say? So he said, ironically, he said when he hops on the song, is one take, but it wasn't bad. And he said, let me see. And then realist, Zach, 5 out of 10. Let me see, Tay, 6 out of 10 as well. So that, what you say is this DMV area inspired. DMV area inspired is any genre. And then what did you guys say over here? Working on some new tracks while vibing with the crew, man. Yup. Scowl, what up? Welcome back as well. And then let me see, what up, Obi? What do you say? Should I have literally dozens of tracks? I need re-recording and to be mixed and mastered. Fortunately, half of my tracks are from old laptops from 2009, and can't redo it and stuff like that. No excuses. No excuses. Listen. All right. Here's what you do. If you really believe in any of your records, right? If basically any record that you have, if it's like horribly mixed, if the performance, you just know you could do better, so you don't really have the confidence in that song to like promote it anymore in some cases, make that plan to re-record, even remake the beat if you have to, right? There are plenty of producers. I'm a producer myself or whatnot. I'm always willing to help you remake a beat if needed, or I love to make something original around those vocals, so that you can, have something new to work with that may breathe something new in terms of, the life, the personality. Like anything can change based on the production, the melody, the sample that you might have and utilize. And it'll literally introduce you to a whole new audience, right? Way that that is, do you ever work with like just randomly EDM or dubstep producer and then like let them take a hold of your vocals? They literally will, take it into a whole new genre, whole new audience. They'll still be able to hear, your raps and or melodies and what you do, but on something, very different, right? They will become akin to, what you do, and then vice versa, you have something new to tap into, if you ever want. So try it if you ever want. Juji, what up? I see you over on the Twitch side. What's freaking good? You said I sent something to the email. That whoosh up. So to be patient if you are in the free line, or skip that line if you do not want to wait. He said he was cool. The second dude needs a different beat. Let me see what else. And he should have did it all himself or whatnot. See, you never want it to feel like that. And like, look, here's Johnny himself has hopped on a few records where I have literally been like, you are the best artist on the record, and I pretty much waited for you, to really know that things were gonna, start to get like, he's an artist who I usually do be like, nah, put here's Johnny first, so that way you guys can feed off of, that energy as much as possible. Let's see what we got. So are we ready to hop back in the free line?
Be sure to send your music and beats over to that dorky review show at gmail.com.
But yeah, remake any of y'all records to try to maximize your catalog, right? You don't want to just make a bunch of whatever records, throw away stuff. But there's a way to make everything that you do a little bit more palatable where if you told someone you rapped and they just went to your Spotify and it was shuffled, it lands on anything, you should not have to, like, you cannot, oh no, go to the next one. Go to this specific song here. Like, no, if you are good enough, everything you do becomes, you know, dope enough to be able to show a good example of your talent, right? I mean, I think I can do that with J. Cole, where I haven't heard a bad, you know, song from him. Like, he's got in there and spit every single time. Joyner Lucas, same shit. I feel like he puts in that work every single time. You know what I'm saying? Eminem always finds a way to amaze on a record, even when people don't give him that spot, even when people don't want to give him that spot on their top 10s, their greatest of all time, you know what I'm saying, whatever, he still knows how to, like, you can't deny he like legit knows how to rap. Like, he gets in there, he thinks about every syllable, how we can play along, you know what I'm saying, with words, how we can go over there, switch up a flow at certain points. He'll change the beat. Like, he'll maximize as much as he can do. If you ever pay for an Eminem feature, it's gonna be worth it, at least in that. Like, you know you're getting your money's worth. He's gonna put his all into it. Kendrick, you might not want to do all the times because you may disappear into the track where people forget where you are, or who was on there again, and shit, you know what I'm saying? You know, M could have that effect too, though, depending on the kind of record that he got on. What do you say? He said, what do you say? Only 98, you know what I'm saying? 05, you know what I'm saying? Eminem, let me see. Don't fuck with him, you know what I'm saying? For real, neither. Let me see. You sent skips too? Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Okay, so Yoda also has 2 skips before we have to move back into the free line, and then we shall go with that. Yeah, Eminem, you know, evolves. You know what? If you have a favorite era, you know, let that be known within the chat as well. Let us know. I appreciate that gift. You know what I'm saying, right there. One and only producer. You know what I'm saying? Was freaking good. He's saying that's how it be. Tay said, thank you for the follow, by the way. Let me make sure I follow some of you guys back. If I'm not as well in the chat, I got y'all. All right, let's go ahead and get this other 2 song and see what we got right there. Hold up.
I just need you to. Can you please just go?
Can we
get? We only pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza if you need a PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay down then?
Did you send the? Oh, there we go. So I see. All right, I found them both. Cool. Both of these are beats, little beats or whatnot. So producers, yes, you guys can send your pieces of production to the show. We will try to freestyle to it or something. Let's go. This one's called There's a lot of time when I don't know what to do cause I'm a lot of freaking people don't even know what the hell. We actually been in the freaking free line since we started, and then we started getting skips. Like, listen, you just gotta have patience. Hopefully you not even gonna trip, cause a lot of times we freaking do a lot of dope reviews, and half of you freaking like not even gonna clip. But when it comes to shit, freaking you just gotta make sure when the mic freaking comes on, you gotta get up and pick up freaking this shit. You know what, there's people that don't even know what to do, but there's a lot of like chickens who got a big butt. This what you could listen to. Matter of fact, in Luca, it was running away from a little bitty thing in the ocean. There was a lot of songs where they sing. I'm like, think about the movie. There's a lot of time where you think that the line ain't even moving, but I'm proving that a lot of times when you be coming through and freaking spitting anything that you think wasn't even smoothing. once again, this is produced by Yoda. Who could you hear on this? Right back. I either can like freestyle or write raps. I want to get on this beat kinda and might snap, but also freaking if you don't like, I like that. Also when it comes to the people in the crowd, freaking is it that the times you don't like shit and turn it down? That's it. So, honestly, ironically, we were just talking about Eminem. I feel like there's a certain era of M that would have hopped, on that, 100%, right? The certain sounds and things utilized. There are other artists as well, potentially even in like other genres, then hip hop, like I can potentially hear something that's in between something that's hype and kind of a few rock elements potentially added. It really depends on what you do and where. This is a little bit short in terms of only going to like 1 minute and 42 seconds. I have no problem with the mix just yet. I'm trying to figure out if I want that snap to hit harder. But this could be a dope sort of like storytelling thing or whatnot. If you want to get Lupe or, Cole potentially on that, there's an option as well. Big Tom had fire emojis as well as the private press was in there. And of course, we got one more from him jumping up in a moment. After that, we should be back in the free line. I do not see another skip. And so if the one does come in, I didn't do it. Let's see what the next one was. 'Cause we had haha. And then let me see, was it Hunted Past? Let me see. Yeah, Hunted Past is the second one. Which out of the two do you like better if you could only choose one?
Yeah.
This actually a track.
This Kid Icarus. School Lizzie
one was
on the
a beat,
track.
one was a track.
Wetlands finest. Yeah.
This is how we do.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah, you know what it is. I bust a nut in your jibs. I have you screaming Kid Ick while you goes with my kids. Hustling big, now you do just small change. New to the fuse from dudes in Fall, Maine. Ooh, alright, man, I'ma slow it down lovely like MC with a hammer. Cause you know you can't touch me. I spit lovely in the booth. Dudes on the streets speaking on the truth. I got a sweet tooth for vengeance. Relentless, flows endless. Reciting every sentence that the kid speaks. I leak straight knowledge. Maniac, brainiac, dropped out of college. I paid homage to made men. It's Kid Ick, bitch, with flows amazing.
Wetlands.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Since I got my stripes, I gotten past the leisure. School, aka the Loch Ness Monster. From the east, leave me at the coast. My deep high in a confessional. And what makes matters worse, fuck if I'm like repent, revisit, branch off. Got no peripheral view, cause my crew, live wires. No visions of shining stars. My becoming is what's now. Live wire supplier, look at how you hear me. I wasn't chastising my own scenery, just expressing what's clear to me. My bars ain't stiff, aim, cock and squeeze, blast through my rifle. I'm here now, and I'm seeing clear. I'm in the lion's den, pass and repent. This shit's so inspiring. By the time you catch the hook, conjured up through the lake of fires. Fuck all your desires, New Jersey devil, have it below surface.
And you stop it. I'ma freaking go in your house and then lock it. A lot of freaking people will make a record and then after that, then they'll profit. I don't know. Cause because the beat started to end. I also like want to know that there's lots of time where I always had really started to sing a song freaking like to the freaking old soul. And a lot of times people would freaking like die and be like, oh no, yo, bro. All right. So hip-hop centric. Hip-hop centric when it comes to the production, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too crazy there. I always love that classic, you know, feel, while, you know, certain things will pop off a little bit more in certain like eras and things do get a little bit more nostalgic. It does feel more like a throwback because of the sort of like a quality there, right? And I have no idea whether or not that is the case, but right, anytime we're listening to a record, I think your goal should be to not necessarily trick people, but to really make people think that you are a signed, you know, artist, right? What I mean by that is, like, you know, when you're signed, you know, they send you to the studio. They actually get you in the booth, and you know, like, you're a product essentially. So if the product were to come out bad and the mix not be there, that's on them. They have all the money in the world to basically make sure that they, you know, get everything nice and spiffy, and, you know, really dependent on whether you're doing a mixtape or an official album kind of situation, right? You always want to make sure you get the mixes, you know, right there. And I also think, like, the best engineers will help get any performance issues you know, handled properly, because sometimes we can go in, we just kind of do anything, maybe our timing's off, or something we said can be said a little bit better, right? You want to have access to those people who can push you to basically be the best or whatnot, because I challenge you guys, right, with certain things, right? You really want to know how well your record and what you do is, you know, can sort of sit. Take out the beat entirely and just like listen to the acapella, you know, itself, and see if it resonates, you know, the same, or you know, where or how people are potentially bobbing their head or not, right? Where do they hear the beat when it comes to you being the only thing that can sort of like show them where that goes, you know? But there definitely is some potential, you know, within that. Nice little combination or whatnot, a beat and a song, you know, both potentially produced by you, assumedly, right? You know, and again, you can let us know if one's like a throwback or not. All right, let's go ahead and get back in the line up. We should be back in the free line right now, and we should have Here's Johnny up in the cusp. Let's see what we got. You sent a wave.
Peace to Mr. Skip. Here's Johnny. Black Who's shit. Not mutual group. 3 a.m. cracker told me roll it up. Said the big leagues calling, don't hold them up. Gave Bunky my clothes and stuff. Load the bus, handcuffs cold as fuck. Right. Scoot all the way in till your shoulders touch. Don't open up, everyone on dope is sus. Better focus up, listen to your gut feeling, or get picked till your gut spilling. Most lifers did enough killing, the thugs feel it. Get extorted if you touch children, deep cuts kill them. Currency from weapons and drug dealing. Chainsaw slugs peeling, K2 and subs run buildings. Fuck feelings, the only way to survive. Fuck the Jack the 14th, day I arrived. Got it back without breaking my pride. Head stitched up later that night. Fighting's the only way you staying alive. 852034 was my digits, dog. Swam with reptiles like a lizard pond. Pay your debt or they'll rip your top. Spear make you disappear like a wizard wand. 852034 was my digits, dog. Swam with reptiles like a lizard pond. Pay your debt or they'll rip your top. Spear make you disappear like a wizard wand. Realized my bunkie was a rapist by day 2. Made pay playing spades in the day room. Break broom, stay tuned. Shit, you'll see him make you take 2. Fiend do anything for K2. Pick a trade that pays you. Stay true or become gang food. Raymond Brigg mixed with state food. Donate and you can throw in your plate too. All the real members bang woo.
face drool. Supposed to move how your race do. Type of experience to change you. Break or make you. Murder or rape won't phase you. Obtain truth that'll amaze you. Need my pay or razor blades. Fillet your face, fool. Fillet your face, fool. 852034 was my digits, dog. Swam with reptiles like a lizard pond. Pay your debt or they'll rip your top. Spear make you disappear like a wizard wand. 852034 was my digits, dog. Swam with reptiles like a lizard pond. Pay your debt or they'll rip your top. Spear make you disappear like a wizard wand.
There's a lot of time where freaking I can find a hydrant I'm pissing on. Freaking there's a lot of people who freaking like piss you off. I don't even know what is happening, man. I done ripped the cloth. It freaking happened, man. Freaking like where the rest of the freaking where the beat go, man. It's just the drums. Damn it. Why is that the only part where it changes? Listen. I'll start with production, right? When it comes to producers, right? I feel like there are times where we can get a little bit too stuck in like sort of like one area, right? We may just like loop a certain beat section and then just keep that going through the whole thing, and then the artist gets in there and freaking raps. But I feel like if we're able to change it up a little bit more at very specific key times, right? We inspire the artist to switch things up and do something a little bit different. We allow them to sort of even maybe have inspiration to add other people to the song and different things, you know, like that or whatnot, right? Like if it was me, I would have had more parts where this drum, right, where that drum section, you know, played for at least like 4 bars, maybe 8 bars, and certain other sections as well, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, sort of like came back with the other part, having other parts where maybe again you have that sample, that have that in there, but like no drums or something like that. Again, just figure out different sections where it does change up, because we do want it to feel like you are a part of the production the whole way, right? It is not enough. Like again, we're continuously talking about trying to make artists like really work, trying to make producers really work, because you guys want money. You want people to pay you for everything that you do, but the only way to freaking truly do that is to feel like you were really there. So we should hear things every 2 to 4 bars when it comes to the artist and or production, that sort of, you know, just shows that you're truly, you know, present within. If anything gets like too repetitive or too boring or something like that, you know, people get turned off, right? Now here's Johnny, is a very good artist, a very good lyricist. He gets in there with bars like pretty much every time. There's a few mixes here and there where I've, you know, felt like certain things, you know, need work, but he brings whatever beat that we hear really, you know, to life and sort of puts it on that sort of right even kill. And the only saving grace that sometimes I think, you know, will sort of like at least save you mentally from me, like when you don't have like a chorus or something like that on the beat, is the fact that I do remember that in certain mixtapes, you know, whether it was Funk Flex, K-Slay, whoever it was that was putting it out, there were certain artists who they didn't necessarily do a full song on those, right? But they did a little like, let me rap real quick to this beat, no chorus, just like, you know, just straight bars to just show you, you know, we got some. But when it comes to albums, like the real, like you don't often hear that too much, you know. You do hear the songs. I feel like there's a place and a time for, or time and a place for pretty much, you know, everything. You know, and ironically this one did feel, at least like if you go from the beginning to the end, it's like 2 minutes and 54 seconds, give or take. No, wait, hold on, let me correct that, because that's elapsed total 2 minutes and 57. So just under that 3 minutes, you know what I'm saying? I still appreciate that, because we get to hear more of you throughout. And then he said, you know, if you listen, I gave a true story, you know what I'm saying, about my experience in prison. Then, you know what I'm saying, it's a rough draft. We will see what happens. Send it off and stuff like that. Have you ever thought about also doing a
one of those sort of challenges / mixtapes where it's just a cappella for you to let producers go ham and see what they would add over what you do as well. You know what I mean? Do like an EP. Do an EP. Something like not too crazy. A few things here and there, and then like, you know, see what people would do. Do a little contest of some sort. And what do you say? You know what I'm saying? I agree. We share high pitched tone. You talking about that Action Bronson, right? You know what I'm saying? Him and Action would be dope on the track. And then yeah, 70 Grouch also said he reminded him of that, you know, tough track. Let me see. Private, we're saying Florida, you know what I'm saying? Quality is a little bit lacking, but the rhymes are nice. Big Tom had said. And then Private was wondering, I guess, I don't know if you were talking to Scow, if you were wondering if it was from Staten Island or what are you talking about? All right, we're gonna jump back in the lineup.
This song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
All right, Trino, we got you up. Good luck.
Trino, yeah.
This one's called My City. Like he said, Fan Lab cut the chorus off at the end or something.
My city is Tampa, that's what I stand for. It's a bralada, that's what I'm away for. Take over your shit like I'm a landlord. I'm in the beat, what you think I go hard for? Got the Dior on fire with a dancer. Come to the top, coming down like an 8th floor. I got the heater, no, I gotta make more. It's just you and me, yeah, I bust like a canker sword. My city is Tampa, that's what I stand for. It's a bralada, that's what I'm away for. Take over your shit like I'm a landlord. I'm in the beat, what you think I go hard for? Got the Dior on fire with a dancer. Come to the top, coming down like an 8th floor. I got the heater, no, I gotta make more. It's just you and me, yeah, I buzz like a canker. So get on my face, what you think it is space for? Talk to the sky while I'm talking to Lord. He gave me talent, that's why I go hard. Bitch, tell me something, what you know about a start. Left with the 100, I gotta go hard. I'm at the top, bitch, take me to Mars. To get me a house, to get me a car. That's what I get, cause sits with a bar. Nigga like Pinkett can't open the jar. You getting stopped for dope in your car. I'm at the top, what you know about a star. Yeah, it's looking bright, I don't wanna fight. Maybe we would, or maybe we might. I'm in the way with a sesame light. Killing the beat like forever tonight. I got the talent, I follow the sky. Trino, yeah.
Blast. Where did you go now? There's a lot of things in time where I don't really want to go slow down. The people are telling me things they don't even know about your hold on you.
I'm at this game.
You really don't know how to rip it. The people don't know how to listen. Lazy was good. Thank you for the follow.
My city is Tampa, that's what I stand for. It's a bralada, that's what I'm away for. Take over your shit like I'm a landlord. I'm in the beat, what you think I go hard for? Got the Dior on fire with a dancer. Come to the top, coming down like you need that melodic chorus. I got the heater, I gotta make more. It's just you and me, yeah, I bust like a canker sword. My city is Tampa, that's what I stand for. It's a bralada, that's what I'm away for. Take over your shit like I'm a landlord. I'm in the beat, what you think I go hard for? Got the Dior on fire with a dancer. Come to the top, coming down like an 8th floor. I got the heater, no, I gotta make more. It's just you and me, yeah, I bust like a canker sword. I rock for my city, I'm back in my business. We in this city, BB so right with me. I got the 5, tell me what I'm missing. Just like a sexy ass bitch that was stripping. I got the 5, you better listen. I got some love for you, it's different. I got a top for you, I'm spitting. I got a knit late at night, let's get it. We gotta go, let it hit like a rocket. I got a dream in the day that I'm stopping. I rap for you cause I feel that you tops it. I got no money, but stay with a wallet. Funny as hell, I got a shit popping. I'ma replay every song, I come harder. Got the promotion, fuck me a market. Yeah.
That's all the biggest time you don't wanna become a target. That's all the time when the biggest don't even know what to do, but you know what, man, a dog sits down when you like, hey dog, you really wanna treat and shit.
Trino.
And people like their freaking song, but they don't like the beat and shit. What is even happening? A Halloween, was a little kid, I trick or treated. Then I freaking would get all the candy and would eat this shit.
I'm at this game. Trino.
No, I did, but
my city is Tampa, that's what I stand for. It's a bralada, that's what I'm away for. Take over your shit like I'm a landlord. I'm in the beat, what you think I go hard for? Got the Dior on fire with a dance.
what y'all think about this talking shit, man. A lot of times I wanna tell y'all how y'all like get along with Chris when I be like doing a show. Matter of fact, freaking people be doing shit fast. I'm doing shit slow. Alright, let me go and hit the clap button. That was Trino with My City. Better, sir. Trino. I appreciate this because, you know, and again, even if for some of you guys it still may not be, I mean, that was alright. Like, what? No, like I've heard this artist on many occasions, and the energy was drastically lower almost every time. It literally almost would feel like they had to sneak to record every record they did at night when everybody was asleep, and so they had to be quiet, and they were like in the room with the people who were sleeping, and so they really couldn't really, you know, just amplify, you know, the energy, the vocals. There was like a lack of confidence and stuff like that, and almost, you know, everything, and that really hurt a lot of those records. And so I always said, like, look, re-record them, you know, make sure you have more personality, more energy, anything that you do have, so where we can feel like, you know, you're kind of a real artist within that genre. And this one does feel a little bit better, man. You're at least closer to the right path with it. You know, just again, continue to come out more and more out of your shell, to really just show people that you can be a force to be reckoned with. You know what I'm saying? When you do the right things. Yes, there are sections in here where just like, okay, the beat's just playing by itself for a bit, and like we expect that to be a section where you put the chorus, but apparently the chorus seems like it comes in after that, which, you know, again, what do you do in those sort of sections that nothing is happening? There should be at least like a pre-chorus there or something like that. I felt like if you were to add a melodic artist, right? Again, yes, the auto-tune centric, you know, still has a good, you know, high octave, you know, kind of energy style. Add something with someone like that to like the pre-chorus or something like that, and then you can come back in with your half. Maybe they can go on top of yours, no diddy, and sort of, you know, freshen it up, you know, from that or whatnot. It really depends on what you want to do, though. But I love to see you guys grow. You have no idea. I've heard artists who, like, you know, 90% of records, you know, were never mixed until they were, and then we get to celebrate in the fact that, man, I wanted to hear you at least one time in that like professional, you know, kind of state, which every one of you should still want to get to, right? And we like, there's that point where we're making music and we're very independent and we sound independent. We sound like we're trying to be an artist. But the moment you grow the confidence, you have the right cadences, you choose the right beats, when it feels like you're actually trying to say something with every record that you do, and it's not just a song to pass the time or just simply be in the background, you know, you start to, you know, get people, you know, looking and talking, you know, about you or whatnot. But you have to have that and consistency. It will happen for every single artist. If there's somebody in the building right now who someone has told you to stop rapping completely, stop making music, trust me, be consistent. Try to just allow yourself to get better and try new things. This is why I love doing albums, because with every album you can change things up and try something new until you find that true, like, best version of yourself. You never know what beats are going to get you there, what way of even coming up with your song, right? Because we have those who freestyle, we have those who write, memorize their shit, put it down. We have those who will punch in and put it down, you know what I'm saying? And that way we have those who, you know, write without a beat, find a beat for it to go to, you know, and or get other producers to produce around it. Whatever case, right? Try all of those freaking things, see what sort of like works best, what sounds best, and eventually just make sure that you're professional with all of that, right? We want everything to sound good and, you know, to judge you on all fronts, right? Appreciate that, Leezy, man. Appreciate that. You said work on the craft, man. That's what I'm saying. Work on the craft. And like, again, we'll get into full conversations about like AI on the show and why a lot of us don't always necessarily support it just yet, right? Because a lot of us are like real artists and produce, like we took the time. We didn't have help to figure shit out. We figured it out. We went and like, okay, what are all the beat programs that I have, an option? All right, there's the physical, there's like a Triton and MIDI controllers that you can, utilize, right? Like right behind me, I got the Oxygen. And there's that. The Tritons was already have the sounds on them. There's, Fruity Loops, Logic, BandLab, all the different things that you could utilize to try to, make beats and use as a vessel. But when it comes to AI, like, it does too much of the work, right? And you should never want too much of the help. If somebody basically wrote a song for you entirely, right, and said, I want you to basically do this, every vocal, every part in here where this goes, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna always feel as dope because you had absolutely no part in that, right? So when anybody says, oh man, I really love, this or this, right? Like, the only people who can feel good is like the singers, really, right? Because they are used to, like, listen, I'll be that vessel for your song or whatnot. You can write something heartfelt or whatnot. I don't necessarily have to be going through the thing personally, but it's my job to make sure that it feels like it is, personal and will touch the people out there. However, when it comes to rap, it's a whole freaking different thing. We want you to be able to figure things out yourself, because a lot of artists claim to be the best, right? The best lyricist, the best writer, the best MC, the best this and that. And you can't claim to be the best if you need help with this extra little thing here and there. You have to be able to come up with those, those ideas yourself and, and pull through, essentially, man. Like M for years has basically, tried to sit down and continuously do that. Like, I need to make sure that I'm saying, the best shit in the best ways. And, and needless to say, there are still people who won't give them that love. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Anyways, back into the free line right now. You know what I'm saying? So I just got the number one, you know what I'm saying? Give the badge. Appreciate that, man. Lil Doja was speaking up. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate y'all for the likes. Just as a heads up, we are live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. So do be patient if you're in the free line. Send your music to my email if you haven't already. That's thatdorkyreviewshow@gmail.com. It's first come, first serve, and you should get a confirmation email if you send to the right.
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
All right. All genres are accepted. All genres are accepted. Mr. Fresh, I got you. I see that skip. I see that skip. I see that skip. I see that skip. It's a Bean remix. Is that a known record though?
I get paid ho, like a magic Johnson. Put a cash ho, this shit hit my country. And I like a nasty ho, my bitch we always hunt you. You body, I get the dragon ho, but we don't need no dungeon. Yeah, but I got fish skills, just she got pigtails, I love it. About that bitch, she near money. Heard that bitch, yeah, he coming. We got sticks, hella punches, and my wrist real flutter. I'm do kissing till honey. That's how niggas feel London. I don't fit well, I promise. You with that bitch, I tell you son. I hear that bitch, you crying like
just keep going.
She snitch, you run out of money. Yeah, walk up on me, I don't know you. I hear you like one of them niggas on post. I'm about to turn this bitch up, I'm up outside with that Glock and no host. I'm about to burn this bitch up, they give me one call out this hoe and it's over. Bitch, you won't never get up, your mind is too foolish, you need to get older. I ain't got no time to be fucking with niggas that dig with here, get out of clothes. Tryna show sign that you tough, me with bullets tough for my nigga, I told you. A lot of them tryna be tough, but they cut out that tough when it's me standing over. I spend my type of cup of tea, I be done cut me a bitch, I'm not holding them. You shining this keep this accounting, damn it, they give me pneumonia. My Johnny, need a Masonic. You wanted that crown of Kanani. For the whole after we fuck, I'm gone. Some way gotta be wrong with them. She out of my phone with her. Keep telling these niggas stop holding nuts. I ain't never caught no rolling, but now I'm in the nigga don't hold honey. Tryna record, I with all these demons, cause everybody fake, so I'm good on the line.
Migos style.
And if I die, you see a pussy nigga at the wake, then put him aside. Don't have him lying to your fucking face like that, was just get on my side. Shoot, put him outside. Move, he got a ride, like a magic Johnson. Put your cash, ho, this shit hit my country. And I like a nasty hoe, my bitch, we always hunt. You brother, I get the dragon, ho, but we don't need no dungeon. Yeah, bunch of hoes, like a magic Johnson. Put your cash, ho, this shit hit my country. And I like a nasty hoe,
how y'all feel about this one, 1 to 10?
You brother, I get the dragon, ho, but we don't need no dungeon. Yeah, bunch.
Man, I'm freaking tripping and speaking like people won't pop up because they chicken shit, man. You know what? You could like find something that you like, drop on that chicken float, and your dog freaking be licking it. And all right, 1 to 10, and y'all feedback is welcome on that right there. There will be people who put this directly in that sort of like, you know, I think half like Migos, and like you'll probably have another, you know, artist that you'll throw on top of that, right? It's definitely a banger when it comes to the beat. I feel like, you know, your flow was on point in terms of certain sections, you know, within there. You know, there are certain pieces of dialect that we can't always hear and understand, right? That's usually what puts certain things into a slight mumble rap category. And I just will simply let you guys know, if you don't ever want to be categorized as that, make sure every word that you are saying is clear, right? Because sometimes you could fall into the like, let me purposely like slur the words in this section, you know, just to make it sound a certain way. But you forget, if we don't know what you're saying the first time, you know, like what you're saying won't resonate. Again, we'll hear a certain flow, but like the best ways that I've seen it utilized is like they'll say it right the first time, right? And then they'll repeat the line and then start like, you know, kind of mumbling it after the fact or whatnot. But at least we know what they were saying that first time. Like that's how I feel like it should be done if we're ever gonna hear that. But this one, you know, did feel like, you know, it could be, you know, some banger material. Does need a little bit of a better, you know, mix within there. And, you know, do the structure as best as possible. Whatnot. I appreciate that. Even with this record, though, you got into 3 minutes of song. 3 minutes of song, bro. Again, there are a lot of artists who will rush the hell out of a song. I feel like the only time you ever need to do that is if you're boring, too repetitive, and if you're not saying anything on the song. And how do you know when or if you're not saying anything on a song? It's easy. Literally, if someone were to ask you what the song was about in an interview, if basically your answer is less than 15 seconds, then you know like you ain't really saying nothing and shit like that. And you're most likely going on a record saying everything, you know what I'm saying, at random. But you should always have a goal, have a theme, you know. Yes, sometimes people do favor mindless, you know, music. They just want to turn up for a second. They don't want, like when you're in the club, you're not always listening to the freaking words in that same way, unless it's words giving you the instruction on how to dance or something like that, right? But we need music for everybody, right? We need music that will, you know, hit people in a certain way where they relate to the song, certain things that they can put on and immediately feel like you're the best, you know, rapper, performer, whatever it is. And then we'll know when those certain songs come up. Like it I guess depends on, you know, what style that you guys take. But he said, I like the way you put that, you know what I'm saying, good advice, you know what I'm saying, Dorky, why? He said, Dorky, you've been to the club and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's not necessarily, like, I don't like dancing and shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been I was the wallflower unless a song comes on that I like, then I'm like, shit, you know what I'm saying? Then I'll get up there. But I'm not a like, let me create dances or do the popular shit. I'm not that. I'm a rapper, right? And so I would rather come up with the song that would make people do that. But even then, I would prefer, when it comes to like club songs and stuff like that, I prefer that artists make a song that just happens to have a tempo and a beat that still makes people want to dance, right? So that way they can really rap, they can do their thing, they can have fun on the record and not necessarily feel like they need to give a twerk instruction, you know, kind of song, you know. And because when you do that, you know, you still lose a certain amount of the audience who are like, I don't really care about that. I want to hear artists really get in there and rap or whatnot. Big Tom said good advice too, you know what I'm saying? Or what else? Yeah, you said, hey, mumble rap is making mumble multi-millions. You know, freaking, you know, no disrespect, you know what I'm saying? The vibe, you know what I'm saying? Respect the money and stuff like that. Listen, I do not want to, I can't subconsciously or consciously support anything that doesn't actually like bring something back to your mind, your thought process or whatnot. Just think about how you feel when you listen to a J. Cole, when you listen to a great, you know, Busta Rhymes, perhaps an Eminem, a Redman, a Ludacris, like whoever it might be. There are songs where artists have fun, they do their freaking thing, but when you get to hear what a true artist can put together, real storytelling, and when the words matter, right? Because something hits different when you can basically be an artist that puts the mic out to the crowd and the entire audience is basically singing everything, right? But when you don't have words that resonate in that way, it's just a vibe. It's something that comes on in the background, you hear it, you start nodding your head for a second, and then you start talking to your homie again, right? I don't want to be that artist. I literally have always thought about that, like, and I watch people when certain songs come on, and what are the ones that they continue to have their full conversation, you know what I'm saying, with whoever's in the car with them or at the event, you know, and then which ones they go, yo, what's that? And they actually go up to the DJ and like ask them what song it is so they can go and, you know, download it for themselves, or they'll just pull out their phone and Shazam it. Whatever the case, you want to be an artist where the words, how you're rapping, and the beat that you selected, all of those things match up. That's the only way that we can truly compete with the artists that we've loved, you know, for years and get on. Again, nobody in the mumble rap categories are on Mount Rushmore conversations. They're often on the worst rapper list. Go look at all the worst rap. Go look at those lists right now and look at all the artists on there. There's a lot of the artists, you know, will be making money too, but when it comes to the real conversation of like what is their true impact of like what they've said, what they've brought to the table when it comes to lyrics and substance, all that goes out the freaking door. And then you realize, well, they're gonna be gone in like, you know, and this time next year you're gonna forget all about that artist because they didn't matter in that way. I've still been waiting this whole time for like Soulja Boy to really step his game up when it's come to, you know, the actual records that he would do. There's not one song that I've heard that I've been like, all right, now that one, like even when he was on songs with Nicki or Kanye or anyone who he knew was better than him, he didn't even step up his game on that. Even when he had a chance to step his game up better than an artist who was on the song with him, Lil B, because I've never liked Lil B either. I always felt like, man, you freestyle everything, and that's what makes it kind of sound a little bit disjointed. It really depends on what type of beats that he raps on freaking to as well. But when they made a song together, it was just like, bro, like you gotta step it up. You know what I'm saying? You're competing in a lot of different industries, right? And in most cases, the things that people will still resonate, it's not like people resonate with the words of their songs, right? It's the vibe that they're giving off of, and you know, I feel like they should take advantage of that. If I literally have the world in my hands at the moment, people are paying attention, use that time to really make a full impact. At one point, just seeing Soulja Boy go on like a tour to try to basically you know, try to get accolades for being the inspiration for a lot of the new generation artists. I think that was like the saddest thing or whatnot. Like, why would you want to claim? Because like we're talking about mumble rap, we're talking about, you know, artists with content that didn't necessarily, you know, matter. Why would you want to claim I'm the yeah, y'all better give me my props because I was the reason why that happened. Like, you are the decline of music technically, right? Anyways, y'all know what it is, man. We in here. What'd you say? You said not little Tyler, you know what I'm saying, replied to me or whatnot. What did he do? Like a diss song or something like that? Sees the world, you know what I'm saying, go liked my story. That's what's up. Support and respect is different. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And he said, I can't accept mumble rap, just me and stuff. Again, I don't want to get into a full conversation because we can be on this for hours. Just really try to be the best. Like that's where everything started going downhill, when artists stopped trying to be the best everything. Like, I don't have to think of the best song, I'm gonna just do a dance with it. I don't have to think of the best bars, I'm gonna just make a catchy chorus. I don't have to think of the best. Like, no, how else are you gonna be a part of the full conversation, right? You can't just take one side of the coin and not really try to go for the rest of the pot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, by all means, do you, right? As of right now, Pitbull and Flow Rider, I'll usually have a conversation about, because they are probably the two artists who for the past maybe 15 years or so were dominating like the club charts, the radio, in terms of those dance club centric kind of records. But we never have conversations about them when it comes to, you know, the best lyricists, the best albums, the best, you know, this and that, right? They chose to be the party centric, you know, artists or whatnot. But if they were to do something like, yeah, make an album with Alchemist or Griselda or, you know, something like that, just like see what you would do in that other lane, just to show people that you can maybe really rap. It brings it to a different like conversation. I think you guys only ever really have to show people like once, really.
The game is like a reverse blow bang, you all suck. Semi-automatic darts bust, you all duck. Niggas see me step in the battle, be like, oh fuck. Like an adolescent with a Playboy, you all stuck. Brahma Bull bars, I can't be lassoed. I'm in the hood like bacon grease in a can of Crisco.
Sam the Grouch, Mad Dog McGraw.
But I'm waiting to rob your ass on the Reading Railroad, nigga. The Michigan Mangler, microphone strangler. Big nuts can't fit them in an airport hangar. Fuck Gucci and Louis. I'll shop at Tanger. Head on the first date, called out a perfect stranger. Luke Cage in the booth, bars bulletproof.
I got you, Mr. Fresh.
In the trunk, Rick Roof. It's crunch time, so either let it go or let it loose. Kill MCs 2 at a time. Bitch, I got the juice. Screws loose, yeah. Marbles missing.
We got a skip coming up next.
I'm not the one for dissing. Screws loose, yeah. Marbles missing. Point blank.
Hey,
I don't have it all.
There's a remix.
Come on, marbles missing. Come on, trusting intuition. I'm not the one for dissing. Yeah, screws loose. Come on, marbles missing.
I'ma show you.
I don't have it all. Lyrical calisthenics. I leave the booth drenched. White rappers roadside, hog tied in a ditch. Like E40 at a baseball game, I don't flinch. Championship pedigree, I rise when shit gets tense. Admitted alcoholic, I stay plastered. If I beef with a YN, I holler at his mama after. When I smash her, record it and give play-by-play like a sportscaster. I'm a dirty, rotten bastard. I love BBW, skinny chicks ain't my style, so I'm parking lot pimping at your local Golden Corral. Flows durable like ceramic tile. I'm the bane of your existence, so it's death or exile. The hip-hop villain here for the long haul. Y'all low-hanging fruit like old tits with no brawl. Pulled pork with the coleslaw and steak fries. If you thinking that I can't rap, you motherfucking lie, nigga. Screws loose, yeah. Marbles missing. Come on. Trusting intuition. I'm not the one for this. Screws loose.
I gotta see which one y'all like better.
Missing. Point blank. I don't have it all. Screws loose. Come on. Marbles missing. Come on. Trusting intuition. I'm not the one for this. Yeah. Screws loose. Come on. Marbles missing. Point blank. I don't have it all. Yeah.
Your marbles missing. Matter of fact, you know what? Like every payment, I got some chicken. This is why I'm freaking. I'm finna 80.
Grippy old man breathe. There will be blood, bitch. will be blood, bitch.
There will be. I don't give a fucking shit. Matter of fact, I just wanna know who in the chat like fucks with this. Matter of fact, I'm in luck in this and speaking cool. I don't like when it was speaking happening. Remember in Final Destination when G got ran over by a bus and shit. Damn, wait, too many damn syllables. I'm trying to get into it. Real quick. I'm gonna review it. And I'm gonna let y'all hear a snippet of the original version, right? Because like y'all don't know the stuff I be having it, y'all. I be like, I be knowing shit. I be litting it. And look, he got in there, did his thing or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If you're hearing this song for the first time, like I always love, you know, his style. He's got a good voice that's very distinct. You can tell, you know what I'm saying? It's him, very hip hop centric. He gets in there, the words that he says, you know what I'm saying, always dope. You know, something you know, often funny as well, you know what I'm saying, that is comedic. You got in there with a 3 minute and 20 seconds on this one. Ironically though, when you go to the first version, it's somehow 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
But here's the kicker, I'm a dirty dog. Wifey has to follow me with a Swiffer. Cream of the crop, hip hop, you just a can of corn. I humiliate haters like ghetto gaggers porn. If every kiss begins with K every night, but I end with a BJ.
So
Armstrong, broker bulls, stay sipping jet fuel. Label to take the fine smut slinger from the sentence.
part one.
I find she is irrelevant if she doesn't swallow the spooge. I'm two-stepping with a chick that
Now
will
I'm
bring
thinking
shame to
now I'm
Corinne
thinking about it.
Steffens.
Hold on.
And she begging me to stuff her with my Bob Evans. Me and two farmer sluts, a Jack Daniels gallon, seeing who can make the best sound effects. Wild gagging, yeah. Your bitch is cute, sure. Her ass is fat, but her mama deep throats and makes biscuits from scratch. So you go ahead and pay for them expensive takeouts. I be getting home cooked meals, waiting for her to take her teeth out. Nigga, I'm next. Screws loose. Marbles missing. Trust your intuition. I'm not the one for this. Screws loose. Marbles missing. Put it plain and simple. I don't have it all. Screws loose. Marbles missing. Trust your intuition.
See,
I'm
I
not
don't
the one
know,
for this.
man.
Screws loose. Marbles missing. Put. I don't have it all. I just find it all. I just find it all.
Okay. So I think now what I'm realizing is, like, you know, you most likely made like a part 1, a part 2, you know, and a part 3. I don't think I've heard part 2, but I obviously have part 1. And then, you know what I'm saying, your part 3 is, you know, a little bit, you know, different. I'll say like the beat fits the first one, you know, to a T, right? Where, you know, when you think
lassoed, I'm in the hood like bacon grease in a can of Crisco.
Like when you think about this one, again, while I like the beat and I like you to it, I don't think it like with the chorus and sort of the overall concept, it doesn't hit in that same way where, like, you know, the beat has its screws loose a little bit, you know, too. You know, but I do like the fact that you are willing to make a part 2 and 3 or any amount of, you know, parts to your record. I like when most artists, you know, do that, because you know, if you become a fan and you end up hearing the other versions, right, it's a continuation of something that you potentially, you know, liked or whatnot. I have a part 2 and 3 of one of my songs, you know, The Rain. The first 2 are story based, while the third one is just me, you know, just straight, you know, rapping and trying to turn the song on its head into just like a regular song, but still sampling the, you know, the sample from, you know, the game, like I did in the first one. And so, you know, do I plan on doing a 4th, The Rain? Yes, I do. And I do want to continue the story from where the second one left off. The problem is, right, parts 1 and 2, I basically told the story and the continuation of the actual game, Rain, that was on, you know, PS3. Like, I played it, loved it, heard the soundtrack, loved it, sampled it, made a beat out of it, then made, you know, took two different soundtracks from the game and made, you know, a song and a sequel essentially to it, right? But I ended the second song where the game pretty much ended, right? And so the third one, that's why it just became like a regular song. But I always had a plan to, like, okay, so if I were to make up what would happen after the game, you know, what would that have been? So I have to really get into my bag, you know, with that. I'm curious on what I will do. I'll keep you guys freaking updated. This ain't about me, though. This is about.
You might collect 200 when you pass go, but I'm waiting to rob your ass on the Reading Railroad.
I agree with that Busta Rhymes, vibes and stuff like that. Mr. Fresh said, some Busta Rhymes, some vibes. For sure, we had Big Tom with the fire emojis. Nice track from Private Press. And what else? The beat is sounded, yep, like, oh, Busta. Listen, man. Like, 100%. I don't think I've heard Busta rap that way in a bit. So, being able to capitalize off that. There was another artist that I used to say you reminded me of as well. I don't know if it was like in between like Busta and like the Mad Rapper maybe. Let me see what's up. Right, boy, what is up? Hold on. Let's put this 2-song skip in. Mr. Fresh with the vibe.
Can you please just go? We all need pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza.
I make weird music.
You see me on the playground, just I'm a dork, but I stay grounded.
Appreciate y'all.
They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay grounded.
All right, first of two, we got Quickly by Mr. Fresh, aka Clinton Tops. We had 60 so far. $40 more to get to that giveaway.
Would you like to be with me? Hit me quickly, baby. Would you like to be? Would you like to be with me? Hit me.
Is that the highest tone I've heard you on?
Quickly, baby. My number, baby. Hit me on the under, baby. Am I the best? Yes, you don't have to wonder, baby. Your Tamara, I got stamina. Press play on the camera. I'm about to jam you up, like traffic. You feel fantastic. I took off the plastic. Now it's like magic. So special. Like I'm about to bless you. Baby, let's go. You like Mr. Fresh Flow? Would you like to be? Would you like to be with me? Hit me quickly, baby. Would you like to be? Would you like to be with me? Hit me quickly, baby.
I would like to be freaking a lot of things that I would freaking see, that I would like to eat. A lot of things that I don't even know what's happening. I'm really tired. I would like to sleep. And a lot of things that I would buy and rent, but I don't even think I would like to keep. Let me go ahead and open the door because I don't even know if I like to keep. Not bad. I would like to be with me. Big freaking salute to this right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Classic Mr. Fresh vibe, which if you've heard him, you know, right? He comes through with, very sort of quick anecdotal, sort of songs. They get in, they get out. They show you a taste of what, the song, can be like. There are times where I don't necessarily feel like it's completely done yet, right? Because I am always going to be used to potentially like a 2 to 3 verse, song structure, with a potential, for like a feature or something like that. But right, they do give you enough of a taste to know what you're getting into. And what I always say is like, look, I really all I want you to do is like put in the descriptions anywhere, anytime you upload a song, just like ask people, right? Tell them, if you like this song and you want me to extend it and make it longer, to put a very specific like hashtag or something like that in the comments, right? Just see what the people think, right? Because I'll definitely be one of those people. I'll be one of those people who like, anytime I hear something that I like, that I want to be longer, whatever that sort of hashtag is or word that you need to let that be known, I'm putting that in, and I'm, you know, trying to help, you know, promote that so I can show you that it's something that is worth it, right? Because with more time, you spend more time with the people. We're lucky enough that you'll come and you'll send, you know, the like 2 song back to backs, maybe 3, sometimes the takeover scripts and stuff like that. But in other cases, people are only going to hear 1 song from you guys, and coming on, going out. I think about the radio aspect of it going right to commercial, and, you know, like you know, not really having enough time to really fill out these songs. Melodies, you know, vocals, everything was cool, was chill, nothing too crazy. You also went in there a little bit higher. Again, I like to see you try those kind of things, right? The higher octaves, and, you know, for it to not ever feel like it's straining, you know, your vocals and stuff like that. If you stay in the lower side, some people will potentially get a little bit more bored, or so they do like to see your range, if anything. You know, we'll see what he does futuristically when it comes to like harmonization and stuff. I don't know if he's comfortable just yet in trying that, but like, I'm still curious myself on what that would feel like. Now, if anybody needs to know what harmonization is, right? It ain't nothing but a chicken wing and stuff like that. That's what's up. You sing a song. This was good. Harmonization is basically when you go in there and essentially you sing or rap in the same layers, right? Well, I mean, a good amount of layers. It could be like 3, it could be, you know, 4, 8, whatever the case. But in some of those layers, it's different tones, right? So in the case of the last song that we had, right? Like to be, yeah, like to be. So yeah, it's like to be, right? So there could be another tone if he does like 3 more layers in there, and then he does it in like a tone. Like to be, right? That's a tone in its own. Like to be, like to be, like to be, right? Like all of those are different octaves that could be in there. Or like to be, right? Like as that goes on, hold on, let me see what's up.
Would you like to be, yeah, like to be, would you like to be with me?
With me. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know, man. Anyways, big freaking salute. Let me go ahead and see what the second record that we do have is.
From the moment you wake up, you're a
douchebag.
Mommy. All right, this is Superstar. Out of the 2 songs, which one would you rather? I mean, we could do that too. Out of the 2 songs, which one would you rather have him extend? Oh, this one almost sounds like the last one. This one could have went right after the last one. I mean, it is going right after the last. You know what I mean?
Keep no fear, we will prove you are. Keep my superstar, superstar. Keep no fear, we will prove you are. Keep my superstar, superstar. Yeah, I'ma sleep you, my secret. I'ma keep you. You know I need you. Come through and you'll see through, yeah. Don't be shy. I'm the one, not 5. No shack, no drive. I'm up inside. That's right, yeah. That's life, yeah. Feels so good. You could be my wife, yeah. No cap, yeah. It's like that, yeah.
Fix that.
To me, we could be the right match, yeah. Keep no fear, we will prove you are. Keep my superstar, superstar. Keep no fear, we will prove you are. Keep my superstar, superstar.
You know very well who you are. There's a lot of time where I just wanna go and spit a ball. Freaking people know that if they wanna get a freaking villain from a movie, you could probably get Jafar, but that fool is stuck in a whatever. Like, what am I gonna go over the whole situation? A little bit of a cheat code. You know very well who you are.
Yeah, cheat code because, you know, utilizing a known sort of like set of lyrics or words, you know what I'm saying? I always do like callbacks though as well. Anytime you're able to pay homage to something while also making it on a different beat, right? I feel like it's the best course of action in terms of like a remix, especially. Some artists will take the same exact instrumental and they'll just like kind of do a cover, you know. And I always feel like you should have that middle ground of like making something your own while also, you know, paying homage in the right ways and doing it like different. Like you did almost, not exactly, but almost the equivalent of what Stephanie Virginia Boyd did with 90s Again. You know, with her song, she paid homage to like Aaliyah, TLC, and like one other sort of like singer in terms of like what the callbacks that she did. And, you know, it made that song amazing. Maybe want an entire album out of that. Now, again, as I said, these beats are very similar in tone, right? To where like legit, you could swap the vocals for either one and they'd still probably feel like they were, you know, at home. Again, if you just now tapped in and you're wondering what I'm talking about, again, the first one.
But you like to be with me, hit me quickly, baby.
I would like to be with me, and you like to be with me. You know what I'm saying? You could put both of them. Like to be with me. All right, let me try that one. That one over here now.
Would you like to be?
You know very well
like to be
who you are. You know what I mean? Like, what should he do? What should he do? Right? Should he keep them both separate? Should he lump them both together? Right? Because there's another option freaking here or whatnot. What if you lump one to the end of the other? Right? You know what I'm saying? Sort of, again, continuing in the fold or whatnot, having it lead right into that. Giving you an extra, you know, chorus, verse, you know, but while still kind of feeling like it's a part of the same, you know, song or whatnot. It's that cohesive, you know, and I'm curious on if that was done on purpose or if you were, you know, trying to see which one that you should use a little bit better or whatnot. So I'm just vibing nothing extra. And so I'll leave that to y'all. And then what'd you say? And then you said, can we hear the recreated, you know what I'm saying, Carol as one sample or a comparison between BandLab and versus Logic? If your submission is in the free line, when it comes out, we will pretty much play it, and or sending a skip will get it played pretty much immediately, as you guys freaking know. We should be back in the free line in a moment. We'll let you guys know in just a second or whatnot. But in terms of that BandLab versus Logic comparison, man, like, listen, BandLab is essentially so Logic I would say is a little bit better, right? Because, you know, when I was utilizing Logic, like one of my favorite things was just the sounds that it has, you know, in it, right? When it comes to stock sounds, like Fruity Loops notoriously hadn't had the best, so you always had to import new sounds and plugins and everything into it to really get the best, you know, out of it or whatnot, because it's basic ones with no effects or anything just kind of sound, you know, kind of trashy or whatnot. But I was impressed with Logic with everything, the loops that it would have, the sound that you could, you know, get in there and create. Then when working with a MIDI controller, just like everything felt a little bit easier to me. Yes, you do have to kind of learn it though, right? Like with me, I was at least lucky enough to take classes where Logic was what they were working with. And, you know, so we learned a lot of the ins and outs while we're sort of like trying to figure out the program. I don't know how I would have taken it or viewed it coming at it from scratch, not knowing anything, not reading any, you know, sort of like books and manuals and learning it in that way. But I can say that, you know, it's a professional platform that I will recommend. When it comes to BandLab, I think it's easier for those that absolutely know, you know, nothing, who just want to be able to get in there, pick up, you know what I'm saying, to like record something and like mess around with a lot of the different effects and stuff or whatnot. But overall, when it comes to any DAW that you're using, you can get a lot of the sounds that you want out of different things, especially because you can import like plugins from other things most of the time. You know, just use what is most comfortable with you, that you can do the work the fastest with the best quality. I'll still recommend that artists get a professional mic eventually. That doesn't mean you need a $500 mic, a $1,000 mic, a $5,000 mic. Yeah, you don't need to break your bank when it comes to the mics, but if you do need to know what the best quality sounds like when it comes to the more, you know, affordable ones, right? Like the ones that I have costed somewhere near like 250, maybe 300 when they first came out. Now you can find them for like 80, 90. The Samsung G-Track and the Samsung G-Track Pro. And those are, you know, really good, just even as USB mics or whatnot. Some people may prefer the XLR mics where, you know, you have to plug it into the inbox or mobile pre or whatever, and then plug that into your computer. But like the ones that I've tried, I didn't like how it was monitoring sound. It was introducing static and things like that to the mix and stuff, and you know, I just had a bad experience with that. So when you come across something that does do you right, you know, stick with that and make it in there. Can you review a music video I made? Yes, you can send videos to the show. Send it to my email. That's thatdorkyreviewshow@gmail.com. Get yourself in there and we will get yourself in there.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, only you've been warned. My brain is so
yeah, Mr. Fresh. Again, I truly do suggest that you somehow combine the songs, right? And the reason why I say, like, I'm not just gonna say move one verse over to the other, you know, like again, move one verse over to the other song, is because you have some different, you know, a few different elements on both beats, right? So it would be dope if as one song progressed, and then again it just naturally weaves into the other one at the right time. You know what I mean? If you know where things should go, then you'll know exactly when to bring it, you know, up or whatnot. Like normally when you would bring the chorus, you know, back in for, you know, the first one, it's like bring the chorus from the second one in and the beat and sort of, you know, make sure that it still, you know, is on beat and rivals that or whatnot. All right, we should be back in the free line right now. If anybody does send a skip, let me know so we can get right to it or whatnot. We're a few skips away from being able to do that first tier giveaway and stuff like that. So y'all know what it is, man. Hopefully we do get there tonight and we'll be able to give you guys some free skips for the road and all that good stuff. Let's see what we got in the free line. Addicted, Tyrese or Ty Corazon. Ty Corazon.
Excuse me, mister, do you like getting chocolate?
It's cool, but
there's a lot of vegan time when I wanna chill. Everybody don't know if they're gonna get a deal, yeah.
I think I'm addicted to your love. You're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted. Moves, you move too soon, so please don't start too fast. You know I'll be distant. Man on the road on a mission. I cannot take in the missions. Left me broken and diminished. You ain't noticed how you did it. Threw me down into a ditch. Then you caught up on my switches. Back then you could've just flicked me off, but you wanted to piss me off. Now we doing this Chris and
and cross. Took all my shots, but I missed the mark. I don't know if it's me or you, but I feel like I need the truth, and the truth hurts. But I gotta go see it through, it's me or you. Now we going through changes, it's dangerous. Now you going out with some strangers. Smoking gas got me seeing angels. Why you coming at me with this anger? Weight is on me like a fucking anchor. Weight is on me like a fucking anchor. Say, I think I'm addicted to your love. But you're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted by your moves. You move too soon, so please don't start too fast. Say, I think I'm addicted to your love. But you're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted by your moves. You move too soon, so please don't start too fast.
I said, I feel so addicted. I feel like you tripping. How you moving like this when them diamonds on you glisten? You know I've been risking. God knows that you wicked. You wicked. You better come with some essence. I'm well connected. I get the money, you know that you niggas is dummy. I rep you into a mummy. You know my niggas finesse it. I so tired, he could go get the Bentley. For the money, no my niggas ain't friendly. For the money, no my niggas ain't friendly. For the money, no my niggas ain't friendly.
Say, I think I'm addicted to your love. But you're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted by moves. You move too soon, so please don't start too fast. Say, I think I'm addicted to your love. But you're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted by moves. You move too soon, so please don't start too fast.
Just a little time when I'm whipping it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but you think you got a big dope tongue, and you know that you be listening to this shit and when you think, and then. All right, not bad, not bad, not bad. Now we had a melodic record, right? Auto-tune artist-centric kind of situation. For those who don't know, when it comes to melodic records at all, right? The ones I tend to favor a little bit more are the ones where you are able to go in there and do like the higher tones and octaves, only because, right? You know, like if you kind of study music a little bit and really like how different elements will make you feel as a listener, right? If you look and you pay attention, the higher octaves, you know, bring more energy into the record itself or whatnot. It takes a little bit more effort for the artist to, you know, you know what I mean? Again, because as you can see, like when sometimes if you're trying it, if you don't have natural sort of, you know, octaves that can just go there, you're gonna be a little pitchy. You're gonna have, you know, a little bit of a straining trying to, you know, get there or whatnot. So I often have to even like change my voice remotely to get to, you know what I'm saying, have a replays. It has an acoustic element as well with this, right? Which means if you were to go and get a little bit of a mariachi band, kind of like replan the production, and then you go and perform this song. And by the way, right, you don't have to do it at the same tempo that we're hearing now. If you were to slow it down a little bit, make it more intimate and chill, like you can turn your song into anything with a live band or someone playing the guitar. Like that's gonna be the most impressive version of any of y'all songs. People will expect you to typically, quote unquote, be able to perform any of y'all songs to your records, hopefully to the instrumental, you know what I'm saying, at the very freaking least. But what they'll never expect is you coming with a professional situation, like you playing the guitar, right? Imagine this, just listen one more time, but imagine just him and the acoustic guitar by itself. Imagine him playing it, but also try to picture it if it was a little bit, you know, slower in tempo and he was just like, again, some candlelit kind of, you know, intimate live performance, you know, tiny desk kind of scenario.
I think I'm addicted to your love. You're breaking my trust, so please don't bring me up. And I think I'm conflicted by moves. You move too soon, so please don't start too fast. So please don't start too fast. You know I'll be distant. Man on the road on a mission. I cannot take in the missions. Left me broken and diminished. You ain't noticed how you did it. Threw me down into a ditch. Then you come up for my switches. Back then you could've just flicked me off, but you wanted to piss me off.
You know what I'm saying? Like if he, now I always gotta, every time I do that, I have to remind people, you can't just slow your actual song down or the beat itself or whatnot. What do you say? And then Ty said, this is my, you know what I'm saying, second project or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? How'd you like it? You know what I'm saying? And so that not bad, man. You know what I'm saying? We in. But if you were to slow it down, right? You gotta like legit, you know, go back into the production itself if possible. And manually, right, change the BPM, not to change the, like, you know, the quality of the drums and things like that, right? Then yes, you have to get in and re-perform the song, but that's going to incite probably even better versions of some of the melodies and stuff like that. All I'm saying is make sure that you do those different versions as well, in addition to.
Now we doing this Chris and Cross. Took all my shots, but I missed the mark. I don't know if it's me or you, but I feel like I need the truth.
And also, again, you see he was able to go in there into like the lower tones as well. So, you know, we appreciate that. Big Time also said, I like that. We have fire emojis as well from Mr. Fresh. So big salute to that or whatnot. So I heard you on definitely make some improvements. Now again, let me I'm gonna tell you one last time, right? What I'm saying is you did a good job, right? There's nothing mentally that I need sort of changed about the record that you did. What I'm saying is also, right? Because sometimes we get stuck on, I'm gonna make one song, all right, move on to the next song, and then we just immediately do that, right? Then what you do is you end up going out there performing a lot of your songs, you know, maybe you do certain things live, and eventually you get tired of performing this song, you know, maybe that's your biggest, you know, hit or something, and because you've done it in the same way, you immediately gotta kind of end up wanting to do something else because you start getting tired of it. But the way to not get tired of it and to maximize the life of the song is to make sure that you have different versions of it, whether it's a rock version, you know, changing the production, you know what I'm saying, in that way, changing the tempo and eliminating certain elements or adding certain things, adding trumpets, saxophones, violins, right? And we're talking about also like that tiny desk kind of scenario, right? If we were to sort of make this more intimate, slow it down, have maybe some drums, that's up to you. If you want to just have someone on the acoustic guitar, you know what I'm saying? It's that sort of spotlight on you, you know, someone in the back, acoustic guitar, you know, Spanish style, like they're going ham, you know, in that way, and you're able to replicate. You don't have to do it as fast in that instance, unless people look like they're bored. If they look like, man, I'm bored, you know, and at that moment you pop out and then you go, I gotta turn them up, right? So then you just do the regular version of the song. Have the version at the speed that it is or whatnot, so you can get people moving and feeling a certain way. But if it's the opposite, where you feel like, man, people look, you know, exhausted and tired or whatnot, let me slow it down for them. All of a sudden, you have that. You'd be like, you know what? Let me just get this in here, learn how to play it in piano, you know, do all those things. And what do you say? Like how some artists do different versions. Exactly. Like how some artists do different versions at concerts. It keeps it fresh. It literally keeps it fresh for you, but also for the listener, right? Never sell yourself short. If you are that good, there are people who will buy tickets to every spot you're on, like every tour that you're going. They want to tour with you, so they will travel and go wherever you're gonna be at. And so think about it like, let's just imagine you have a vast amount of people who are willing to do that. Would you really want to give them the same exact show everywhere, right? They know exactly what you're gonna do by that, like, you know, third and fourth freaking time and stuff like that, right? You want to make it, you know, something that, like, you know, every time I perform, I want to give people a different experience. So this time we'll have a whole, you know, maybe I'll just perform to the actual, you know, beat itself, you know, we'll do it, I'll put all my energy into it, and we'll go ahead that way. Next time we'll make sure we bring out a live band, we'll make it an experience in that way. You know, we'll change and flip genres with certain songs. You know, people literally won't know what they're going to experience when they go to your concert, so they'll feel like they need to go to everyone if they really want to experience it. And then anytime someone's pulling out the camera and filming something from any of those venues, right? Like it becomes the so-and-so at this place, you know, type of thing or whatnot. But like, again, it's not as dope to look at if, okay, you're at Madison Square Garden, you're at House of Blues, you're at Rolling Loud, you're at all these places, but it's all the same exact routine, same performance, you know. It's like for certain people, the same routine can work, right? It might have worked for give or take an NSYNC at a certain point, or like, you know, Backstreet Boys when they were, again, they'd have the same sort of like dance moves very specifically that they do or whatnot. But where they would elevate is the set pieces, right? The videos, the like, let's make sure that we bring the pizzazz to what's happening around us as well while we're also doing the routines or whatnot, because they're synonymous with people and their fans like knowing the dances. Like the fans will do the dances just on their own and shit like that, you know. And so there's those kind of situations. Anyway, let's go back into the free line. I appreciate you guys again. If you're just now tapped into That Dorky Review Show, we are a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. We try to go live every night that we can, and you know, review and do live reactions to y'all stuff. Try to send things that are not already on the radio, right? Like, while we absolutely love, if we were only on one platform specifically, preferably like TikTok or something like that, we'd probably be able to play the industry stuff right next to, you know, y'all stuff. But because we are, you know, TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, we want to make sure that we, you know, keep it that way for as long as possible. And so do send preferably not anything that's on the radio. That goes with the beat that you're rapping to, as well as, you know, the artist, right? So we don't want to hear Drake and Kendrick. Essentially, we can listen to them anytime, you know, but off stream is a better kind of situation. Though if you do have things, right, that you want me to do reactions like that too, you know, let me know, and I'll always like put it on the list for things that I can do like offline, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, if it's a bigger artist, y'all gotta hold those for after the live stream, just so we can be safe with that. All right, let's go and go back in. What do we got? Bandit, what is it? Bandit the Mac. Exactly what I get. All right, and yours is on YouTube. Why does it always open a new tab, man? Put it to the side.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it.
Oh my gosh. All right, we'll wait for that. When too much work bogs you down.
I work.
I really gotta wait for that.
Asana.com.
You better not have a Alright, it's a music video too.
Hey, so how you do that?
Hey.
Bandit the Nut.
It ain't no talking, bitch, we over. When I'm sober, I see shit for what it really is. I'm used to disappointment. What excuse you finna hit me with? I'm tired, draining my desire. Told me it was me and you forever. You a liar. All my life, I think I'm done with trying love. It always smack me my shit. I give anyone my heart, so this exactly what I get. Tell me that you love me. Show me that you care. If it go down and it get ugly, I'll be done if you ain't there. I think my biggest fear is you being somebody that I used to know. Now I'm just an old acquaintance since your funeral. You vanished on my life and left a shadow in my heart. Yeah, what's a king without a queen? But what's a battle with no scars? I got my foot up on their necks. They say I'm king, but I don't wanna be. I'm cool, my respect, and all the things that's right in front of me. Take a dive up in my life. This shit deeper than the Pacific. You my Bonnie, I'm your Clyde. This shit deeper than a commitment. Infatuated deeply, you all that I ever think about. My circle pretty tight, ain't too many up in this treehouse. I'm Bandit Loc the Mac, it's right there tatted on my bitch chest. Be careful throwing bones, cause you might be the one get bit next. Hot shit on every bitch I ever had, but you don't get the heel. You ain't ready, you ain't steady, you ain't shit for real. I'm might have cheated once, but it ain't nothing. No one's perfect though. I chuck up on my losses to the game, ain't nothing personal. I went and took a stroll through Newberry and met a spell witch. No wonder I relate to the Wiccans and all the Celtics. It's over, I done lost hope. See you with the crossroads. Combos with the devil, I need 20 M's for my soul. I got my foot on niggas' necks, it ain't no stopping me. I'm living and I'm learning, no regrets and no apologies. You don't gotta take me back, but can you meet me in the middle?
Once
like
again,
my message
Bandit
when
the
you
Mac.
read it, don't just leave me in the Kindle.
Appreciate the follow, Ty.
Tell me why you hate me, is this something that I
That's success,
did?
hit
Baby,
one.
tell me why you hate me, is this something I can fix? If bitches love or this shit lust, ain't no confusion, ain't no in between. I'm through with being cool, I tried to hide it, it just isn't me. Don't worry who I'm texting or I'm fucking, it ain't your concern. I'm tired of being tired of doing things that bitches don't deserve. I tell you that I care, but I'm still learning how to say how. At first up in this shit, I wasn't ready, it's too late now. I know you tired of your ex shit, I could cook him in my sleep. Tatted on my neck since you the woman of my dreams.
Nice, nice, nice. Good job. All right, hold on. Let me turn my TikTok back around. Good job overall on, you know, saying both the performance, the vibe. Like, obviously, we're familiar with, you know, pieces of that, you know, production or whatnot. Like the sample that we're, you know, sitting here with, you know, Alicia Keys and stuff. We pretty much have heard quite a few songs actually that might have sampled, you know, that. But what I appreciate is that the artist had, you know, conviction, you know, on this, you know, record or whatnot, right? They had a very little energy. It was kind of, you know what I'm saying, chill. That sort of like, you know, like you were just talking to somebody right next to you kind of energy. But we could still hear the conviction, you know, within that you're, you know, serious about what you're talking about or whatnot. And you had a very professional video as well, right? It goes in order of the song. You have your beat selection, as well as, you know, what you do to that beat, the mix, and then when it comes to the visuals, you know, if they're clean and it has that clarity, you know, we see the professionalism, you know, within it. Whether you are doing it yourself or you go to somebody, you know, specifically, we appreciate when you put, you know, the money into your music in some way. Right? Once again, you guys are in an era where you want people to spend money on you when sometimes doing a lot less makes no sense, right? But if you actually, you know, show them where that money would go, essentially, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we want money to be able to utilize it on, you know, the best things or whatnot. And so when we can show that in all those, you know, aspects, it just helps, right? And we want to invest, you know, a little bit more in helping you continue that consistently, right? Because, you know, things happen. But overall, not bad. I think people would definitely want to hear and see more from you. I did put that link in the chat so people on the YouTube can sort of get to it. On the TikTok side, once again, Bandit the Mac. Bandit the Mac. At least from what I can see, all one word. And then the song was exactly what I get. You know, you definitely got to see more of whatnot. Private Press also dig the track. Big Tom said, I don't know how to feel about this. It's not bad, but the rhyme scheme is kind of simple or whatnot, right? Listen, but he was getting in there, talking to shit, being real. And that's what we do want from artists. Now, yes, there will be those times where, like, you may want a little bit more. Maybe you want, like, some, like, specific bars. You want metaphors. You want the storytelling to be intricate in a very specific way, and I can definitely, you know, see that, and it's a valid, you know, sort of point or whatnot. It really depends on what each individual artist, you know, wants and sort of cherishes when it comes to a lot of these different, you know, things or whatnot, right? Again, even when it comes to club records, right? Like, I don't like records that are way too, you know, simple, and it feels like they're not really trying to really say anything or impress in any way. They just end up kind of being there and not something that immediately makes you want a song, with them. And again, the more that you can show somebody that you can do on one song, the better, because we think about all the different type of records that we have and things where we might be able to put in open verse. Any style that you utilize shows us that you'd be able to go, within that sector. So keep that in there. Private Press, we got you up right now, and you got that KRS-One. You said you flipped a sample or something like that. What are you doing with that dough?
5 de la mañana. Empiezo el día con un refrescante Celsius Energy Drink. Hoy me toca correr 12 millas. Me tomo un jugo verde, me cambio y a trabajar. Reuniones, talleres, otro Celsius. Vamos con todo. Trabajo hasta tarde, pero obvio salgo con mis amigas a bailar. Celsius. Live. Fit. Go. Consigue un Celsius frío y refrescante en tu tienda más cercana o búscalo en Celsius.com.
That was hilarious.
Joining us on this episode are real Spectrum customers.
Seriously? I don't even know what the first ad even said. She probably said, watch that Dorky Review Show every day. Snaps. Where is it at? Listen, dog, I'm about to stare at your hat. A lot of times I always carry the gat. People be like, there's no way he can just make so when he freaking falls off the building, he goes flat. And all the freaking people know that I wanted to. Yo, I wish it was way louder, cause it kind of sounds low. People always be like, hey, Dorky, where does sound go? If I have muted it. People also freaking know that I'm so sick that I never have to puke and shit. People also be telling me freaking get your hands up, we about to duke and shit. I'm like, what the hell are you, stupid bitch? Over here and I'm tripping. And I'm always in a farm, always overhearing them chickens. I want to eat you, and you. Freaking you cool, freaking you know that you are Count Dooku's enemy. Freaking you ain't no freaking friend of me. What is this beat? It's freaking dope that you sending me. You flip the whole freaking thing from KRS. I want to be able to get a car, yes. And also freaking people be trying to say all of the bars. Stress me out. You know that we bout a lot of things. And artists are go, man. All these artists are know. Freaking I know. Freaking I am. Freaking that artist that always get on these beats and fit an impossible flow. Let me stop it with the link. I go in the kitchen and stop right at the sink. Cause I don't want to wash none of the dishes. A lot of y'all are probably on the show can I get 100 wishes? So I can wish that freaking get 100 skips. A lot of times all these artists is gonna trip. There's a lot of y'all who stay there for a long time and I appreciate that. But half of y'all who are gonna dip. What the fuck, man? Sit there, freaking it's cool, man. Shit, yeah, freaking you know what I'm about to say. I got the big head. When it comes to my actual, not my freaking dickhead. People wanna be like, I don't know if you ever will sleep in the big bed and the big bad of any movie or game. Freaking people, they know that I wanna get on this beat right now, but I just wanna spit flames. Raw 30 minutes of mix, I don't know what to do, but this is cool, I don't know what to pick. People are freaking tell y'all that I don't know how he's flowing at this. I know when it's sick, the snow is so cold, but it's just something. Don't know what the hell I'm just humping the beat with my whole shit. People are like, there's no way you could flow, Chris. I'm like, I just did that for a whole 6 minutes. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold this. Psh, a gunshot. People are like, there's always people that be like, my nigga, the sun's hot. Duh, that's freaking obvious. People hop on records and always be spitting sloppy shit. I don't want to copy this. I just want to do freaking something way different. And I want to helpfully be able to get lifted. And this is one of those situations where you just want to sit and freaking tell me that I'm just bullshitting with it. I go down and low in the energy. I don't know how the heck I now can go anywhere that my freaking brain tries to be freaking thin. I be freaking thin and now. Just stop it. This is again. Doc Cozell, KRS-One, BT, Dark and Ick. I mean, again, it's low. I can't even turn it up. I would have definitely done that. But I do appreciate, you know what I'm saying, where it goes, right? Like, absolutely love hip-hop. I love hip-hop. The right sample, right, will always give you that, like, that stank face, right? And, you know, many ideas to go, you know, into a record with. And while I will freestyle on the show when it comes to just like any of the open verse kind of situations, when you guys, you know, sort of send instrumentals and all that, I will always remind you, I do not recommend that we do records as freestyles, right? Or like freestyles as records, you know what I'm saying? Just to put it more, you know what I'm saying, bluntly, right? It's because when we're freestyling, we're really just going at things a little bit more randomly. We don't even really have time, you know, to truly think about like what we do for a chorus, or even more when we're listening to a certain beat, right? There's a certain amount of prep time that I believe everyone should take to think about every reference, everything that the beat makes you think about, like, period. The type of song, the type of theme, any movies, TV shows, video games, moments that you can sort of like think of, characters, you know, anything that it sort of pulls out. We have to take that time to really, you know what I'm saying, get in there and you know, figure out how we can turn a lot of that into a record, you know. When we freestyle, it's fun to just see where we're gonna go, if we're gonna fall off, if we're gonna make sense, you know. But I feel like it's better when it's a live, you know, setting kind of situation. As a record, I always feel like we need to sit down and write and truly figure out what song that we want to have. And like, if you think I'm wrong on the issue, right, try to listen to any of like Harry Mack's, you know, Amigo, you know, bars, like as a song, right? Because what's dope about it, what's dope about the Amigo bars, when he goes in to any situation and pretty much freestyles, it's dope because people are giving him specific words, right? And so it could be, y'all could think of, oh, he ain't gonna have nothing to rhyme with this and da-da-da-da, whatever. Everybody will have something different, and he will be able to freestyle, still make it make sense, still be on beat, and be able to compile different things from that one word still. Some people will just rhyme the word and move on, right? He will like, okay, you said planets, I'm gonna name at least 20 different planets, right? Talk about anything that had the word planet in it, Little Big Planet, you know, just sort of different things that people know, movies that involved, you know, people being on different planets. He'll think about all those things and then compile that into the thing. And if there's a conversation that him and the person had right before the whole thing, or what they have on, what they have in the background, he's always able to throw all of it in, right? But if you're not seeing that, if you don't know the words, it's not, you're literally not gonna know what he's, you know, talking about. He's rhyming, he's saying shit that makes sense, but without knowing that context, it's different. So I always feel like freestyles, if we can tell the person is freestyling and it's going in, you know, sort of a certain direction, you know, it is always better to get in there and, you know, write, think about your theme like that. In terms of the beat, I like everything that you did. I just wanted everything to be, you know, louder. All you ever need to do sometimes is listen to your stuff on the same platforms as other artists and producers, right? And I mean the professional ones, right? Put them on the same playlist and see how low or loud yours is in comparison. Know what we're gonna hear when we hit that play button on, you know, sort of like your beats in certain contexts or whatnot. Then you'll, you know, kind of be able to pull from that and reference on different things, right? Headphones, phone, TV, whatever you can listen to it on. There's always going to be somebody different who pops up on whatever that is on a different device. We could literally watch YouTube on Nintendo Switch, for Pete's sakes, right? So Switch, TVs, you know what I'm saying, smart TVs, phones, different devices, the car test is always the best or whatnot, because that's when we driving and listening to your music, right? If we can't enjoy it, we are on to the next song, right? Let me go ahead and read the chat real quick, then we'll get back into the lineup. Let me see the beat. Okay, did you get big time? Yeah, you should be in the free line. Just try to be patient if you can, and or send a skip if you are impatient. And then yep, and there you go. Okay, right, guys. Let me see. Honestly, I'm gonna remix it soon. I would have chopped it up better and stuff like that, man. So not bad. But I love my dude's production of it. Yeah. And let me see, Chino. The dorky, does it mean you're not a real man if you're not social as a grown-up because how you was as a kid? Does it mean you're not a real man if you're not social as a grown-up because how you was as a kid? I think you gotta rephrase that question, but like, look, what makes you a real man really it comes down to just how you react to all situations, right? You do have to be, you know, confident, you know what I'm saying? If you gotta God and raise the family yourself, you are the protector, right? You are the person that has to basically, you know, take charge. And, you know, I think it radiates from, you know, confidence. Now, as a kid, right, you could be very shy as a kid. And then, you know, if you never deal with that, you know, when you grow up, you're going to have that same thing of not being comfortable asking just simple questions, you know, to people or whatnot, right? But overall, love yourself no matter what your personality is or whatnot, right? I learned to do that early on since I was a freaking kid. I was always silly. I was goofy, you know, very talkative. Loved, you know, hip hop, you know, cartoons, freaking all genres of, you know what I'm saying, music within as well. Like, I grew up with a lot of different stuff and never really had a lot of people who stopped me from being myself. Like, everyone allowed me to, you know, embrace it, and I make pretty much like everybody laugh. Would be that thing that would often influence other people. No matter what you were, you spend like 30 minutes with me, you're gonna start doing voices and all kinds of, you know, different shit or whatnot. I allow you to be yourself, you know, as well or whatnot. Everybody has a little bit of a dork in them, and so, you know, for me, it's just find out that thing that makes you. All of the things that you absolutely love. Make a list of all your favorite shit, and be like, you know, what does that also say about my personality? What are your favorite characters from a lot of those shows? For me, it was always the kind of wacky, goofy, sometimes slightly dumb characters on any show. You know, I resonated with both Steve Urkel on one end, and what was his name? Waldo. I was like literally on both sides, you know what I'm saying, when it came to those characters. When it came to Looney Tunes, you know, loved Wile E. Coyote, but Wile E. Coyote, Marvin the Martian, and who else was my favorite? I'm trying to think of the most wackiest or whatnot. Roger Rabbit, man, why have they not made more stuff with him? He should have been a mainstay and have had more variations of cartoons, of everything, just because that universe, that character is very unique and original. Let me see. Anyways, let me go back up. 80s, 90s rock songs chopped like a radio station and stuff like that. That'd be dope. So originally Willy Wonka sampled album and stuff like that. Hey, that's what's up. He said, when I get a chance, I need to send, you know, my concepts albums. But yeah, hey, listen, that's definitely what we would love to hear. You know, that's some of my type of shit right there, right? I absolutely love themes. If you go, you know what, I want to make a concept album, like when Jay-Z was like, okay, let me do the album to American Gangsta, but like, you know, like not just here's some catchy songs that could go well with the movie. Like, no, he did it as if I'm the character, and you know, here's how I would make things play out, you know, type shit. So when you get into concepts of that, or very specifically, you know, sampling certain things, seeing how many ways that you can, you know, take things and make, you know, beats out of it, you know, it really shows the different ways that you can, you know, look at, you know, many things. And there are some people who don't go as far as that either. You'll even sample the thing, right? And for those who, you know, rap and produce, some of you guys will sample the thing, but you don't even acknowledge the thing you're on, right? Which I feel like is extremely important, right? If you sample Rick and Morty, have some Rick and Morty lines in there and shit like that. Make it relate, because the fans, they are going to be the ones to, every time they watch the show or gearing up for something, or maybe they like a certain episode and they want to put together a reel of that, of the video footage, and they always look for what music they can add to it. If you make something that, you know, primarily like does things properly, you become that song for a lot of people. You know, kind of instant virility and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Secrets of them, you know what I'm saying? Ah, shit. Some people who judge are the reason why some people don't be themselves. They pretend to be someone they not, man. Listen, I'm saying, you have to learn to not care. You have to learn to love yourself, embrace, let your personality freaking come out, and not care. Think about all the people right now who, like, again, you don't really care for at all, right? Within the industry, you almost like roll your eyes anytime they get any kind of exposure. But look at them. They don't care, right? So if you are, you know, in some cases, you may be way better than that person. You know, everyone is gonna have opinions. Everyone's gonna freaking be able to judge you with, you know, certain things that you say, freaking do, whatnot. You gotta do you and not care, because you're the one who's gonna leave your mark on the universe, however it may be. You'll be remembered by the best things that you do, if not the worst, right? So just do what you can do. Think about the legacy that you want to leave, and sort of keep at that. We're gonna jump right back in the free line. I appreciate you guys.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to that dorky review show at gmail.com.
What do you say? Wish we could hear the beat though and stuff like that. Man, listen. All right, we got Big Tom up right now with Another Dimension. Ah, shit. We gonna see what we got here. Again, I'll play y'all some of my songs at the end of the stream if we have time. One, two, three, four. Did her hair just change?
Born to eradicate fakes with hate while I salivate. Elevate my state of mind beyond mankind. Now get on that grind. There's nowhere to hide when two planets collide. Damn it, you're too high. Hypnotized by my music you do buy. In these despicable times you can get victimized by these unpredictable rhymes. I'm taking a pick of the pie. Going against some liars, spitting fire until the pressure's on. Inflatable tires, never tired, forever wired. Get it higher than aspire. Setting me free though. It's time that we go. Eat some Cheetos.
What up, Jay Crimes?
Stop bullets with his mind. Attack it with batshit crazy tactics and mental gymnastics. Benzos and tactics. My back feeling spastic. I think I'll relax it. There a moment in life where I will ever get off of this. Pills going straight down through my esophagus. Bottle on the floor cause I took them off to just airway is plugged. Man, you know that it's blocking this pop of the drugs. Then go right back to dropping hits. Take me to another dimension. Take me to another dimension.
Okay.
Did I mention my intentions were to take these pills and travel to another dimension where now I needed intervention? And the stars I'm crashing into and broke the space-time continuum, all gone in a blink, a mass extinction. Now I'm really reaching for the phone cause my body feels light, burnt cold as I travel.
You gotta work on the timing.
Like a sperm though, but that's all in my head. In reality, I'm sitting here reading DiGiorno, watching some porno, feeling reborn, yo. Paranoia kicks in, then you know I begin to feel the hallucinogens. It's Lucifer again. In the middle of my flow, he wants to fiddle with my holes, and I don't know where to go. I think he's gonna take my soul, and I can't stand it. In fact, I'm having a panic attack. My heart is racing, and I'm facing devastation. It's my final destination. Now my soul has been taken. I'm on the floor, and I'm shaking. While my friends will point and laugh, I reminisce on the past. Will I survive? Am I alive? And shoot, am high? I think I died, but did I mention I'll be back in another dimension? Take me to another dimension.
I'm trying to imagine it on Rick and Morty or something.
As my life unravels in these interdimensional travels, I begin to babble about the devil and alien gods that play me in their life pods above and beyond the expansion of the universe. But shit gets worse. Creatures that lurk in black holes could swallow the earth and give birth to galaxies. Fuck with the fallacy.
When these rappers try to make a clever song, no matter what they do, we'll never get along. They fix the COVID, now we'll never share a bomb. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye, in your back, in your arm check. I got shaved right up.
All right, so you want to work on your timing when it comes to many parts in the song, right? Not everything was sort of like off, but there were some parts where, you know, like some of you guys, you know, you're decent at rapping with certain, you know, things, and there would just be like certain times where, like, you know, maybe the drums leave or something, and you'll just like be off, like all of a sudden you'll rap a little bit faster than the beat or something. And like we hear all of that when we're judging how good of an artist anyone is. We think about all of those things of how well they sort of tackle, you know, when the beat sort of like drops out and they still got to rap before like everything comes back in. You have to have that internal metronome, but also I feel like there could be a better overall feeling, like personality when it comes to you know, how you're saying stuff, right? Like I want to go on that adventure to the alternate dimension, because I absolutely love alternate dimensions as well, right? This needs to be my theme song, you know, when I'm just in that kind of, you know, mentality, or if I'm ever putting on a VR headset or something like that, about to go to a dimension within that. You know, but I feel like I want, like, again, you're basically rapping it in a very almost like deadpan sort of way, like, you know, I'm just, you know, saying it, maybe reading it, you know what I'm saying, more or less, but I don't feel like by a chance feel like you would perform it exactly like this, like, you know what I'm saying, if you sat with it, learned your whole freaking song, and then you were to perform it at Madison Square Garden, ain't no way you're gonna do it like that, right? So what I usually tell you guys is to think not only about the audience, think about those that, like, if they were to love your song and want to rap every single word, you know, is what you're rapping good enough to warrant that? Try the same song on different beats as well to sort of like determine that, right? Like, if you know the song, you know, throw other random beats on there and just like see how well it feels or whatnot, because I think good ones are able to, you know, sort of like carry on to other pieces of productions, and even just as an acapella, if we're listening to something, we should enjoy ourselves, you know, very much within there. The beat kind of, you know, somewhat matched a little bit in terms of, you know, that kind of, you know, weird what's happening, you know, kind of thing, but I also feel like there's something definitely better for that. I am always going to be curious on what it would sound like with a different beat either way. So you know, if you're open to it, there's always producers that would love to take the vocals, remix it, you know, make it a little bit of a challenge to see who can come up with the best thing. And it also refreshes the record for you as well, right? Because we literally sit with the record for a good amount of time, right? We've heard it millions of times to a point where we may get tired of it to a certain extent. And the only thing that could make us fall in love with it again is sort of hearing it in a new context. So when you hear it on a new beat that somebody like custom made for it, right? There's different things that, you know, can happen and come out of it. You're able to look at the song in a new way, and it may become your favorite all over again. So where you might replace that. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's up. You know what I'm saying? He said, "Is that bad? Really? It just needs a little bit more. It needs a little bit more work. You know what I'm saying?" Was that running back? If you black up, Mr. Press was saying, it needs more work and whatnot. Like for me on my show, okay, here's what you gotta know. What are my goals? You know what I'm saying? To make sure that I, continue growing some of the best playlists off of, the best of what you guys have to offer. But when it comes to those playlists, I always make sure that it's something from you guys that is like my favorite. What are the records that if it comes on and I'm just listening to your CD by chance, right? Let's just say old school style. We in the warehouse, we're in Tower Records, we're listening to it, on the headphones, in a decent context. What are the songs that you skip and go to the next one? I'll check that one out later, versus the ones that immediately make you want to pick the album up, 15 seconds, oh man, oh hell yeah, I want to come back to that one. You know what I mean? And so for me, I want to come across my favorite songs from you guys. Often coming to the show enough, you guys will know which ones those become. Mr. Fresh can vouch, right? Because he has Give It To Me Baby, Yo Way, the 2 or 3 that you did with Jay Nandros. There are some new ones, some old ones. The one that I usually say is like a video that should have Lizzo and Grimace, you know what I'm saying? And it, he has a various amount in different lanes that sort of push that. And every single one of you guys, same thing. I'm looking for those records, the ones where if you aren't in the building, I'm able to have a little bit of a conversation about it. Put it on real quick, let people sort of like, hear what other artists they should do a collab with, or something like that. And so for you, I'll be looking for that. Fun fact though, as well, if you get a Dorky Don't Play That on my show, you are able to get back into the free line. It is the back of that free line and stuff like that. So you do still got to be, just as patient as you were the first time. But you can always send a skip to, get a record played in full. That is pretty much what happens when a skip is sent in. There's no, like even if we feel some type of way, we gotta listen to the whole thing till we freaking in that. Hey, nope. You was a spider. You just was trying to sit there. I'm killing that spider. That thing was like trying to eat me for a bit. All right, let me get back into the line right about now. What you say? My whole life just trying to be different but entertaining, man, as we should. But I feel like there's a middle ground, right? Look at Tyler the Creator, Hobson, Redman, Ludacris. Who else? Lil Dicky, Odd Future in general, you know what I'm saying? But like the artists who dare to be, a little bit different, maybe quirky, and even MF Doom, right? And he wore like a mask, pretty much throughout. And it, it worked out. When it comes to like, that sort of in between dubstep and EDM kind of, production and DJ status, right? Deadmau5 has always, been very, key. I always love, his samples, the sounds that he would put together, but also the fact that, again, he made the mouse head thing be his sort of, moniker or whatnot. And he has like hundreds upon hundreds of different alternative versions of that, mouse head and stuff like that. Like sometimes he'll be at like a Comic-Con or, something like that with one, or other people would be at Comic-Cons with different versions of those heads. But honestly, it was the perfect sort of like branding for, someone like that. Now, when it comes to, again, even if you're using your face, it's just dare to be different, but know that you know, the content is where you wanna you know, make sure that you're very unique to you. You're being, you know, interesting, sort of like with that. How you rap things, making sure that when people are listening to you, they feel like you are an artist, right? We often get into the conversation of sounding like we're trying to be an artist, like we don't really have the confidence yet in whatever song that we have, and we're still, again, if it sounds like we're reading it or, you know, freestyling and not necessarily putting that best work into it, there's still more that needs to be done. Picture your favorite artist rapping your song, right? Especially for singers, like that's the true way to really see like if your song is good or not, because if other people can't sing it, even in like a different genre, then there's definitely something wrong there. Let's see what we got. Shout out to Big Time though. We definitely want to more from you over time. Again, let's get back into the free line right about now. Where my other thing? Right quick.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stop and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
My brain is throwing. Make sure y'all share and like the stream. I didn't even know it was like 11 o'clock. I saw that. 11 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the street. Oh yeah, I got it. Wait a minute. Listen, do you know like I had that song on repeat back in the day, man? Like I remember when Nice and Slow first came out, man, and it was out as a single. I grabbed that thing, and again, I had this girl I had a crush on. I was just like thinking about like that for like hours on end, like with that one song on repeat. It was like 3 hours that passed, and I'm like, all right, I gotta check out the rest of the album now. But like that's the power of, I don't know if like have y'all experienced that today with anything? Is that something of only the past, or has there been a song today
every time I look at you, I want you to be my boo. There's nobody like you. Every time I look at you, I feel. Hey, every time I look at you, I feel so embarrassed, cause you don't want me to. I feel like I can't move. Feel like I can't sleep. Every time I look at you, I can't stop looking, cause you're so cute. I wanna be a boo, I wanna be a boo, but I know you don't like me. Feel like I'm drowning, feel like I'm drowning. Why is love so hard? I feel like there's no love for me. Love is hard. Is there love for me?
I'm so torn. I'm like half and half right now.
Something just comes down and stabs me. Baby, I want you. Baby, I need you. There's something about you. I wanna figure out why is you so cute. I thank your mom and dad for making you. Nobody can compete with you. I am a king, come be my queen.
I need two dorky don't play that.
Feels to be a queen. Let me rub your feet, take you to the beach. We could take trips around the country. Let me show you. Let me show you. Then I'm not like all these other guys. Baby, I mean it when I say I love you.
Said the girl you made this for will reject you, bro.
I like you, 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 I like you.
Okay.
I love you.
Yeah, see, that's where she starts. She probably giggles a little bit more earlier in and stuff like that, but like right there.
They said I'm the only dork here who's laid in a brain. I gotta ask my freaking doctor what it takes to be strange. I will hit you fucking rappers in the face with a cane while you on a fucking train watching snakes on a plane. I just... I don't know what the hell happened.
So here's the thing, right? And the reason why I kept it on, actually, a little bit longer, and why I said I was torn, was because you know me. I still favor more melodies than something repetitive, right? And he actually was doing variations on different melodies within there. So I at least appreciated that. But also, oddly, you're like in a monotonous sort of, like your vocals still stay on the lower end, and it makes it feel like you're just kind of somehow still like whining everything, right? There's no auto-tune within there, which I'm sure there would be some who, probably would favor that on a record, like this. And on the opposite side, there's always those who do not want at all there to be auto-tune. We want to know where the talent sort of like lies and stuff like that. So again, I'm torn in the middle because I want like higher tones. I want to see if the vocals would sound better if he was, what I'm saying? If he's able to get in the higher tones of the melodies that he's doing, I feel like it would add sort of more of an energy. But because of the way that he's doing it now, it does feel a little bit more, whiny. I am curious how everybody will take that. I mean, the ladies, you guys are the most important, you know what I mean? If that's the record we send to you, right? You taking us back or what? You taking us? We need to know. Or are you blocking us and never returning our phone call? You know what I mean? One of the best things that we can really do as artists is really make songs about the situations that we go through and or like for people, right? Half the reason I graduated was because I like, listen, I'm gonna be honest, I was failing three of the classes, but I asked the teachers if I make a song, right? Because they had heard some of my music and stuff like that. I said, if I make a song like about you and the class and sort of like what we do, can I get like a passing grade or whatnot? And they said, bet, you know what I mean? And so I did that, and it really helped me, throughout, a lot of things, just knowing how powerful that like music was. Then of course, when you are going through, relationships, going through breakups, whatever, right? If you're good enough, you can make a song that sort of, helps make sense of the relationship, helps mend it a little bit, right? Think about the slow jams, the I'm sorry songs and stuff like that from, a Joe or a Jagged Edge or something like that. You said, Dorky, did you like Carter 6? So I liked about maybe like 70% of it. There were a few records that I felt like, why did you put this on here? Like, what I'm saying? Just like in a like, okay. Let me bring things down, right? You can watch all my reactions, of course, on all platforms, right? All of the individual, songs, reactions are pretty much up from YouTube to TikTok to, IG. So you can find those if you want to really see at least a snippet and some of what I freaking think of the record. But I felt like the reason it got such a poor reception from people is half of it was the Super Bowl situation, right? How he felt some type of way that he didn't get sort of like picked or whatnot. And then everybody else just like really believed that it was like, well, it's Kendrick's time. Like, why wouldn't why wouldn't Kendrick perform at the Super Bowl, right? And yes, it was at, you know, Wayne's, you know, sort of city or whatnot. But I think there will be a time when he is able to, you know what I'm saying, do it. And he has to come with the content, with the albums that sort of like bring him there. And so that whole Super Bowl ordeal, coupled with the fact that he hadn't dropped a Carter in a bit, you know what I'm saying? I don't remember the exact sort of like amount of time between 6 and 5, but you know, a lot of you guys may have a different order of like your favorite Carters and an expectation with the Carter album specifically, right? Every artist has that one album series that like, this is the one where I gotta call back to this, you know, sort of feel, or show people that I'm the best, or whatever it is, right? And so for some people, there might have been records on there that didn't fit that sort of like that criteria of you know, long awaited. But I did feel like I liked, you know, a lot that was on there. I liked some of the callbacks that he had towards, you know, hip hop in general, certain records, certain earlier artists that, you know, if you're not watching, if you blink, you'll sort of like miss it, you know, with the certain like samples used and different things like that. Like, he shows his love for hip hop in different ways. So I appreciated, you know, a lot of those aspects, but did have, you know, questions about a few. But you know, I think everybody is valued to their opinion. We're in an era now where like literally everyone's gonna be half and half on everything, right? Fantastic Four and Superman both get certain people who either go it's mid or the best film of the year, the best film in the franchise, right? And everyone is valid of, you know, an opinion that they, you know, sort of like want to have, because we all want different things, right? We all are going to want different things. I fall on the side of, I love Fantastic Four, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think they finally did it right. We finally got to see Marvel's first family on screen, the heroes in their act, like they felt like the heroes that they are, right? Having it confined in its own universe, I thought was smart as well, because it didn't make you have to have all this, you know, oh, what's Iron Man, what's all these other characters, you know, up to and stuff like that. It's like, no, make it feel like the universe is starting all over again, you know what I'm saying, right here, right? And that's what it felt like to me. It felt like I was like watching Iron Man 1 for the first time. But it was Fantastic Four. And while we got some changes, like the female, you know, Silver Surfer, I thought, you know, that worked. It helped Johnny connect, you know, with her, with the story that, you know, unfolded towards that. I really love that we finally got a full Galactus. We got a real Galactus, not a cloud. If you've ever seen Fantastic Four and the Silver Surfer, you know, man, for whatever reason, they just made Galactus be a cloud, right? And every fan was embarrassed and just like hated it because of that reason, right? We didn't get that. We also couldn't get like Super Skrull because like they didn't have the rights to the Skrulls, you know, technically. So they had to at least go with Johnny swapping everybody's, you know, powers and stuff like that. But there were a lot of things that just could have been, you know, better. But actually getting Galactus in his, you know, giant form and how we know him, you know, that was cool as well. We got Herbie as well, the robot. Again, we're gonna go back in the line in just a moment. And then what else? Anyways, Franklin the baby. Like we got things we didn't think we'd get. But all right, let me read some of the chat, then we'll get back in the lineup. Do you think Wayne still raps at elite level? We have to see. We have to see, man. You know, I think that's gonna be a opinion that varies from person to person. People consider elite to also be like every single song that you do, regardless of if we like the beat or not. I don't necessarily had some records that didn't necessarily have like bad rhymes on it. So like he still raps, like he still thinks of the fact that he is an artist from where he is from, right? He doesn't have to do what he does. This is what people have to understand. Wayne does not have to like really rap to like tap into that aspect of hip hop where there's bars and shit. So the fact that he does, I appreciate that at any moment in time, right? Because he'll go in and make a freaking lollipop or some, you know, auto-tune centric, you know, he'll make the typical songs that we'll hear from everybody else, but every now and then, right, he goes, I can rap for real, like look, you know. So if him and Kendrick ended up like they would have been able to have a back and forth too, you know, if you know, everybody let it. And then you had also said, how do you come up with album names? Honestly, man, I always love thinking about the craziest, you know, things or whatnot. Just to give you all of the history, right? I had What the Fuck Volume 1. It was like What the Fuck Volume 1, followed by Eye Boogers and Chocolate Covered Dookie, followed by Love Sick 1. That was the most simplest name I freaking had or whatnot. It was me doing like R&B rap centric, you know, songs or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Songs to the, you know, girl I may have been with or something like that. And then I made ADD. And after that, I did a sequel to Love Sick, which was a triple album, 21 songs each. First one was called Love Sick 2, Hugs, Kisses, and a Punch in the Nuts. The other one was called Love Me or Else. And then the third one was called Beauty, the Beast, and the Barbie. After that, I had the Life in 8-Bit album, which of course I took off and I still plan to remake, which I eventually, you know, did a sequel of when I did. The albums you'll see on platforms now: Game Dork, Eat, Sleep, Kill, Robots, Eat, Sleep, Kill Zombies, Eat, Sleep, Kill Aliens, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, which got taken off of all platforms, but we'll put it back up soon. And, you know, I may make sequels, you know, to that and other things, you know, but I like kind of weird, awkward names that make you look twice and shit. All right, let me stop. We're gonna get my email, and you'll see, said I'm having all kinds of technical difficulties. I'll chickity check. I'll check and see if it comes up under legend. And then what did you say? Said it's rare to find bars nowadays. Like Willy Wonka retired, man. Damn, that was a good one, bro. Listen, Trino making this a podcast too. I can't answer all these damn questions, man. Let me see what else. Can writer's block make it sound like you can't rap? Yes, it can. That's if you force yourself. And like, I don't think anyone should force theirself. Okay? If you get on a track, if you just can't think of the words and you get that writer's block, come back to it later. Trust me. Don't ever force yourself on that beat. Anyways, like, you gotta love it. You have to love the beat. The right ones will give you the right ideas. The right ones will give you the right ideas right away. But sometimes there are ones that will take time, right? I will give you a good example, right? I had nothing to say. When I made this beat.
From the first Gears of War, there's a nurse inside of a hearse in the
until I did.
There's a thirst whenever I curse at a dog. Go to work, play Rihanna's work, then move on. Okay. See, you can find me blasting bugs with the Delta Squad. I've never supported a movement unless I built the cause. I know your girl's a freaking beast, cause when we made love, she growled my freaking name 30 times before I felt her claws. No concentration from Chris, I need to focus more. Most of my team goes hocus pocus on locust hordes. The game's overflow with rappers, let me close the door so me and my bros can bust flows and smoke Dro some more. I wanna throw them back with Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix. Putting a chainsaw on a rifle was a spark of genius. I'm always meditating, sitting in the dark with Jesus. I used to ditch and try to roll out to the park at recess. Don't make me use my snub pistol on a locust. I love video games, but the rap game is bogus. The dudes on the top wanna act like they blow just amazing, but there's so many factors that I don't trust. Like, what the hell are you even making music for? What kind of target audience are you shooting for? And what you doing on the Loki? Are you screwing Thor? And did you actually get up and walk through a shore? I had a dream I look like Don.
Point is, right? Guess how long it took me to hop on that one? You know what I'm saying? But give or take, like 5 years. I made it before I stopped rapping, cause Soulja Boy was just popping for whatever reason, and then like every artist that I just started seeing wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? It stopped being the industry that I loved, right? At one point, there were artists who I was like, man, if I get in I would love to be around all these artists. Then it became just like about many different things, you know what I'm saying? Dances, more catchy songs, less content, less actual bars, right? And so it took me about 5 years to like want to even come back at all and have something to say and be like, everyone on the top is whack, you know, type shit. You know what I mean? To really get on there and say something that was worth it, freshen up, you know, the beat a little bit, and you know, really have fun with it, right? I unlocked something by, you know, giving me that time I needed to really figure out if I truly wanted to really still make music or not. And you know, that was, you know, waiting. If I had forced it before, I don't know what what I would have done to it, and if it would have been, you know, as dope. But it's fun to do it, you know what I'm saying? Goofy though, yep. I'm saying.
Diago, my girl's mom took one look at me and said, Diablo, when I grow up, I think I want to be an avocado. You got an album better than my new shit, homie, bravo. She thinks I'm cute, but I'm not hot enough to be a model. I'm stone listening to Kanye's The Life of Pablo. I'm finding that it's easier to not go get a job, yo, than to try to find a job like trying to find Waldo.
It's not really that hard.
Oh, never mind, it's kinda easy. Try to scoop hot chicks, but they be like, what kind of wee-wee? See, I'd be honored if Chef Ramsay would cook and eat me, but I'm too raw, so he would probably just yell and beat me. You can find me in Hell's Kitchen where the dwellers briefly become sellers seeking. Some young fellas creeping through life cheaply, but they could buy Wheezy, stick them in the box and only feed them peanuts bi-weekly.
All right, man, let's go back into the line up.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
So Legend, I think you sent a skip, and then also Mr. Fresh sent a skip. So let's go ahead and see. I think that's what we got. We're gonna have to check for that Legend. Did you send under something else specifically? Let me check just in case in the spam. Nobody I see there. Go ahead and come on over. Come on over. A dabba dabba dabba. A dabba dabba dabba. Let's see. Yeah, Legend, what did you send with? Just in case I might need you have to send again. Legend of the dog. And then what did you say, K9? You know what I'm saying? You said I came back with some I think it's better than the last. I just felt like it's too long and stuff like that. We'll see what's up, man. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up, man. What'd you say? I feel you. I was performing in New York City, but the game made me hate it. What'd you say? I know you have to invest in yourself, but paying a promoter $400 to open up for someone like Styles P, even though you're selling most tickets. I know, trust me, my bro. my bro, and like, trust me, man, the whole aspect of like, here's the thing, right? The whole aspect of having, okay, we're just waiting on the submission to come through so we can take care of it. Let me know. Also put legend in the subject line when you do. The aspect of having to sell tickets to get people to the show and all that, right? It is a little bit grueling because, you know, trying to get people to spend money, right? That's one thing. Trying to make sure that they have that specific day off to actually come and show support. It's a whole nother thing, right? So you got to find that sort of like perfect middle ground of people who are gonna be in the area, can actually go, have the gas money to get out there, the money to pay for drinks or whatever, because it's a whole thing. You ain't just gonna be there standing there and that's it. You know, you're gonna want something to drink, probably some food or whatever. So, you know, that aspect is there. And then when it comes to sort of opening up for like a bigger artist, like that is a privilege, right? You're going to be somewhere where like a bigger artist who is already going to bring in a crowd, you know, and if you're good enough, you can take advantage of, you know, those that see you opening up for them, right? Because, you know, they'll remember you. They'll be sure to, you know, tap into your music just as much, but you have to do that actual work, right? And really try to give the best performance possible. Anytime you guys go out there and perform, don't look at it like some karaoke shit. Don't look at it as like some, I'm trying to put my, like, don't bring your music with you type thing, man. Have a band, have something that allows you to make people have an experience, right? You want to give the headliner, you know, a run for their money, so they feel like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like you want them to feel like, man, I should have did a song with them too, and like bro just brought them on stage with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's possible, right? You just gotta make sure you have the right ones for that. So what is the 3-song skip price? My G, I forget. It is 25 for 3. 20 freaking 5 for free. Like muffin fat, you freaking don't know that you can hide from me. Like a freaking time, freaking not disguise. G. Again, we are looking for legend. I guess he's gonna send it some other way or whatnot. We'll activate Mr. Fresh's right now while we are waiting. That way.
I just need you to. Can you please just go? We all eat pizza, so I make weird music. I got beats, so if you need them, PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay down then?
You Y'all wanna chill and shit. Matter of fact, I was freaking like sitting here in a dealership. Matter of fact, I was freaking like chilling up in that car that had no wheels and shit. All right, let me plop these in here. Anyways, as I said, writer's block happens every once in a while. Sometimes there's a meaning behind it. Like you aren't supposed to rap on whatever beat that is. And then other times it's not the right time for you. And so you can force yourself if you want. But, you know, I felt like every single time that I've waited for the right inspiration and the right time, like I've always been able to do the right thing. So that's me though. That's me. All right, let me see. Saucy.
There's a lot of freaking people who don't know.
This is Mr. Fresh. 1, 2, 3, 3.
I'm saucy. Feel the back up off me. I'm saucy. Feel the back up off me. I'm saucy. Feel the back up.
Not yet, Majestic.
I'm saucy. Feel the saucy with this rap. I'm too saucy with this slap. I'm too saucy with this beat.
How you change your name?
I'm too saucy with this hit. I'm too saucy with this flow. I'm too saucy. Yo, I'm too saucy with this rhyme. I'm too saucy. I'm a dime. I'm too saucy. No cap. I'm too saucy. It's a rap.
Kinda repetitive there.
I'm a shine. I'm too saucy all the time. I'm saucy. Better back up off me. I'm saucy. I'm saucy. Better back up off me. I'm saucy. I'm saucy. Better back up off me. I'm saucy. I'm saucy. Better back up off me.
Now you're saucy a lot of times, thinking there's a lot of freaking people who freaking get with a girl who too bossy. They always be telling me freaking there's another time where you brushing your teeth, but you be never flossing. All the freaking times I freaking had always lost things. I don't know what the hell I'ma freaking do, but I'll always be telling you that the sausage is good with breakfast and the food of super. What am I talking about? All right, let me go over here.
Run, everybody!
All right, let's go ahead and put this. Once again, that was Mr. Fresh with Saucy. All right, now listen, you know, there's another artist that has a Spanish guitar almost kind of piece of production, you know, behind, which again, I will always, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many times I say it, I got to remind people all the time, right? Because we can get stuck. If we don't let people know and just give them the ideas sometimes, you guys will do things as minimal as possible. That means bringing the whole record with vocals and everything on stage with you, never having a live band kind of situation where we get live instruments and all that. And like, we love those situations. We love to see real music. We love to go to festivals and anywhere where like people are really performing live, because it takes real talent to get up there and, you know, have the gall to be able to really continue and maintain like the energy that you have, right? So if you could perform it live with someone playing a real, you know, guitar, I think that's always going to be the best version of the song, no matter what you do, right? I do like the production that you did have in there. Like, the drums felt a little bit, you know, different. Felt like you used something a little bit different if it was your production. My only thing is the verses did get a little bit, you know, repetitive. Well, the verse, we'll just say. You know, and you know me, man, I give you the formula as much as I can. Whether you decide to use it is always going to be up to you, right? What is the formula? It means, if ever, right, switch up some of what you're doing every 2 to 4 bars, right? If every verse is somewhere around 16 bars, right, that's your chance to sort of really show people like a few different ways at how you can attack the song. Now, especially because of you not necessarily going in and doing second verses sometimes, you might as well do the switch up so that way we can see a little bit more. Do basically, you know, 4 bars of, well, we'll say like you can do 8 bars of one thing and then 8 bars of another, you know what I'm saying? But as long as you do that switch up, you know, there'll be people who will be, you know, impressed. And again, they'll have more to do, right? Remember, it's not just about you. It is also about us. When we love to sing things and get out there, we love for it to have a little bit of flair to it or whatnot, right? And even if it's a female artist sort of like singing your song, I feel like, you know, if there's not a little bit more, she'd get bored. But knowing the type of artists that we do have, you know, there are artists who will add a little bit of extra themselves, right? But for those that like follow the actual record 1-to-1 when it comes to covers, like, again, they're probably gonna want a little bit more there. You know, I always say as well that collabs are your second option. If you actually have a collab on a record, they can switch it up. They're a different artist, right? So if you do get a female artist or something like that, male rapper, straight up, whatever, there's always going to be that switch up in there that gives people a little bit of something different you know, while they're listening to it. What did you guys think about that? 1 to 10, any and all feedback is, of course, welcome. Well, you guys give your thoughts. We're going to go ahead and try to play the second one in just a moment. I did get the Cash App, Rip Dada. So we will have you as well. And what do you say? I'm not an artist, I just draw a lot, man. I'm still waiting for that song right there. I'm not an artist, I just draw a lot. I don't know. That is not how you would have done it. Spitting.
Spectrum Business keeps real businesses like Rise Bakery.
Business. Spitting business. By Mr. Fred. Which one do you guys like out of the two? Like, again, what I love doing when y'all send the 2 songs back to backs, the 3 songs, the any amount of extras, right? Like, you get to have the people dictate, you know, if literally you had no choice, these songs are going to be out. People are going to hear them. They're going to be on the radio, right? But which one do you choose? If you only have one choice, right? Which one would you pick if it had to be one of the two? That goes for music video as well. Let's just say whichever one you pick will get the professional music video treatment, the live performance that we talking about kind of situation. Everything will be a-okay in it because, again, it's going to be out there. It's a hit, right? What do you feel like is that? Private Press at a 6.5 on that. There's a lot of times when we make sure that we got, but they were still waiting for Legend.
I be spitting this raw, yeah. I don't care what you saw, yeah. They be like, yeah. Dropping their jaw, yeah. I be spitting this raw, yeah. I don't care what you saw, yeah. They be like,
might be this one for me.
Yeah. Dropping their jaw, yeah. No kidding, I be spitting my best life, I be living. I'm giving nothing but the best. I'm back like I never left. Mr. Fresh, don't slack off. You might wanna back off. All I see is blue faces. All I wanna do is chase it, face it. I'm the rap king. In the booth, I be slapping. You know, I keep it cracking. All day, no slacking. Off top, I'm the rap god. Tryna get a fat wad. Put it in my pocket. I'm too raw, can't stop it, yeah. I be spitting this raw, yeah. I don't care what you saw, yeah.
I like this one.
Like, yeah.
Oh, I see you as well, Stin, Crimes as well.
I be spitting this raw.
Back on live scene,
I don't care what you saw, yeah.
Okay.
They be like, yeah. Dropping their jaw, yeah.
Gotta get it. A lot of times, you know what, man, you are not committed when it comes to this shit that you always freaking know. Like, if you go freaking every day, you probably not gonna quit it. There's a lot of times where people that freaking say if there's something up in your mind that you gotta always just spit it, cause man, listen, I would have hopped on that kind of. Again, if that was your production, good job. Hearing you with different drums and stuff like that, always a good thing. It allows each record to feel, you know, more different as well. You're very consistent with what you do, right? Sort of like your structure of, you know, song, how it's, you know, sort of made or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I haven't seen fully how the sausage is made, but I can always analyze and see if there's a consistency, you know, here and there, right? You know, like there's part of me that is like, you know, you could switch it up here and there, you know, every once in a while, you know, but there's also something to say about consistency to a certain extent as well, right? If people have your songs on shuffle, they're going to hear one at random. They'll still know what you can do, you know, primarily or whatnot. What am I talking about? For people who don't know, essentially, when I talk about the structure of the song, often, you know, there'll be a little bit of, you know, sort of like intro of the production, right? Intro of the production for about 4 to 8 bars, followed by the actual chorus. See, we have 8 bars of just the intro.
Then it goes right into the chorus, into the verse, maybe a bridge or not, right? And then that bridge may consist of an actual part there where he does something different, or it'll just be the beat before it jumps back into the chorus again. Then it sort of like heads out or whatnot, right? If we're lucky, we may get a second verse on certain things, right? It's not everything, but there are times where he does do it. And then there are certain songs where he does have a feature. There's one where the feature started the song off with a verse. Is that your bitch? You better come get her. You know what I mean? Like he already just started it off with the verse. And so it went from that into a verse from Mr. Fresh. And then, you know, sort of like did other things, you know, from there or whatnot. But like those switch ups do make it a little bit more interesting when we're able to see those. Yet, like I said, you know, there's something to consistency as well. But there are things I still want you to grow, you know, within, right? The harmonization, getting in there with different tones and you know, just knowing how you can utilize another verse, switch it up, you know what I'm saying, in that way. This one though, out of the two for show, I like it. Definitely a beat that I would have got on for Joe and wanted to be a part of that song. Again, it's called Spittin' Raw, you know what I'm saying? Well, I think it's either Spittin' or Spittin' Raw, one of the two, you know, because raw could refer to the record itself just being a raw form, you know what I'm saying, of it. What do you say? You know what I'm saying? What is he saying? You know what I'm saying? On the hook, blah, 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 nah. You know what I'm saying? And spend it would be hot hook. Spend it would be hot hook. Let me see. I got another. I think you said I got another skip, but I'm send it out to someone else after my first three skips. And what do you say? I like this one. This is much better. Hook is good. What do you say? Okay, I think you said the thing about the live scene. Shout out to freaking 10 Crimes. I also see your skip as well. You're in this skip lineup. Be patient. What do you say? 6.5. Was that on this one or the last one? I think we should be good though. Legend, are you still? Hold on. Oh, that's what it is. Hold on. Let me freaking see what's happening. Freaking out. We don't know what's happening. Yeah, Legend, we're still waiting for, I don't know if he just like left and then came. He like, let me go find out a different way that I could. You know, I'm pretty sure you could just create a new email and then send it from there. If it's an issue with potentially like internet service provider or something like that, you know, those do happen. We'll also guide you to I have a website where you can send your links directly via the form. Hold on. Let me see where my thing is at. Because you can try that way as well. I'll just put my whole link tree in the chat. And then you can go to the submit your music form. Nope, oops, wrong. What was that? That's not the link. That was a whole nother song from Mr. Fresh all of a sudden. Not even a link, it was just a name in the chat. Legend said I did 5 times. It was my lack of computer intelligence or whatnot. Did you put Legend in the subject line? He's like, see what had happened was.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Yeah, I guess send it via the link. It's the only other way that I can suggest if the email isn't doing it. Also check what you're sending, right? There are times where you guys will go maybe you put the Dorky Review Show, and it's that Dorky Review Show. Let me plop it on screen. Let me plop it on screen. Here's the weird little guy and the version of myself that brings it on through and spits it all away. All right, there we go. All right, we have a few more skips in the lineup. We have a 3-song Bake to Bake from Rip Dada right now. I guess like if we haven't, because we haven't been able to get the legend just yet or whatnot. Again, you will be the next skip. We'll just keep moving you over until we, get it. But you are within there. You know that you in the cusp here. Let's put this first one in. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, there you go. All you got to do is
back up on my bullshit, trapped under the attic. I tried to think I'm grown, but then I'm still in the magic. I tried to race a car, then crash, flew into traffic, started acting like a fool, like Zach Galifianakis. Now see, I don't know what the hell's happening. I really like hacking things. I heard from the grapevine, you rappers like Vaseline. You all sound like you like to drink a lot of gasoline, fucking up the game like the Hulk when he's smashing things. Try to spend 5 nights at Freddy's and see if you survive, cause the 5 nights are deadly. A bunch of robots in the night, I'm forgetting that you're gonna be scared like the night's out to get me.
So my album has dropped.
Try to spend 5 nights at Freddy's, and if you're still alive by the sunrise, you're ready. I know this job's dumb, but if you like my medley, then you can too survive, so there's no
need to get me. All right, we got a 3-song back to back right about freaking now. You already know what it is. We're gonna plop this on in, take care of it. Seriously, I'm like having to lean over for that right here. 3-song back to back. Let me see. Right quick. Kind of creature. All right, well, that one, hold on. Hold up, let me figure. Oh, I think that puts us at 100, right? Okay. So we are at the first giveaway tier of whatnot from you, Rip Dada. I also need a 1 to 10. We will spin the giveaway wheel for you early. You can also bring one person in the chat up with you. Everybody else would have to wait till the end of the stream to, do that or whatnot. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, at the end of each show, if we happen to reach at least 100, 200 or 300 by the end, we always do a giveaway on the show where we're able to spin the wheel. You guys are able to win several prizes and stuff like that. But the very specific people, like if we're at 90 and the next person skips the line, puts us at 100, whatever, again, they would be able to do things early. I also let them pick somebody in the chat to bring up with them as well.
I got a golden ticket, I got a golden chance to make my way, and with a golden ticket it's a golden day.
All right, give me a second. Give me a freaking second, like give me a freaking weapon, like send me your freaking, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but right. Let's see. You said 9 for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dun, dun, dun. All right. 2 skips. You win 2 skips in your pocket as well. You win 2 skips. Now they're 2 separate skips. It would be like you sending one of these.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all.
And then coming back again and doing the same thing.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie.
And then as opposed to one of these that are a 2-song.
I just need you to. Can you please just go?
That is different. That is different or whatnot. But yeah, at some point pick somebody also to go on that wheel. We'll bring that back and then we'll throw that up. But let's go ahead and throw your song in. We have your first one up, A House
I don't
Ain't
understand
Home.
this person. So they're crazy. That's bullshit.
These people are not crazy. They're strong. I don't understand this person, so they're crazy.
Oops. Come on, bro.
People. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
Boy, you better get your bit back. Sliding with the Cadillac, with the gun all my life. If you slide for me, and I'll slide for you. And if you die for me, then I'ma die for you. I'ma die for you. I'ma die for you. I would die for you. If you slide for me, I'ma slide for you. I'ma slide for you. If you die for me, then I'ma rock with you. I'ma be with you. If you rock with me, then I'ma rock with you. I'ma rock with you. And if you die for me, then I'ma die for you. I'ma die for you. NFL with a gun again. Tryna go ahead and spin again. Mama over here, know all my friends. Drugs and death, again. A home, ain't feeling like a home. Mom, will you leave me alone? Rather drive on so long. Go home.
Big time.
Ain't feeling like a home. At the end of it, I'm always alone. Well, fuck, you gon' stab me. I got knives in my bag. I know you're hurting me. Got knives in my bag. You know you're hurting me. I'm sliding down the block with black Cadillac. Gun on my lap, cause you gonna catch me black. What the fuck when I die? What the fuck are you crying? In a home. When you gon' see all the murder on the floor. In a home. When you gon' see all the drugs on the floor. Under my mind, I don't know. I be in the field with gangsters though. I be in the field, call it war zone. Can you come back? Why you leave me in the house? That is not a home. It is not a home. I ain't feel safe. I feel all alone.
Freestyler.
I feel all alone.
Freestyler written. A lot of freaking time people want to like tell you that if
so they're crazy. That's bullshit.
What's spinning well for you in a second? Big time. All right, so when it comes to this record right here, right, I do appreciate any live music vibe. What do I consider that? Anything with a piano-driven piece of production where the lyrics, the song, the content, you know, is often real, you know, something that could be, you know, heartfelt with the right performance and, you know, just melodies and everything like that, right? There are some timing issues with certain things, aspects of the record that maybe feel like it was put together more or less freestyle. We always end up talking about that. And I always tell artists that it's better to really figure out what you're truly going to do, to write your records, to really think about the full, you know, theme that you want to talk about and everywhere that you want to go, right? The problem is not all artists know how to write melodies, right? So I get probably like wanting to like go in and more or less kind of like maybe freestyle things as they come out, because it's hard for you to like write where a melody is going to go, how you write something and remember that, right? But there is a way to sort of have the best of both worlds. I just say, like, don't rush things. Don't like just freestyle everything off top. That's the problem, right? Know exactly where you're going to go with stuff. Have a structure to it. And then when it comes to ad-libs, ins and outs, freaking doubles, right? You got to make sure that you are on time with the extra layers that you add, right? If you mess up, you got to do it again. Or, right, if you have someone that's engineering you, they literally will tell you when to do something again, or if they can just like move it over and fix it in post, right? And if they can do that, that's fine. But I feel like if you guys go to the studio, you're going to have the best, work possible, because hopefully you're going to have somebody who pushes you to pull out the best performances, and anything that doesn't necessarily belong on the record, they won't put there. And if something is missing, they'll tell you to do that or figure out a way to add it with other, you know, effects and means. But that other person being there will be able to tell you when something sounds a little bit off or whatnot, right? And again, we've been through that where like, and I don't feel like trying to fix it because you were too offbeat in too many different sections right there. So I'm gonna just have you redo it, right? And then again, if you don't know something well enough to do it properly, that's often why we really get you know, on you guys about writing and memorizing stuff and really trying to get in to the recording process when you're ready to perform it. Because then you know where everything's going to go. You're going to sing right on the money with that thing. And often you want to turn down any of the extra vocals that you have as well. Panning and making sure that everything is balanced and that you remember any of your extra vocals that you add. They're literally like any extra one that you have is an extra person on stage with you. Imagine you only have one mic. Right? You've heard me say this several times before, and it's the best analogy ever because everyone can picture it. Imagine you only have one mic and you have like 5 different hype men, you know what I'm saying, on stage, and they're all basically competing because they all want to be heard because they know your shit too, and they're all there, but some of them don't, and so they're all slightly off while they're trying to like match up with you, and they're also right here. You're in front, but they're like right on the sides also trying to compete for it. Like, no, they need to be back there, right? So any extra vocal that you have is a background vocal. Turn it down, pan them a little bit to the, you know, left and right, throw some effects, some filters on it, allow it to, you know, shine, but by being a little bit, you know, back there. And then there's harmonization too that you could add, right? You know, you tended to do certain things within this, that, you know, within a melody that basically you did layers within the same melodies. But when you go in, if you're like, right, you can have a higher tone also with that, right? And then it'll sound, you know, dope. Not with everything though. Once again, you don't want to have everything with everything and just have a hodgepodge of just like too much going on. But I do see the potential that could happen with that. What'd you say? I know nothing about this, you know what I'm saying, spin the wheel, you know what I'm saying, still new to the show and stuff like that. Now you're good. He said maybe 6. I got you. Give me a second. I'm gonna spin that, and then we're gonna get on with the next 2 songs that we do have of Rip Dada whatnot, right? So he said 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's see what you win. All right, this is an off or, while it says offline skip one song, it's an off or online skip. What does that mean? It is a skip that you can use both during the live, or if we have already ended the live and you just missed us, but you still wanted that review, I'll, you know, still review the song and basically, you know, send you the review either to your email or upload it as a, you know, solo piece of content or something like that. Also, again, we could just not be live yet and you want to review like before the show or something like that. You could use it like that, but also during the live. So you have that, and it's worth 1 skip. That was specifically for Big Tom. And then let me get in with the other things, and we still got to check for the legend. The legend, Cannon. All right, so Passion of the
Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO Max.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO Max, blah blah blah. Passion of the Pain.
Lord, I've been running through the fire and the rain, trying to find peace in the middle of this pain. I lost brothers, I can't bring them back again. Talk to the sky, but it don't ever say a thing.
I see your passion rain. Oh, I see through the pain. I see passion rain. I see passion, your pain. Oh, I see it every day. I see passion in your pain, 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 pain. I go up around the game. We gon' see a lot of things. I'm a heart full of greed and murder all the same, same. Got that passion in the rain. Got that passion in the game. But my heart falling apart and I ain't gon' see it. It's all lost and died. I got passion in the rain. There isn't enough to gain. I got passion in the rain. Rain. How you go ahead and really try to be in field?
Welcome to the show.
I got a Glock on me, young. I can go ahead and really squeeze and get you killed. I can really go ahead and squeeze and get you killed. Nowadays they all be pressing on the pills, pressing on the pills.
Independent music only.
You don't know it's real. I know that you just kill. I know that you know that I got real pills. I know that you know that I like kills. I know that you know I'm stuck in the field. Like to go ahead and watch them.
Some of it is hard to hear. Yeah, all genres.
Quick kid, why you wanna fail?
It's like it's right here. It's right here. It says all genres.
Got a band on his head. That nigga ain't no dead.
Everything you need to know.
Fuck you, you a bad.
Right now we're listening to Rip Dada, Passion of the Pain.
How you gonna talk to the feds?
Yeah, good.
You a rat, a snitch, no. We want you back. They're popping on the X and X and X. They don't know it's pressed. When they know, they'll be dead.
When I'm back in it, another time when you're secret,
they don't know it's pressed. Popping on a perk, that's sad. When they find out, they'll be dead. When they find out, they'll be dead.
There's a lot of time where you don't know what to say, but I'm always on your mind. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I could not hear a lot of what you said on this one specifically right here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the equivalent of when we often talk about those that are sometimes more enamored with just trying to give people a vibe versus, content. And I feel like this should be a content driven song. Again, like when you come across beats like that, they are live music records, things that you want to basically feel what the artist has gone through, and you want to be able to feel the content in that same way. It's really in how you are performing some of it. Some of you guys will almost like purposely, you'll be singing and saying something, but you'll suddenly almost not sing it with confidence, right? Where like you just all of a sudden put your face and your mouth, down, or you make it seem like you're talking specifically to some girl in her ear. Right? So, you know what I'm saying? But we need to hear what you're saying. We need to hear every single word to really, just know we should be saying facts or like, some real shit, or I'm gonna play this for my girl, like whatever, right? I feel like, you got the vibes down. There will be some who want you to lessen the auto-tune and things like that. They want you to be able to, they want to see what your true talent is just overall as an artist, right? What are you gonna do if you were allotted the opportunity to actually have a tiny desk scenario, right? That means, again, let's just say everything was laid out right in front of you,
right? They have a band there. The band knows every one of your songs ins and out, and they can play all of the instrumentals, you know what I'm saying? Piano, organ, you know what I'm saying? Whatever they needed to bring into the cusp. You want to be able to give a great, you know, performance and show people truly what you can do. Do not hide within the record, right? Sometimes it's just the mix that's sort of, you know, doing that. If I was engineering, and even if you performed it as is, right, and I have to work with what I have, I'm still going to make sure that your vocals sound clear enough for us to be able to hear you outside, but there are going to be parts where I may drop the beat so we hear it more properly, right? Not too much, not too little. But we'll have you know, elements that will, you know, work a little bit better for what we have, because again, it's important that we hear what the song is about so we know when we can you know, relate to it. It does have to be independent artists. I probably should have mentioned that. Again, independent artists. If it is somebody within the industry, we will get cut, blocked, flagged, or muted during the live or after the live is trying to be saved or whatnot. So when it comes to industry artists, those I would do reviews for like offline, and then I'll post them as like standalone, you know, sort of things or whatnot. So I'll take it as a suggestion and I'll put it on like the list. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I'll put list of that dorky reactions. Industry. All right, and we'll put Jed, working out by Jed or whatnot. So that'll be one of the next sort of ones you see me do. Maybe I'll do that like at the end of the show after I end it, and then I'll like try to post it, you know what I'm saying, sometime tomorrow or whatnot. All right. Shout out to Rip Dutta on that. We got one more from him. Again, he did send a 3-song back-to-back. If you don't believe that.
Searching for the master sword. You guys are really bad at spitting rhymes, and you ain't real and have no skills, and so I mastered yours. I could have been killed running past a horde of zombies when I crashed the card and smashed it, blasted 4 magic doors, and man, you know how all these bastards are. I'm like Aladdin when he shafts Shavar inside a lamp for acting hard, when all he had to do was split a rapper, just beatbox to go distract the guards. I got 100 rupees planted on my MasterCards. Don't make me take it, chicken, take it, make it. Anyways. We got one more from him called 1,000 Days and 1,000 Nights. Again, out of the 3 records that you heard, some of you guys have probably only heard 1 or 2, but which one is the best? Which one would you rather see the video to?
Told them kids straight up, if
this
you
one
guys
is called
are serious about making it out of this ghetto, you gotta
same
focus.
Artist. We're still looking for Legend. Let me see.
You've got to learn.
Where'd Legend go?
Rap or play basketball or something, nigga. You're trapped. You are trapped. Either do that or sell crack. That's your only option. That's the only way I've ever seen it work.
I cried for 1,000 souls, 1,000 nights. You lied.
I got you, Legend.
I cried. You died while they lying. 1,000 words and 1,000 days and 1,000 nights. I forgot to say.
It is when we can hear what you're saying.
1,000 ways we can end your life. Slice and dice. We can go ahead and cut your right with a knife. Pop a pill. That shit laced with the fentanyl, you get killed. Getting popped with a 308, little nigga, you get popped. Get dropped, you can die. There's 1,000 ways, 1,000 nights. While you lie, we just sat there and watched you die.
Don't start going down. Don't start going down.
Do not cry.
What up, Steph? We were just talking about you earlier.
There's 1,000 ways so we can end life. So why? What do you like? So why?
Listen, I'm saying, start switching up the melodies, my brother, man. Y'all will be looking for. That's what we be looking for. That's what we be. This one was better. Probably the best out of the 3. 1,000 Days, 1,000 Nights, Rip Dada. You know, this it was probably the best out of the 3 or whatnot. It had a great start, I'll even you know, say. You know, after a little bit, it does get a little bit repetitive with sort of like where you go melodically. You know, but I liked the clarity that we started, you know, to hear on this. It just, you know, you started to go back down that same well of like, let me start slurring, you know, what I'm saying. It's like, you know, you basically doing a record, right? But at the beginning of the record, you take something. It could be NyQuil or whatever you want that freaking thing to be. And at some point, that drug kicks in the middle of the actual, you know, song or whatnot. And so, you know, I mean, that's the analogy that I'll sort of like give. So you want to make sure that like, nah, stay with as much clarity as possible, because what we can hear, when we can hear stuff, we sing along with it. We don't want to hum to shit. We want to be able to sing along, say every word. And this one has the most potential. It feels like you can put this a little bit in, you know, like you put R&B soul in that. I can hear it in pop as well, right? It's just short of being something that like you put the right feature on there, you extend it a little bit more, give yourself more regular room to do something real on this. You might have an actual hit on your hands or whatnot, but put that love into it. Once again, work with someone if you can, so they can really analyze a lot of, you know, these things. You don't want people who are just gonna press record and kind of let you do whatever, beat ends, all right, what else? You know what I'm saying? They should literally, the goal should be, how can we get any record that we do to be the next, you know, the next record that, like, again, if we were going to push it on radio, nobody would have any doubts, any problems, any like, well, what's that part right there? Or, you know, anything like that. But not bad. What'd you say? Gonna see Big Bird on Broad Street asking for James and stuff like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Rip thought it was like facts, you know what I'm saying? And then how you know? Is that what was a perk? Is that? See, my brother, he said, how do you know? I don't know, man. Look, I'm just good at analyzing stuff, okay? I'm good at listening to an artist, right? And I can almost guarantee anytime that I've said it sounds like you snuck in the studio to do the song, I can almost guarantee that's what happened, because I'll just imagine what state the artist is in when they're doing it. And it literally felt like everything was completely fine when the song started. And as it goes on, you know, the perk takes hold, right? And then, you know, you start going into a little bit of an alternate dimension, so to speak, or whatnot, right? There are things, there are enhancers and dehancers, you know what I'm saying, out there. Some things I wouldn't recommend making music with for that reason, right? Because equally, like, if anything, you write the music on whatever you want, but don't record it yet. You want to record sober, and you want to, like, you know, create and kind of listen to it after the fact on whatever, because when you are enhanced in that way, you're gonna hear things you might have not heard first. You know what I mean? You may think about something a little bit, you know, too much or whatnot, but you're really gonna hear your tones, everything that you might have, you know, got wrong, or what you could have done better within that confines. But if you do it all, you know, properly, you know what I'm saying, then you record it. I mean, y'all know what it is. So what about Currency? Currency is still an art. Like, if we all know the artist, you know, shout out to Currency though. Shout out to Currency, man. Currency got some shit. Currency is a vibe within himself. Always has something, you know, a little bit different depending on what he's working on. Let me see what we got. Let's get that legend, man. He's been in here for a bit. Had his skip already ready up in the cuffs. So we got to go ahead and throw that thing.
I just need you to. Can you please just go? We all need pizza, so I make weird music. I got pizza if you need them. PayPal me. You see me on the playground, just yeah, I'm a dork, but I stay grounded. They call me in cause I stay clowned. You wanna stay down then.
So you did put 20 on it. So I threw that in there, and
why I gotta work 9 to 5? Why can't I just say what's on my motherfucking mind? Why they gotta struggle to get by?
It's called They Don't Know. First one is called They Don't Know.
Say my name. Why they talk about difference, but shit don't change. They talk about change, but shit stays the same. Act like they care, but you know they lie. Why can't you see this shit's all by design? They just gonna hold you down when you try. Put it right there in your face. They divide you by class, sex, and race. Treat us like we're just taking up their space. Told a big lie to us, how much is enough? They care about the foreigners more than they do us. Hey, life is tough, but if you open your eyes, we can survive. It is about time, just open your eyes. I try to tell them, but they just won't listen. I already showed them, but they don't see the vision. It's right there in the front, but they can't make their own decisions. I gave what I could, but they still chose the prison. There's people in the room, but I'm all alone. I'm just smiling and laughing, I just play along. It's a strange knowing
that
when
one part.
you don't belong, but it's easy for me, I played that song. My friend in my head, yeah, I know them all. They keep it simple, say the world's too small. I found my peace, but I still don't know. I weigh is heavy, the things I know. Would they even hear me if I told? I already know, now they won't. I know I'm all alone, but that's okay. It's the place I'm most at home. They think it's me because they don't
Like I feel like he wants to do something melodic, but not.
places that I go, content with the mirrors and the smoke. It's gonna be too late by the time they know. I try to tell them, but they just won't listen. I already showed them, but they don't see the vision. It's right there in the front, but they can't make their own decisions. I gave what I could, but they still chose the prison. They never stepped outside just to look back in. That's why they're stuck and they don't grow within. My friends in my head, well, they don't pretend. They're the only ones knowing how this all ends. I'm never alone, I'm just not like you. I come from a place that's way past view. The world ain't mine, and that's the truth. And that's alright, cause I know what I'm due. I'm headed home and I'll make it through. I just wish that y'all knew what I knew. I wish y'all knew what I knew.
I wish I knew what I knew. Cause I don't even know what to do. Cause every day I'm blowing up you.
You ain't crazy for seeing it.
Playing the piano. A lot of times I would. All right. So with this one, I did feel like the performance in certain sections did need a little bit of work, right? It was kind of like it sounded a little bit like you were drunk a little bit, just in terms of the performance, right? Because like it kept going in and out of feeling like you wanted to sing certain things and then didn't. Like you wanted to, but maybe didn't have the confidence to want to get in. Or again, whenever anyone's drunk and you try to get in there and try to sing something, you really ain't thinking about trying to sing the best and on key and all that, and so you get in there, and I can see the potential once again, right? Every record that we do can potentially be a reference record for a better version of it from us or somebody else. So I always think about, like, should we replace the chorus with another artist? Should we, have him go back in and do another, go round of it? And if you were to get another artist on there, I do think that it would add so much of an extra flavor, to it. I didn't even mind the effect that you added, on, your vocals, to that, It kind of sounded unique. At first, I was like, I don't know, it might be unnatural, a little bit, but I feel like, again, with the right, artist, and in other cases, you can still get another artist to sing the chorus with you, turn your vocals down a little bit, but keep it in there, but you want the best of the best in order for a song to truly, do the numbers I think that we all, would want. The content is, on point. Again, I think everybody likes, when it comes to real stuff, but again, we want to be able to rap and sing your songs with you, always making sure that the timing, everything, like that is on point, and that nothing just feels like it's, out of place, I think is important. And you did work on, some of your timing from, like, some of the songs that I've heard last time. I see you trying to get there, and I appreciate you, continuing to try to move forward or whatnot. Again, over time, man, you guys will grow into the best versions of yourself. Starting off, it's not always gonna, be literally the best, but seeing that growth is what matters. Everyone changed from even when those who got in the industry, right? If you listen to early Jay-Z versus early Busta Rhymes versus early, anybody, add any name in there, the early versions of those artists versus who they eventually became, and the legacy that followed, it was vast and long, and a lot of them had to even grow with the times, right? So I'm curious on what happens, with that growth. We have one more from him that we're gonna pull in, and then we should be back in the free line, I believe, or I might be tripping. I think we have another skip from 10 Crimes, and then we should be back in. But we will see. What's up? Did you put my song yet? Nope, not yet. Then thank you for coming back on in or whatnot. And Rip Dowd said he's in the skip, as well. So we have 2 other skips before we get back in. 10 Crimes is still in there. What do you say? You said maybe I was, gotta have, one to hit the pocket, I had 2. And then, good job with it, quality good too, big time, with the 5 emojis. Stephanie was like,
I'm trying to see, how do I feel about this?
Everybody's claiming outlaw like some kind of crown. But when it's time for shit to go down, ain't no one around. They posting on the gram when I'm putting in work. I'm out on the grind, they printing t-shirts. And if that hit home, I guess the truth hurts. So if the shoe fits, it's on you, not me. So I'll tell you what it means to be an outlaw like me. Love me or leave me, you ain't even gotta believe me. But it ain't
the timing.
You still pretend to be me, I'm a real outlaw. And y'all can't hate me, but that ain't changing the fact that you're portraying a real outlaw like me. Love me or leave me, you ain't even gotta believe me, but it ain't changed me, you still pretend to be me, I'm a real outlaw. Y'all out here getting dressed up in costumes, let me tell you, brother, the devil really suits you. You think you ain't doomed for that? Well, man, I feel bad for you. Sold your soul for some clicks and views. I'll just stick to my outlaw shit with my outlaw clique, and y'all don't even know what a real outlaw is. Well, I'm a real outlaw, baby, and outlaws like me, David Allen Cole, Waylon Jennings, I'm a rebel without a cause, but I got a calling, and that's fuck the industry and fuck society. outlaw like
Did you freestyle
me.
this?
Love me or leave me.
Listen.
You ain't gotta believe me, but it ain't changed me. You still pretend to be me. I'm a real outlaw. And y'all can't hate.
I do feel like you freestyled this because you're saying outlaw too much. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when we write, there's something that we do where I don't want to say the same word, really twice, especially within the same, sentence and stuff like that. And so, you really strategically get to figure out where your words are going to land, what you're going to say. This is also why I don't recommend freestyling when it comes to songs, right? No matter what kind of thing we gonna take and then let something set in, if we drinking, if we it throws things off a little bit, right? I feel like to get warmed up, to get into things in a just like I'm messing around, but like when you are a professional, if you want to, what I always tell artists is like, do things as if you were paid to do it, right? And like, again, matter of fact, every record tonight, every remaining record, let's listen to every one of them, and in that, in that sort of thought process, and ask ourselves, does it sound like if someone paid them to do what we just heard, would it feel like that? Would it feel like they wasted, their money, and that person would be fired or whatever the freaking case or whatnot? Because we want, anytime that we go in to do a record, we have to put that professionality into it as much as possible. Right, we're gonna go with the rest of the thing, but
Love me or leave me. You ain't gotta believe me, but it ain't changed me. You still pretend to be me. I'm a real outlaw.
Probably like a little bit more of that first one.
Well, fought for the masters, and Merle, he knew the good times were gone. The Cole said what was on his mind, whether the shit was a right or a wrong. Well, I ain't asking no permission, I'm just putting it out here in the song. Two lanes in the game, you gotta mend that split. If you wanna get paid, you gotta call a truce. The playlist cartels and the reactors too. The cronies in the comments trying to spread their roots. If you wanna be a real outlaw, my dude, I'm a real outlaw, baby. I'm a real outlaw. I'm an outlaw, baby. Yeah, I'm an outlaw.
I'm just imagining him like belly out, just like randomly. I'm a real outlaw, baby. He's just like random, like it feels like you're having fun, more or less. But I feel like the timing is throwing me off a little bit more than anything or whatnot, right? Like, look, we want to be able to rock with, your lingo and everything. I just think, right? If you were to perform this in any other song in this sort of like manner, in a better way, right? And then again, know when to actually tap in to some of the actual, other artists that you could get on that, like, again, have the words for that chorus, but let somebody else, figure out how to sing it in there, because I can hear where it should go. I'm literally listening to the melodies of the production right now and going, I know how this should be sung, but he's singing it like somebody who's singing the real song but drunk, and it's just the instrumental and stuff like that, right? But I know how it's supposed to go.
Outlaw, outlaw, outlaw. You can wear a hat and you can talk. When the dust settles, only the real ones walk. This ain't for the fame, it ain't for the likes. It's long nights, wrong fights, standing on what's right. Been tested, I've been counted out. So if an outlaw's what you claim to be, then prove it in the dirt. Come ride with me, outlaw. Love me or leave me, you ain't even gotta believe me, but it ain't changed me. You still pretend to be me. I'm a real outlaw, and y'all can hate me, but that ain't changing the fact that you're portraying a real outlaws like me. Love me or leave me, you ain't even gotta believe me, but it ain't changed me. You still pretend to be me. I'm a real outlaw. Outlaw.
Everybody wants to be a real outlaw. We'll learn to live like one.
I mean, like, everybody, you know, for most people, especially gamers, you know, the true test will be, right, whether they would use this for their Red Dead Redemption, you know, sort of like videos, right? You know what I'm saying? Everybody loves to, you know, put their gameplay to the right, you know, music or whatnot. This could go in something like that if you were to, you know, put it in sort of like good standing just as a song. Again, I'm thinking about you know, live performances, but I'm thinking about, you know, just anyone who would want to do a cover to your record and stuff like that, right? There's potential. It just needs that professional touch. I like to always remind artists that, like, I do record, mix and master. I get in there and I come at things from a point of view of, like, if I were recording you, what are the things that I would actually tell you to do? Now, like, if we were in the middle of recording it, we would deal with things line by line, because I wouldn't just let you go all the way through a whole thing and not like immediately be like, what are you doing? Because then I would feel like we're wasting time. Like, literally, we're wasting time recording that if you're not gonna make sure that this part right here is on beat, that you're sort of like, that you know that this part, okay, you know what, we need to bring a singer in, have them sort of go over and, you know, do that. Like, there's ways where you could make this an actual, you know, hit and have it be something that people do resonate, you know, with. I see the potential, but the performance, I think, was a little bit more off. That's about it. Back to the drawing board. Legend said, yep. Hey, man. Hey, yo, there's a lot of problems. He said, I am dead, man. You know what I'm saying? Rip Dada. You know what I'm saying? My G, I can't duly noted. Yeah, listen, we was in there. Listen, first of all, for everybody who got to experience and enjoy.
We're back in the free line. Oh no, I forgot that.
All right, we got a song called Up, Up, and Away from 10 Crimes. I'm just trying to download it. Things always... Oh, no, there we go. We were able to download freaking a lot of people that tell me that I don't know if I'm freaking getting them. Let's go.
Moving, do it. Now I'm cruising in the lane, got the top down, feeling free. Grew up in the struggle, now the whole world looks at me from the bottom. Had to hustle, never call no breaks. Now I'm moving like a king, watch the throne, I'ma take. I got the vision on a mission, never taking any loss. Each step is calculated, I am paying any cost. Find out the dirt to the stars, walking on air with the funky rhythm hitting. I'm just glad to be here. The road was very long, but I always stayed with the groove. Kept it funky, stayed humble, never gave a shit to prove. Every beat that I rock, got the soul in the flow. I'm here to make a statement and to let the world know. Ain't no stopping me now. I'm at the top of my game. It started out slow and now they're screaming my name. From the jump, I always knew that I had to grind. I'm mixing it up, got the soul and the shine. I'm walking through the city with the music in my soul. Every step that I take.
Having the time of your life, cause you know that the world is waiting for you. Standing in line, spending time, tap your car, baby, join the queue. Baby, you know all the best, leave the rest far behind in a state of confusion. Run at the beat, move your feet if you know what's good for you.
Watch me glide to the top, got the world in my sights, the game's been mine. I'm just taking what's due, kept the rhythm steady, hitting, never slipped in the groove. From the basement to the penthouse, watch the moves that I make. Every beat, every bar, it's a pet that I create. Came from the grind, now it's all about the shine. Stay true to the funk, every step is so divine. They said that it's impossible, but I'm bringing
I don't know why I'ma tell you a lie,
So, big salute, man. I always love when 10 Crimes comes through because, you know, there'll be a lot of different, you know, records, you know, within that sort of, you know, country blended with, you know, other things. And when it comes to this one, right, this one was always a nice surprise because he worked with another artist from our community that we'll send to our show from time to time, Cinematic. I have a song with him, you know what I'm saying, as well. And he's very consistent with, you know, his style, what he does. It feels good to hear, you know, him do what he does right along with 10 Crimes and what he does. Understand that, like, that is the formula, right? Like, when it comes to making a good collab, it should really feel like you're going into each other's worlds and still doing what you do, because again, your fans want you to be able to represent, you know, what you're good at, and, you know, bring those elements to the forefront, while simultaneously, again, the other artists will have their sort of fans and what they expect their artists to do as well. As long as you guys can sort of meet somewhere in the middle, you'll have you know, something very consistent, and it feels very much, you know, like a perfect middle ground or whatnot, because Cinematic will go through with the, you know, sort of layers and make it very anthematic, and usually Cinematic will get on the choruses as well. So to actually let, you know, 10 Crimes, you know, get in there and you know, take hold, you know, I know he had to, you know, hold back, wanted to get in there and try to figure out, you know, something, you know, but it's a good different track too. I think it's probably one of the more upbeat tracks that I had heard Cinematic on as well. So this was like him getting on something a little bit, you know, faster. Probably something that does have the potential to really be out there, right? So hopefully there's a lyric video on the way, a music video, whatever you guys would want to freaking do. Let me see. Z-Time, when you go for a different, you must take it in stride. Legend said. Let me see. And then Fire Mud, you know what I'm saying, country rap. You know what I'm saying, it's pretty good. And then let me see, like that switch a lot. Snapping. Oh yes, has a freaking big time. And with Dada right there. You know what I'm saying? And then you get the free skip my yes, you're next, sir. Like, if you don't listen.
Hey yo, everything's under control, except for the fact that I'm about to get under your soul. Darth Vader was my father too, except nobody knows. I almost told him, but I froze. Chilling inside the Millennium Falcon, there's so many buttons right here, I ain't finna be counting. But I found an R2-D2 unit in the back, now time to watch Game of Thrones. Jedi dork in a spaceman suit, I'm like the aliens from Space Jam. Dude, if I was Vader, I would take hands too, cause with the Force I can make a man poop. Put it on wax, then I just relax with the tracks, taking
through a different universe. Oh my gosh, freaking. That's why I take that freaking time or whatnot, man, because I know SoundCloud be tripping. But yeah, I said your skip and 10 Crimes skip, you know what I'm saying, we're pretty much.
Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Why fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Why fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Why fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
I just promise it gets savage. I'ma go ahead and bust your head and turn it into cabbage. How you a bitch, but you ain't have it. I like to count the Benjamins, like the mathematics. You want smoke? I lay static. We can go ahead and shoot the apparatus. Boy, you better watch your fucking lope. Yeah, I'll have it. I'm a young nigga that like to cause all the havoc. Need a gun? Nigga, yeah, I have it. I got a few sticks that can switch to automatic. I'm a young nigga and I love I'm having. I'm the one that walk your block with an automatic. When I go on road, your ops be trash. Run around, I'm doing 180 on dash. Fuck around, we gon' swerve through corners fast. Fuck around, nigga, they ain't do the dash. You gon' crash, 50,000 on his head to do the math. I'ma go ahead and make that shit to Benji's fast. You can't get a win, nigga, fuck you mean. We just on your block with a magazine. You can't get a win, nigga, fuck you mean. We be strolling on your block with a radar beam. Put them in the void, I should show them more. What my chopper do, gamble to get you more. Try to go ahead and shoot, I shoot them more. I don't give a fuck, all the bodies on the shore. Super black, body hit the floor. Fuck around, I got the choppers evermore than ever does, whatever cuz. Go ahead and really shoot, I'ma blood. How the fuck you wanna feel? I ain't care, what be up? How the fuck you wanna feel? I don't care, it be stuck. I shit no more, nigga, gamble to get. How the fuck you wanna feel? You a threat. I got chopper, eat like gamble to get. How the fuck you wanna feel? Promise like he ain't a threat. I'm a young nigga, that just like the static. I'ma go and throw my gun in the air and let it have it. I like
timing
to cause all the havoc. I like static. I'ma go ahead and shoot the apparatus.
Go and get them in them so prolific. There's another time where I don't even wanna hold on this shit. This is just the time for I can't just wanna like tell y'all that I don't.
Anyways, big freaking salute. What y'all think about that? 1 to 10, you know, feedback is of course welcome while you are right in the.
We had a nice start to it. It was like, oh shit. I mean, like that beat hits hard. I think it has, you know, something nice to it to a certain extent. Like, you know, you get on there with a chill energy when the beat is kinda, you know, hype. It's half and half. It's half, you know, hype because again, it hits hard. It has a lot of, you know, energy to it or whatnot, like vampires, zombies, and some just coming to life all of a sudden. You know, there's part of me that would love a sort of, you know, a switch of energy throughout, right? So that means you were to start off sort of like at that low sort of chill energy, and then by the end you're sort of, you know, yelling a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You're more aggressive. I feel like that will bring the record, you know what I'm saying, alive a little bit more. You always want to feel like you're, you know what I'm saying, uplifting to a certain extent. The other vibe that I was given is just more of that sort of like, you know, again, but mobbing on your ops, you know, type music or whatnot. That ski mask, as you want to, you know, want to be able to do some dirt quietly, type shit or whatnot. But yeah, man, if you can get in there, potentially 2 minutes and 40 seconds of record, you know, did feel like a record that you were also gonna get few of your boys, you know, on or something like that. Of course, we're gonna jump back in the free line real quick, then we'll get into potentially your other skip as well. So big freaking salute. Once again, they are separate, not a back-to-back thing. So we always have to go in between the free line and or a skip and your thing when that happens. We got Gene Zo with your
Death don't scare me now. It's more the weight I carry around. Burn me till I turn to dust. I know it's weird, oh well. So what? I'll go through your tribulations. I'll be waiting just to make my move. Oh my dear, it's so frustrating. I'll just take it like I always do. Until I'm nothing at all. Let me place myself
I've never been so conflicted in my freaking life, right? This is quite literally, all right? Let me help you understand where my head is at the entire time that I'm listening to this, right? It's the equivalent of something that I almost feel like I'm being tortured to a certain extent because of the mix, right? The mix, extremely loud in a lot of areas that I would prefer for it to be balanced, and that's with everything. But also, everything that I'm hearing is actually good, right? I like the melodies, the sort of, you know, anthematic sort of like people in the background at certain parts. This feels like it would be a really good record. It just needs that mix. And so I'm so in between, like, should I freaking cut this off or continue listening? Because I do really want to listen. Like, I've never had a record I really liked that I almost wanted to cut off just because I don't want to. Baby, was I too late? I gotta rest my ears. You tell me to run away. You said all this end up hurt. Darling, you know I would stay till I'm rotting in a hurt. Till my body's in the grave. Let you put me through the worst. Promise I'ma be okay. I'll be addicted to your curse until I'm nothing at all. Let me brace myself. I don't take it too far. But I know I will. I'm so delusional. I would give up, but I'm so uncertain. My blood stains on your wall. Give me a kiss before you close that curtain. That's your best move? You know who you also reminded me of a little bit? Paramore. You know what I mean? I could hear Haley singing this, every word, every note, every tone, that kind of, you know, guitar and stuff like that. Those melodies, like, they've always been good at melodies in the songs, you know, that they do. You just love, and then you end up wanting to sing along with it, man. Outside of that mix, I would put you on that playlist too, man. I must hate that it's private, you know what I'm saying? Because then I can't add it to the playlist, you know what I'm saying? Even if I wanted to. But yeah, big freaking salute. 2 minutes and 16 seconds as well. What do you guys think when it comes to time? I'm usually wanting things to be a little bit longer. I forgot to put the actual name of the song we were playing, but it was Your Curse, name of the song, by Jinzo. That's 2 I's, Jiinzo. You know what I'm saying? Jiinzo. Okay. I'll just write that there for a second. But yeah, man, because you were like, even like Rip Dot, I think, you know what I'm saying? You guys were like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? And you were like, you probably felt that same exact way of like, oh my God, it's like extremely loud or whatnot. But as it went on, you're like, man, like, I don't know though. It's like you want to run out the door, but you also are like, but then I'm going to miss what this is right here. Like, it's really dope. It's literally like hearing the best song, but the only way you can hear it is distortedly loud, like right in front of your, like you got to get right in front of the speaker, all in front, and you got to put your ear to the speaker in order to hear the song. And that's the only way they agreed to let you hear the song early. You know, that's truly what it felt like. Outside of that, man, you know, so I did love that, and I do want to hear more of your record. You know what I'm saying? So keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. We're gonna go ahead and get back into the skip line right quick. We got one more from Rip Dada. Then we should be back in the free line. If you do want to send a skip yourself.
Yo, 9 cents and Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye. If you when I'm dancers, they're answering surprise. Ask answers, get questions, big weapons, blast master, quick faster, mix master, zigzags in a big bag for the kickback. Let me hit that sir, switch back in a Christopher. Listen, man, there is no way in hell that you're slower than I am. I will donate a snail. This is why we're here, man. You're going to jail. Peter Griffin has Steve Carell.
It's gonna do an ad, isn't it? It's gonna be an ad.
And we're back talking all things connectivity with Spectrum customers.
Oh my God! Every single time that your mama wasn't weird. Every single time. This is Rip Dada with Dope Fiends.
Dolphins, I really know her. Cocaine,
I agree.
My best
Teenage
friend,
Dirtbag, baby. Exactly.
Cocaine over here chillin' belly white. I was in the field when the darkest of the night. How the fuck they really wanna go and get popped? I was sipping lean, you were popping like a rock. Dolphin, codeine, I can see it, you'll die slowly. Dolphin, codeine, I can see you'll die slowly. Hang around with the dolphin, sipping lean. Dolphin, hanging out with the dolphin. 2 perks and I'm slowly dying, riding. Then I reciprocate the violence. Got me thinking I'm a demon. Why the fuck they plotting and scheming? They wishing and dreaming. They got me over here thinking I'm a demon. Kill, over here with pop pill. Already know what be real. I'll kill, be killed. Over here I'm popping pill. I really think that ops dreaming. I really think that ops be scheming. 2 to 3 just think I'm a demon. Is it kill or be killed? Plot scheme, nigga, yeah, for real. Got a job for a mess off a pill. I was over here on a black.
It's almost like a video game.
I'm a demon. Oh, at least I think for real. Running on my block, oh, I see you getting killed. Kill, be killed.
A lot of freaking things though. People also freaking like don't want you to think slow. Freaking they want to be able to say that freaking back in the days they watched Family Matters with Carl Winslow, and then freaking when the wind blows, people be like, man, there's lots of freaking people you could sing for. How was the vibe? The melodic records that you have sent, that one was a little bit more decent. You know, still had a fairly decent mix in there. You do, again, right? There's always that time where you like, at some point you're, you know, straight up, we can hear every word, we're going in there, and then other times you go into that perk sets in and you start to, you know, start to learn the words, man. Correct those things, man. Correct anytime when you get into, and like, look, just know this. Here's the psyche that I've always had, and when I've heard it, it's been done the best, right? We don't mind the sort of mumbling a certain section as long as, and you, hopefully you've been here when I said this, or I'll have to re-say it, but you know, as long as you say the line first, and then if you do the thing where you're going to repeat it a few times, then you can start mumbling that thing. But we have to hear what it is, and then you can, you know what I'm saying, jump down. But in the case of when you're making a song, right, when literally you're making a song and you want that sort of like crowd that's going to sing along with you, and you can just hold the mic out and have them go, like, they have to know what you're saying. They have to know what you're saying in order to have that happen. So always think about all of your words, you know, as that. It is very important, you know, especially in, you know, like there were songs that were, you know, spoken clear that even at times people thought someone had said something else. I'm trying to remember a lot of those, you know, those known records that have happened with it, and then the artist was like, no, I said this, and then you were like, what the freak, you know what I mean? Or they admitted that they just made up something in certain sections, and you're like, my brother, My brother, if you
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
This is gonna be an interesting one because you already know the conversation we have in regards to AI. You know, I'm gonna just shut up and let it all play. No, you know what? He did say it's an AI vocal, but the beat I made, right? You know what I'm saying? If we're to believe you did make the beat, we'll really focus on the production. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna say F the vocal. F the vocal. F the vocal.
Te mandé los mensajes y quieres salir conmigo este verano y estás de vuelta en mi ciudad, qué chido. Nos vamos de aquí con las manos al aire, nos vamos a Tampico o quizás a Cuernavaca. Por esta semana pareces francesa, besos franceses. Me enamoré. Na 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 na. Me enamoré y se siente bien. Quiero festejar que ya se armó.
I'm gonna be honest, I hate that I kind of like this, you know what I'm saying, right now, but we still gonna have that conversation.
It's almost it's a tease.
Arrepentido que apenas topamos y me sentía mal. Me hacían el feo, tú con gafas, salvándome. Jugamos estilo.
This is the problem. Here's the problem, right? Here is the problem. Listen, we just gonna get into the conversation because the problem is the further we get into something, right? Like the way, like if we end up liking it, like knowing that, like if the artist was real, this song could be a major hit, like right now. Something that like immediately you hear and you go, bro, how is this not out right now? And da 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 da. But then you start asking the questions of like, oh, let me meet the artist. And then you realize they aren't real, right? That is always going to be at the end of any of these conversations. No matter how good a song is, we're always going to hate that the artist isn't real because there's no interview, there's no live performance, there's no shaking their hand, there's no, I would like to hear more from this specific artist and also know how they feel about my music or some random whatever. It just won't happen because that person isn't real. However, the production is freaking nice, right? If we wanted to really focus on that, I do like where the beat is going with this. And I like truly wish that the artist was real because I'm in my mind, I'm like, this would be a hit, like for real right now, right? You could put it out, but the problem is, right? The problem is, once again, the bigger a record gets when it comes down to being a part of award shows and stuff like that, all of what you guys do just kind of goes out the door, right? Because again, people are going to want a real artist to be involved with whatever, or a real producer to be involved, you know, with the situation. When you think about AI entering a beat battle or something, again, there's no way someone's not going to feel some type of way about that because with AI, to a certain extent, you have help. You're like, okay, let me put in, I want this type of freaking song. And, you know, in most occasions, what we hate more is when you haven't done the production or the vocal. All you have is the idea for the song, and then basically it spits everything else out, right? In this case, you had, you know, the production there. And there could be a little bit more, you know, going on when it comes to like the vocals. It doesn't feel like a you know, just amateurly sort of like, you know, put together, letting it do what it does. Because when it tries to copy songs, there are certain things done. But again, I started getting madder the more that the song went in, because I was like, I'm liking it, and also realizing that it's a tease. You know what I'm saying? It'll always be a tease until we get that real artist to basically replace that. And then even with that, like, you know, like as an artist, I want the opportunity to be able to come up with that dope song as well, right? I want to be like, if you came at me with a beat, I would literally rather you just come at me with the beat itself and then me figure out, okay, you know what? I want to do this with the chorus. I want to go in, do this with the verses. Maybe I'll get a feature or something like that on it. And then again, having that ability yourself to be able to come up with the melodies, where you want the song to go in terms of that. That is the dopeness, you know, that I, you know, really still cherish. And, you know, let me see. The live concerts, you know what I'm saying, if he seems, or if he keeps going, you know what I'm saying, the radius, you know what I'm saying, let me see, check it out. Yeah, it's far more in advance than, you know, and and let me see, one my bag, I was against it, you know what I'm saying, but now I'm a hustler and a songwriter first. No. He said, well, why would you hate it if you like it? Please try it right now. I'm okay. And it's more, look, it's more about, again, I appreciate the production, and at the end of the day, I just want a real artist to really be a part of the song. What I don't want is, because again, when it comes to like Spotify and stuff, we're already, if you don't know, like things like Spotify, they allow the artist to basically share the pot of whatever the, you know, the bottom line is, or whatever amount of money that is made via all artists whose songs have been uploaded and freaking played or whatnot, right? There's a certain amount, like at the end of, you know, either a few months or the year, that if you haven't made a certain amount of, you know, streams, freaking plays or whatever, all that money will go to like whoever the highest artists, you know what I'm saying, are. So with the aspect of artists still competing for that, when you add AI into that same pot, when you're factoring in some of the elements that aren't real, mainly, again, first and foremost, it comes down to, you know, for those that just use that, again, they don't have at all the lyrics. They just have the song idea. Make a song about how McDonald's ain't got a lot of ice cream, and then it just comes up with the beat, the lyrics, everything, right? We don't like that aspect. When it comes to something being done, we at least like that. The production, that is fine. We appreciate that. Then when it comes to the artist, there's still gonna be that feeling of wanting that person to be real, because we're gonna want more songs from them. And again, just literally think about it. Think about it like this. Imagine if you eventually found out Michael Jackson wasn't real, right? Elvis, the Beatles, any of the artists who are your favorites out there, if all of a sudden they were like, hey, guess what? They were AI the whole time. You would kind of be freaking pissed, because you're like, what about all the shit that I saw? You were saying that all of that was fake. You would feel some type of way. You'd feel like you were tricked to a certain extent. In this case, yes, you're being upfront with it, so we know that it's AI. With that said, when we listen to a song and an artist, we envision potentially what the artist might look like in our heads. You know, when we go from hearing a song to liking it, we then we immediately go and see if they have live performances and interviews. That's because we like the artist. It's not because we're trying to see if they're real. That is just what happens as a natural listener of someone that we could become a fan of and stuff, right? So once it sets in that artist isn't real, it's gonna hit a different sort of, you know, a string or whatnot, right? And people will kind of fight against it. So you are playing a little bit with fire here and there. I would say, like, give or take, right? I would prefer, like, what are the ways that I've been okay with when it comes to AI, right? If you maybe use it for just the chorus, and then you figure something out when it comes to like the verse areas. Like make it be a real artist to a certain extent. I've somewhat been okay with that. I've also been okay with the voice changer aspect of AI, when it's still a real person actually being the vocals, and then using AI to sort of manipulate your voice to sound like, I don't know, SpongeBob or Rick and Morty, or again, another artist or something like that. In those cases, I feel like there's, again, still work done. And all in all, I think everybody wants to feel like if you're gonna compete with other artists in the industry and be able to, and try to say like you're the best at this and that, you really want every aspect of what we're hearing to be, you know, as real as possible. Even when it comes to splice producers, man, like a lot of, you know, the ones who just drag and drop, all you do is drag and drop, and you haven't really, let me change the speed, add, you know, my own drums here and there, and like really chop it up. Like you have to make things yours in order for people to really be able to look at what you do as you know, a talent. And also when it comes to even doing videos about what you do, we love to see how you put production, you know, together. It's not as fun to sort of, you know, see that done with AI, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know, yet it's not as fun to see, you know, that, because we know that there are some, you know, there are some easy aspects to it. I think for a lot of people, it's really about that. And then what did you say about actors? With all the actors you watch aren't real, you know what I'm saying? They're fallen angels and demons. Why would you even? You know, many, you know what I'm saying, the artists do and evidence there. So listen, you're getting into a crazier area, you know what I'm saying, with that comment. But and let's see. Listen, the funny thing is, you can use it all you want, right? You can use AI all you want, right? Try to be a part of, you know, something, not to feel like you're behind. The problem is the people who need it, right? If you have the ability to write a song, to actually, you know, do things yourself, do it, right? Because that's the aspect of where, when we really like something, and, you know, like, just, okay, think about this, right? When it comes to a movie from like Quentin Tarantino, you know, we'll look at everything, the shots done, the music that's added in the movie, the dialogue, right? And we'll look at all the different people who had to do with things. Like, I used to love movies that much where it wasn't a Marvel thing, right? Marvel has that whole ending credit scene thing. I would stay after every movie way before that, just to look at all the credits, to see everyone that had to do with the movie that I actually loved and watched. You know what I'm saying? And so I think about that same aspect of like all the work that was done within, you know, a film, as well as a song, you know, that an artist, you know, has done. I like when there's more work and that we can see that creative process. We can sort of see how you would, you know, make something up from scratch, or even, you know, sample it. Whatever the case, we still like to see, you know, those aspects. And instead of working with AI vocals, we want to see you guys with real artists. There are so many artists who would literally right now, if you were to put out a post and be like, hey, I need a good artist on this, let me give you like 18, 16 bars, whatever it would be. If you literally put a post out like that, like about 100 plus would pop up and give you exactly what you would need, and they'd be a real freaking person. You know what I'm saying? And that goes for someone who plays guitar, the drums, rappers, singers, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it would be, right? I always want you guys to go the route of real collaboration before you feel like, let me immediately go to AI and see what it would do. You know what I'm saying? Just because, again, I love to, you know, I mean, again, I did everything pretty much, you know what I'm saying, myself when it came to figuring a lot of things out. and how to, you know what I'm saying, really record the right way, going to studios and seeing, you know what I'm saying, what the process is, you know, were like. And then when it came to, you know, bringing certain like instruments and stuff like that to the studio, like it just makes the record that much better. And it doesn't feel like, oh man, I'm cutting corners, let me just plop a guitar on this or whatnot. Like, and you know, like I would rather have somebody come, because you can record that shit. It's content. It's like, yo, I care that much about my music where I got this person, I admire what they do, I saw them online, you know, flew them out, whatever the case. Like, people would love to see that, as opposed to like, oh, put whatever this is in a thing with the crap, and then it just comes up. That's not as fun. Like, it's cool that it can create it, but I always feel a little bit about that. Anyways, let's go back into the lineup, because we'll be talking about this forever. Anyways, I mean, we still want to clap because it was a good song. I tell you what, my girl listens to a lot of like reggaeton, and you know, primarily she would know what's being said as well. She hates AI as well, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it thinks about the same aspects of, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's not a real person, and so you feel some type of way about it, right? I'll inform her that the production is real, at least, so to give her, you know, another reason to listen to it. But I'll see what she thinks, right? Because it does feel like a good song. It feels like something that she would listen to. You know, I think it would be good enough to compete with a Bad Bunny if you'd be able to get a real artist that could, you know, replicate that voice. But I would want you to allow the artist, you know, even though I don't know what every word says, I would want you to allow the artist to change the words. You know what I'm saying? Let whatever artist that uses your records as a reference records do something a little bit different. Just because there are some times where we don't know how much is actually done. Sometimes you guys do the work of like, let me actually make the song, and like I'll be the voice at first, but I'll replace it with an AI voice so it can be the real thing that people then hear as a reference record that they can then use and replace their voice with. Whatever, I get it to a certain extent. The more that real work is freaking done, but it always feels like people are cheating, man. It's like steroids for music, man. That's I should have just said that, led with that, and then moved on. It's like steroids for music. If we feel some type of way about an athlete enhancing themselves with any kind of, you know, substance, why would we not feel that same type of way about music? If it feels like you didn't do everything yourself, right? Think about what you wanted to place in there and really, you know, try to figure that out. And then because you figured out the pattern, because you figured out, you know, everywhere that you wanted every word to go, like that's a part of your skill. It's literally a part of your songwriting skills at that point. That's what we start to think about. You know what I mean? Like literally, if all of a sudden I know how, if I tell AI to make me a pop record that I can use as a record, as a reference record for somebody else, I don't suddenly know how to make a pop record. That's what I'm saying. But when you try to figure out, okay, you know what? Let me see what I could do with production and see if I could make a pop beat. And then make something, you know, when it comes to the lyrics and melodies that could fit there. And if I need somebody else to sing it, I'll put that out, you know what I'm saying, to the world or whatnot, right? Do that first. And then if all else fails or whatnot, right? Week passes, you get absolutely freaking nothing. By all means, use AI.
I was a juvenile, right around for my hardest time. You wasn't with me then, you with me now, I put you out of line, yeah. I don't cover all that crime, yeah. You should know I'm out of time, yeah. I'm bad at love on my practice. You cut your bird up down that street, that's brand new
you make a
hat
beat
trick.
and put a vocal on it.
Say, but I bring the sacks in. Niggas down bad, they get broken, they start taxing. It been 2 years, can't get back, I'm still relaxing. Now my brother, you just be telling you in the rat den. All my sticks coming for you, you ain't with a snake den. I turn gangster to a love, what happens to we friends? One more argument and then I'm leaving. I pray to the Lord, I'm still singing. All my niggas feelings, they still killing. It's proud, I ain't got no feeling. I've been to the side for a long time. I do drugs to feel alive. Pop up through your TV screen with a peen and cut the cable off. I move legs off the lean and weed, I still knock your bitch down. Cut your legs off, Draco tryna make them bitches fall. All the times I can't love right now. Think I my gun right now. Fun up in the booth with a nigga play, he gon' be a dead bitch. Fuck all your niggas, fuck your sins, what I said, bitch. You said you gon' kill me, come and get me, I ain't dead, bitch. I'm still alive, my nigga, I ain't even dead yet. He said he was a demon. He ain't even got a pistol, they all shell pistols. You can have your whole back. You can fuck all you want, you better not kiss her though. Alright, you a sister hoe. Talk shit behind that phone, all you want, you best not drop the low. Shit come down, bust it down, it's gon' make your body cold. Yeah, I'm crazy out my brain, and I think them niggas know. But I couldn't even let it soak, they tryna go blow for blow. I told that bitch, get that shit up off your phone and start acting slow. If I kick you out, I'm done. Matter of fact, I'm finna leave now, hello. Before things go soft, no.
It's a lot of shit. A lot of times I want to tell you that I want you to keep going. You're not going to quit. There's a lot of times you were talking about. I was saying you're curious. So with different things, I think there's basically like different options that it will give you depending on, I guess, what version that you freaking have. And then you either put a beat through and it'll, I mean, you could put a song through and it'll replace your beat with something else that it feels, you know, replicates what you wanted. And or it will put I guess change the beat from your vocal. So you have no vocals and you need a beat, it'll, you know, throw that on there pretty much. Then vice versa, if you put a beat through and you need vocals on it, right, it'll do the same thing, analyze sort of like the beat and figure out where it goes. And again, I can only imagine just how dope it is to be able to see, basically, if you don't know what the song is fully gonna be, and then you're hearing basically all of a sudden a decent song on your beat. I can literally see, you know, a wave of dopeness, you know, come over your mind and stuff like that. But right, it's I always feel like it's a false kind of, you know, feeling or whatnot, right? Because again, it's a fake artist, it's not a real artist, it's an idea of a song, you know, that is on your beat that you could utilize as a song. But why would you? Right? You want to be able to be the one who comes up with the thing. Because again, the more that you are able to do, that's what makes us call you in specifically to come do something for us. Scott Storch, you know how great he is on like piano and making up. Like, he is the reason why you had certain records from Timberland and Dre. He was the one who made the melodies, you know what I'm saying, for that. He was really great at what he does. You know what I'm saying? And you get called for that if you're really known, you know what I'm saying, for going in there. He was, you know, with the Roots for a certain amount of time. Anyways, in terms of the freaking song right here,
you should know I'm out of time.
I like the, you know, melody somewhat. There's a timing issue in certain places. Mix can freaking work a little bit better. Record is a little bit short, but I love the piano aspect of this. You know, these records get you to, you know, kind of do either realer songs when it comes to that production, or you know, if it's a more, you know, R&B centric kind of record, you're able to make it feel a little bit better. And some people will tell you too much auto-tune, you know, ease back just a little bit, but I feel like there's a vibe, you know, there. But yeah, but like for practice, I'm always tell you, practice with the piano if you can do that. If you can do that, yo, if you can prove 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 that. Let me see. He said, did you get that Cash App? I shall see. What did you send? Rip Dada. Rip Dada. Let me see.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
Everybody knows about your mama. No, they don't. Yes, they do. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. The pro, they pro, they don't. The pro, they pro, Again, we could talk about. You're gonna make me talk about the AI for hours, my bro. Because I always am trying to get people to see the point that I'm making, and like, you know, you're right. You're like, yo, it's gonna take over every, you know, industry and every aspect. And I'm like, yeah, and you should be completely scared of that. Because, you know, think about the aspect. Think about those who do things for real, right? They know how to paint. They know how to draw. Those who you go to the carnival and you see the people who, like, you got to sit down and they paint the weird version of your face and body and stuff like that, like you and whoever else. You know, imagine that becoming you press a button, stand back, and it takes a picture of you and then gives you the photo of the thing instead of someone drawing it. I think the aspect that we love is that there's a real person behind those things actually coming up with and drawing the thing, you know what I'm saying? And when you lose that aspect of like wanting a real person to do the thing and being mainly impressed by that real person, the fact that Jimi Hendrix, how he could play guitar, how as good as he is, it's not easy. Not everybody can do it. You know what I mean? Even if you're trying to mimic it, you know, there are some people who were just naturals with the thing. That just goes right out the door if you know, don't cherish the aspect of,
Oh, you ready for this?
you know, that real aspect. So always be for the real creators and those that everybody wanna tell me y'all don't even know about a vegan town that I don't even wanna blah 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 blah.
You in good hands, no all state. He got hit, he got shot up in the hallway. Don't go play with me, play it with your bitch. Nintendo Glock and that shit came with a switch. We go ahead and kill a op, nigga, Super Mario. I was trying to get at Bowser, nigga, where he go? Right. Glock from Nintendo. Only need 1 second on the trigger, leave me alone. No, you can't get a Q, no, you can't get a P. No, you can't even get a grand from me. Already told you if you want an FN, it's a fee. Mario with a Glock and a 9, what you need? Real Luigi. I ain't even tried to save Lil Peachy. All the whole hood need tree and they need me. Shut that boy up, recorded it, posted in 3D. I hit him with an iron and I hit him with a green bean. I'm like, nigga, what you need? Need your FN, you go ahead, be a fee. It's like Super Mario, Nintendo Block with the switch on my upper pole. What he feeling? Nigga, I don't know. You can ask that bitch, but right now he a hoe. I need 40 racks and then I need like 40 more. I'm like Super Mario, got a pipe and a blow. Need me 1, need me 4. Don't move, hands up, nigga, get up on the floor. Every time I buy one,
gotta probably need some mix on this.
Need a pipe, get you right, I'm like Super Mario. I got bombs, let them go. Jerk and finesse some more. All your life you in the field, you can go and die some more. He got hit, he got shot up in the hallway. Don't go play with me, play it with your bitch. Already told you if you want an FN, it's a fee. We go ahead and kill a op, nigga, Super Mario. Nintendo Glock, and that shit came with a switch. I was trying to get at Bowser, nigga, where he go?
Looking for Bowser. A lot of times I wanna turn giant and pick a house up. People I don't know why, but I'm about to like tell y'all, freaking do y'all even know what all your spouses freaking were? And a lot of freaking people who had got like a cat to pick a mouse up, and you wanna be able to
I was kind of thinking, like, what if that was on the soundtrack of, like, some, you know, Assassin's Creed, you know, movie or something like that. I was just thinking about one of those, you know, kind of ancient battle, you know, kind of movie things, you know what I'm saying, in some way, and then that being the backdrop behind, like, with the trailer. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It hits something, right? I do like the mix. Like I said, we can hear some clarity in your vocals, and people know how hard it is to get those lower vocals, right? You know what I'm saying? We know we hear so many independent artists who they will be very low when it comes to the energy, and you know the mix will also kind of be, you know, just as low, and you're like, bro, but you like, with the energy that you're using, like, you know what I'm saying? You gotta have that clarity. You gotta turn it up so we can basically hear a lot of, you know, what you are saying. Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't need more energy, right? Anytime there's a beat that you have that does feel and sound like it could be a little bit more hype, right? You know what I'm saying? You got that trap, you know, production when it comes to the drums. They hit hard. Feel like a lot of people are gonna really want to get in that, you know what I'm saying? Some maybe do it even the same way that you do it, but more of an aggression, like hitting this, like, you know, you like hitting this like as a diss record, and you trying to let people know that you serious. Like, that's where I want you to be able to go, if you were able to even go back in, you know what I'm saying, to something like that. But I do think there is potential, right? So you do have some there. And like, again, I was thinking about Prey, which was a movie, you know, in the Predator universe and shit like that. Like, as she trying, you know, go and trap the Predator, do some shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Get it in there. What do you say? Like I mentioned, you know what I'm saying? It was a way to get songs that I've written that aren't on my style and a group out there. You know what I'm saying? Hope's real musician. You know, here's it. I want to make it theirs. You know, that's the goal. I know. But again, it's the same thing. It's like you using AI to feed someone else AI, right? So let's say, again, you do an AI, you prompt in some shit, AI makes you a record in that other genre, then you make that record, you know, as the reference record for somebody else to make. But again, it was all spawned from AI in the first place. So you're giving, you know, you're making it feel like you have the talent to go into that other genre. And again, you know, to practice it, sure, you know, to practice and stuff like that. But then when it comes to writing your own song in the genre, that's where the ultimate test will come from, right? So hopefully it spawns that, right? Our fear is mainly that those who utilize AI will mainly use AI, and you'll stop even being an artist yourself. You'll just use AI for everything and go in there and try to just, you know, put that out and, you know, have that passive, you know what I'm saying, income. And like listen, man, you know what I'm saying, more power to you. But I don't want the days of being that artist yourself and figuring that out. Like, that's always been some of the dopest things. Let me see where we are at. We should be back in the free line once again as we proceed. We think it proceed to give you what you feed you, even up your phone that you think is smoking speed. We are back up in the free line. Back up in the free line. Matter of fact, I'm up in it. Alright, let me see. Lil Doja. Hope the money's solid. You the freaking Doja. There was a freaking time, but I know I wanna Doja. I come from a different era, man. Where like it was skill or nothing.
This shit ain't no era.
You gotta understand.
I'm thinking to myself, should I start rapping? Smoking on this dog shit, trying to hide the sadness. Most my dogs strapped off and really bought that ass. I know that you sweet as hell just by the way you standing. They see a nigga coming up, I know they cannot stand it. If it's up, then it's start. We don't really give a fuck. No, we keep them Dracos talk. Keep my head on the swivel, pussy boy, you know what's up. I've been thugging for a minute, but I Running from my problems, hoping that the money solve it. Hope the money solve it. I hope the money solve it. I hope the money solve it.
I hope the money solve it.
Running from my problems, I'm hoping the money solve it. I'm thinking to myself, should I start rapping? Smoking on this dog shit, trying to hide the sadness. Most my dogs strapped up and really by that ass. I know that you sweet as hell just by the way you stand it. They see a nigga coming up, I know they cannot stand it. If it's up, then it's stuck. We don't really give a fuck. No, we keep them Dracos talk. Keep my head on the swivel, pussy boy, you know what's up. I've been thugging for a minute, but I had to slow it down. Vans trying to build a case, I had to get the fuck around. Got my mind on no money, time to find another route. All these dead presidents think I got a money problem. If the pain don't go away, I bet the money solve. I keep running from my problems, hoping that the money solve it. Hope the money solve it.
Hope the money solve it.
I hope the money solve it.
Gotta make more money, not stop it. Freaking anything, I gotta make sure that I gotta watch it. Also, like when I gotta make it. Alright, so there was some repetition, you know, within there. You were like within the same tones, you know, and melodies, you know, more or less. Variation is always going to make it a little bit better, right? I always remind you guys as much as possible, right? Switch it up every 4 bars or freaking so whatnot. It's fine in the chorus, but if the whole time, right, you go from chorus to verses and you're still in the same, you know, tone. For some people, again, they'll want to look for a little bit more. The words and stuff like that will be cool, but it'll start feeling like you're going in, you know, circles. And once again, for every single artist who makes music, we want to see you guys, you know, go out there and, you know, give your best every time, you know, and potentially do that. You know, well, I was thinking about something.
Lorraine, come on. Bow, 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 bitch, bow, 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 bitch, bow, bow. Oh yeah, bow, yeah, bow.
Got a lot of artists in the same.
When I walk up in the party, bitch, I'm finna get it started. Rolling hard, I'm narcotics, bitch, I'm turned up by my body. You ain't smoking what I'm smoking, bitch, I'm smoking on exotic. Niggas stick me in this bitch, is gon' beat up with everybody. Boy, your bitch, no roll, I'ma just pop out of some J. Hit up Chrissy, got me right, come on, little bitch, check out the fade. Told a bitch to throw that ass to get the fuck up out the way. I ain't tripping off that pussy, it was throwback in a way. And that hoe that be my feet, she tell me fuck the whole face. Cause a bitch don't turn me down, she like Lorraine, I wanna take. And these pussies out of line, they need to learn they fucking place. Put insurance on yourself, ask for help, this shit ain't safe. Yeah, that bitch Lorraine, I do my dance, I get the vibe through this bitch. You see me pulling on my pants, nigga. Oh yeah, I'm out of fuck, don't need no fan. Tell the DJ drop that shit, I'm about to do my fucking dance. Oh yeah, bow, 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 bitch, bow. Oh yeah, bow, oh yeah, Lorraine, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Bitch, I'm rolling on my mind, turn as a bitch, I throw back. Get in that phone, flip a bitch, let them know this a shark attack. We the sickest with this shit, bitch, you know it's a fact. Jack a nigga out of soul with this glizzy, can't get it back. Bitch, they know Lorraine was chillin', why the fuck they bout it on me? Telling me she coming home with me, I told her I don't doubt it. Fell in love with that pussy, issue water like a fountain. See my brother finger fuck the cutter, then it got the spout, yeah. Bow, 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 bitch, bow, 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 bitch, bow, bow, yeah, bow, Lorraine, bow, 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 oh yeah.
Not a thing you could get, man. Matter of fact, you know what, man, this freaking song is legit. I hope you won't quit. And all of the freaking time when I'm listening to all your freaking song, man, it was a hit. And like, you're getting this shit, freaking you bounce around. There's a lot of time where people that I can announce a sound, freaking that they about to do. There's a lot of freaking gun that I would get from this store, and like all of them I'm about to chew. Every time I'm all in this shit, man, I'm an MC, and people also freaking like send things that has hit me to do different things. And there's a lot of places that you can go in the world that some you will hang at. People want to change. Okay, let me come over here and hit this. Actually, I like that, man. Not bad.
honestly, what I was surprised by. Hold on, let me give you a sub. Sir. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we are looking at an artist who, you know, given a certain amount of freaking time, you know what I'm saying? Like that record and potentially, you know what I'm saying, more will be the next big record in some time. Like it feels like that, right? It feels like something that would be popping. Maybe have a remix with anybody from, you know, the Hot Boys or whatnot. You were right on the money because I was thinking about like Juvenile and BG or Wayne or something like that. But the energy, you know, was proper. Got on there, did your thing. I felt like you felt the actual record. You know what type of record you were getting into. Yes, we're gonna have some simplicity with, you know, certain things, but I think we have, you know, all the right elements for the record that we're trying to get. The beat was also dope, mix was also clean, and you had a professional video. Yes, it is somewhere on the 2 minutes and 40-second record, which will always be, you know, me wanting to get you closer to, you know, 3 minutes potentially, but I think it could fit right out there, man. Again, I was surprised. I'm like, man, 187 subs, you know what I'm saying, right now. I'm like, no, it feels like a song from an artist that the song would have been out, and you know what I'm saying, would have gotten a lot of those you know, different accolades or whatnot. But to see it at the beginning, right, that's you know, pretty decent. So we'll see what's up or whatnot. I think somebody came from TikTok and you know what I'm saying, went to see it. Yep, came from TikTok. So hold up, listen, if it wasn't a sort of sign for a lot of you, right, when it comes to, you know, you guys having any videos for your songs, you know, making sure that you promote them on all platforms and have different versions for, you know, different things. You have one for TikTok, right? What do? We go and we try to look for the video on other platforms, one potentially being, you know, a YouTube and vice versa. And I think, you know, also kind of inciting people to say if they did come from another platform or anything like that. It will help you with that sort of research on, you know, what does the best for promotion of, you know, a thing. But it matters, man. This is why I say, like, you got to have every platform that they have to make sure that you upload your thing, because there'll be somebody who will hear it there. And again, if they are into one of the other majors, they're going to definitely looking for it there too. I did the same thing with Tierra Whack, right? When she had Whack World, they were all videos, right? They were all videos, you know, for a project and a visual project, but they were also all on Spotify or whatnot. So after you get the songs you like, you sort of go over there and download them and all of that. Now that wasn't RIP. That wasn't RIP. That was AGFNLI Red Bop. You know what I'm saying? But hold on, let me put the link in the chat, and then we'll move on. And then big time, I would utilize it on a different record, like I say, so we can hear something freaking new and, you know, essentially see what else you got and stuff. But it is always up to you whether we go back in to the thing, as skips do allow us to play the full record. But
you ain't gonna listen if I creep on the block, nigga. Push her there, she think we about to know.
You
They
know
be
what,
taking
people?
it, why I don't see any y'all. They be capping, why I don't ever see any glow.
You only got one thing?
I don't see her on lock. Gotta be blind, you don't see her a lot. If I catch you now, you can keep what you got. I caught him. He tryna be what he not at a party. I don't see no media, now he ain't walking. Walked up on him and them guy with that father. On top, road drip harder. My bitch say, don't you be talking.
Rockstar lifestyle.
Nigga, push her there, she think we bout to know. They be taking it, why I don't see none of y'all. They be capping, why I don't ever see none of gloss. Tell that shit, bitch, I don't see her on lock. Gotta be blind, you don't see her a lot. If I catch you now, you can keep what you got. I caught him. He tryna be what he not at a party. I don't see no media, now he ain't walking. Walked up on him and them guy with that father. On top of
question marks.
My bitch say, don't you be taught. This hoe got too much knowledge. She got me bring good college. Fuck on that hoe, she stalking. Well, you ain't gotta worry about me.
Okay. I mean, it's a vibe for sure, but you know, like listen, I gotta hit that. But hold on, no, you know what? Where's the other one? I forgot I had a slew of these damn things and whatnot, and I had a new one.
Get out of here! Come on! I hate you! Get out of here! Get out! I hate you! I hate you, Billbo! I hate you! I'll miss you.
Yo, man. Big salute essentially to that. Listen, okay, so mumble rap. I mean, that's, you know, we don't really have to have a full conversation, you know, about it, but it's a vibe, you know. However, if we're only able to really hear flow and vibe and nothing else, it's a problem. Because how can we truly know if there's bars in there if we don't completely understand the lingo and stuff? And so all I hear is, you know what I mean? And like I can remember that, but like that doesn't tell me anything. I barely remember what the name of the song is. You know what I'm saying? And so that is a problem. Okay? We need to make sure that we perform it in the proper way so we can get in those genres that we absolutely love, but also on those mountains, man, where we're talking about the Mount Rushmore of dope artists across different genres. And, you know, obviously we're always going to go with the industry artists first, but then we start looking at the up and coming artists as well, and like who are the best sort of like, you know, newcomers in, you know, whatever genre. And so you got to get in there and do the thing, okay? We got Majestic with Needing Another Fire on this. Okay, hold up. Hold up.
Ready? Maz. Majestic.
Nice.
Okay, I don't know what I'ma say. All of the time when I got a video get.
No, let me stop.
Like, yeah, I don't even know if this is the verse part or not. I guess it.
Oh my gosh.
But it's so different and I'm so lifted and I'm gonna give this a whole 6 and I don't know, but I'm like, oh shit, and I wanna listen to the whole song, and there's a lot of times when I wanna freaking tell you that I'm about to freaking throw on.
Magic.
Here's a freaking line. I don't know what I'm doing all the mother effing time. I always be over there trying to go commit a crime. When I'm back in it, I want to be able to say that I really do a magic trick. It's cool. Also, I really want to try and backflip. This is something different. Matter of fact, a lot of times you always want to stuff some shit, and all the freaking time I'm rhyming, I'm like, fuck this shit. People also know that I don't know how to put ducks on this. Also, I could make sure if a plane comes through too low, I'm a freaking duck and shit. People also like, I don't wanna ever touch the shit. I don't wanna turn a freaking stone. And there's a lot of times where E.T. would tell me to freaking go home. When I'm back up in it and I'm rapping, then get to the attacker, then attacker, then the attacker, then you gotta get Record Child and or Tie the Tyrant. I'd say even Tie the Tyrant because of the epicness too. Nice. Good job. So
I mean, there's a lot of different styles that you could essentially utilize, you know, on this, right? Styles of, you know, both rapping, singing, you know what I'm saying? If for any artist who does want to get on there, of course. As Majestic said, they are looking for another dope artist to sort of like add to that. I don't know if there is going to be another portion or verse or something like that anywhere on there though, so that could change the trajectory of like where you even, you know, start your verse from as well. I mean, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, well, where does it start or whatnot? I didn't know if I should start right when the drums.
Ready?
Yo, it's freaking epic. All the freaking people back in the days that you had slept with. People asking if you are in a fight, will you be one of those people that have a weapon? Like, let's say, dog, I would like never learn none of my lessons if I had never really been to school. If a lot of y'all have never really ever had a tool. If you were, let me stop. But yeah, it feels epic. I feel like a fast rapper and a slow, depending on what they want to do, would be freaking dope or whatnot. Big Time said smooth. You know what I'm saying? I agree. There's cinematic too, man. He has that anthem style, but I was thinking about Ty the Tyrant. Let me show y'all each or whatnot, right? Ty the Tyrant. What do I have? What do I have? Oh, come on. Is it the? It's the. Ty the Tyrant. I mean, I have his verse on this.
I'm not the only one that's making profit. I'm just blessed that I get to do what I wanna do when I wanna do it. I'm not the only one. You better watch it. It's getting obvious. You penny watching, dog.
Everybody watching my penny. Stay silent so I never gotta get ready. Why they wonder what I'm making peanut butter with the jelly? Tell me I'm a fat bastard, better get in my belly. Show them how they do it, but they never really get it. 2 thumbs up, now everyone is a critic. They ain't never give a fuck when I was sliding in the city. Now I'm out in Kelly and they wanna try and visit. Oh no, no, no. Fish lens, go pro flow. Drive by, let me roll so slow. Top 5 in my city, ain't nobody drinking with me, but they can't the other 4 loco. Whoa, you want there to help me get it, but you wanna be there to help me spin it. I don't really think they understand I got a limit. On my own at 15, I've been truly independent. Past 5 years,
right? So I can hear him on it, and then Record Child.
Can't wait, I'm high up in the sky and it's a great day. Space ghost and coast to coast and flow with it. He on a level, ain't nobody getting close to it. Hold it down the way that he's supposed to when he's got his back against the wall. Fuck the whole world, he's gotta go against. Took a couple losses, fell down, but here we go again. I'm on the win, can't hold it back, I hold it in. Won't let it go. Once Record Child, he never flow. I ain't the one to talk about, he couldn't get a show. I stay original, there isn't nothing flashy but the glasses and the APs all go. Bottom row, I'm laughing while I pass the music blasting out the cold boom.
You're like, what the?
I'm floating in the air, drifting all alone in the zone and I don't care. Please leave me alone, everybody leave me there, 'cause I'm high.
Hey, so Big Time is gonna try the another dimension again. And this time,
born to eradicate fakes with hate while I salivate. Elevate my state of mind beyond mankind. Now get on that grind, there's nowhere to hide when 2 planets collide. Damn it, you're too high. Hypnotized by my music you do buy. In these despicable times you can get victimized by these unpredictable rhymes. I'm taking a pick of the pie, going against some liars, spitting fire until the pressure's on. Inflatable tires, never tired, forever wired. Get it higher than aspire. Setting me free though, it's time that we go. Eat some Cheetos, watch Magneto stop bullets with his mind. Attack it with batshit crazy tactics and mental gymnastics. Benzos and tactics, my back feeling spastic. I think I'll relax it. There a moment in life where I will ever get off of this. Pills going straight down through my esophagus. Bottle on the floor cause I took them off to just airway is plugged. Many know that it's blocking this. Cough up the drugs and then go right back to dropping hits. Take me to another dimension. Take me to another dimension.
It's the chorus
Did I
too,
mention
though.
my intentions were to take these pills and travel to another dimension where now I needed intervention and the stars I'm crashing into and broke the space-time continuum, all gone in a blink, a mass extinction. Now I'm really reaching for the phone cause my body feels like burnt coals as I travel this wormhole looking like a sperm though, but that's all in my head. In reality I'm sitting here reading DiGiorno, watching some porno, feeling reborn, yo. Paranoia kicks in, then you know I begin to feel the hallucinogens. It's Lucifer again. In the middle of my flow, he wants to fiddle with my holes, and I don't know where to go. I think he's gonna take my soul, and I can't stand it. In fact, I'm having a panic attack. My heart is racing, and I'm facing devastation. It's my final destination. Now my soul has been taken. I'm on the floor, and I'm shaking. While my friends will point and laugh, I reminisce on the past. Will I survive? Am I alive? And am high? I think I died, but did I mention I'll be back in another dimension? Take me to another dimension. Take me to another dimension. As my life unravels in these interdimensional travels, I begin to babble about the devil and alien gods abducting me into life pods above and beyond the expansion of the universe where shit gets worse. Creatures that lurk in black holes could swallow the earth and give birth to galaxies. Fuck, it's a fallacy. I'm just losing myself on my own imagination, thinking about creation. They like to inspect my direct intellect, but I tell them to get wrecked cause I'm working for a check and I'm up against the best. So I'm fighting till the death, until my last breath. I woke up like, wow, that was one hell of a trip. I was so fucking ripped, messed around and caught another tattoo of an alien on my left hip. But I could give two shits because life is a journey through a series of dimensions and we all are worthy. All are worthy.
Well, hey there, Miss Fang. It's not real. What the fuck?
Take me to another dimension. Take me to another dimension.
You gotta take me. There's a lot of things that you will do, but other than freaking that, you can make me. And people also wanna be like freaking. You can hop on the freaking real song with a fake beat. All right, let me go into this thing over here to hit the clap button. And then stop the clap button. And then hit it again. And then hit the clap button again to make it stop. And then come back again. Hit the clap button and then stop the clap. Now, so. Again, chorus is not necessarily it for it. It's too simple. It's, you know, slightly freaking corny. You know what I'm saying? He goes in there. The performance, I had said, was a little bit, you know, dry, even though I like, you know, some of the playful nature of, you know, some of the lyrics. I do feel like there are certain sections where you do rush yourself a little bit too much, right? Like it'll feel like you're trying to say things, but some of them you aren't rhyming, some of them you are. Like sometimes it'll feel like you're trying to rap to the beat. Other times, you know, you're just trying to make sure you get enough in a certain line. But, you know, it shouldn't always be about how much you can, because if you're not writing the beat the whole time, and you got to know when you are writing the beat too, right? Again, there are some times where you're completely on and we can hear you rapping like to the beat, like trying to, you know, keep something steady. And then there are other times where you're just trying to say a bunch of things like really quick that do pertain to like, you know, the topic, but you know, it sort of throws people off that aspect of like you sliding the beat, right? Sliding the beat really is the definition of when an artist not only is saying dope shit, but you can tell that they feel it in a certain way. There's confidence there. And you know, the wordplay and as well as how and where they land on the beat, you know, collides. You know what I'm saying? There's like a pattern and you know, just everything, you know, comes together. It's a different type of song though. We shouldn't expect you to have, you know, that same, but with it being something weird, right? I think like a more like the actual performance has to match up with the words, you know, a little bit. Again, the words are more playful than how you're saying, you know, the words, if that makes sense, right? So get up in there, do that thing, do that. Now, I don't know. He said that was his only song. Yep, it's true. I was like, I didn't believe him. I was like, nah, ain't no way that's his only freaking thing. He gotta have like at least another. Nope, that's it. Keep going. Right? First song ever I appreciate you even sending that to the freaking show and shit like that, right? I do want to hear more from you. I feel like you will get better over time, you know. Welcome to the damn, you know, industry, right? You know what I'm saying? Within both the indie sector as well as the, you know, paid, right? Paid is also often going to expect way more, right? With indie, you know, we allow you to grow a little bit, right? So over time, you're going to rap to better beats. You're going to have, you know, better styles on those beats. Do practice. Try different styles. Make mixtapes, maybe EPs that sort of, you know, help you really attach yourself to different beat styles and see what are the best. Also, work with other producers to kind of take your vocals and build, you know, new beats on top of what you have, because sometimes we have even better ideas pertaining to you know, what we're hearing than the sort of like, you know, beat that's there, right? Again, some things will not hit radio simply because of the production that they have, and you definitely got to say goodbye to like club with, you know, have that and the content. You know, chorus needs a lot more flair within it though, and stuff like that. So no, we did not. Juji, Mr. Juji.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Oh, yo! No, maybe we did. Was it the Juju one? Was it the Jew? It was the Juju. Was it the Juju one? I had said I was actually really good. Just needed a slightly better mix, and it was like Paramore or meets something else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, where it was like a song that they would do. If that was the same. You know, if it's not, then no, I did not. If it was, then good job. We want to hear more. But the mix was kind of crazy, right? I always felt distorted. Was a little bit crazy. We seen there before we got in. All right, let me see what we got. We got a beat from Raheem Batna.
It's Raheem Batna, everybody.
All right, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen, listen, you can freaking get ya war freaking people like cinnamon. In a way, freaking that I'm about to make them any freaking cake with cinnamon. Listen, this is when you could make sure that you change it. I always hop up on your track and spit some strange shit, and people asking me if like I am ever gonna change, but freaking people, they just like they need to go wake up. There's a lot of artists who always putting on makeup. I don't even really like think like you need to take stuff, but if half of them freaking pills, a lot of freaking y'all like having the freaking skills, and but it's also why like half of y'all like having the freaking deals, and people freaking drive but having the freaking yield, and sometimes like I don't know why like half of y'all like having the freaking fail, but listen, I have to like, make sure that I either buy shit or half of it freaking steal. I also want to tell you I'm having a freaking chill, and people also know that if you ain't got a car, it's because half of the car ain't got half of the freaking wheels, and I just like want to make sure that I kill shit. And if you plop a beat on and I will spit, I also like want to tell y'all that if you make a record with me, nigga, you know it will hit. And we will wait, she got a blunt and she dog. I don't know what I just said, but it was about a burrito. People freaking be evil, the beacon, I'm over here back to the annoying like a mosquito. I will tell y'all that Mr. Fresh had a song about the cheetah and buddy. No, it was Fritos and the Fritos. I love the names. I don't know what I had to do with a lot of rhymes. You know you got to respect the cool. You got the lines. Yeah. I love the y'all. You don't know what you're about to say, man. You got the dog. Are you about to throw away? Reminds me, I gotta write that. All right. Not bad. Bad production wise, you can freaking see a black hole and you will be lucky enough if you don't get sucked inside. A lot of times people will freaking hear me rap on they beat and fucking sigh, and then they fucking die like laughter, freaking not after and before. Like people freaking in life really want to be Thor. They don't know what is even happening, but just what the hell was that? Why not bust a fart sound? Overall, no, this one was actually freaking dope. You know what I'm saying? Overall production was nice. Everything was hard hitting. It's 2 minutes and 26 seconds so far of what's there. There definitely could be a little bit more or whatnot if you want to do full song structure. Sometimes when you have a beat that's a very specific length, there will be some artists who will only do, you know, enough for like a verse and a chorus, right? You know, because you provide they feel like the beat is finished when you finish the beat. So, you know, I do ask you guys to try your best to extend things up to, you know, at least a 3-minute sort of like mark or whatnot. Give the artist a chance to try to see if there's anything else that inspires them to do more. And if they don't, they'll just fade out, you know, the beat after, you know, their you know, verse or wherever they go. Like at the very least, you know, you can inspire a little bit more, or you can at least give them the option if they choose to do something short, you know what I'm saying? That's always going to be a little bit on them. So, not bad. Yeah, I appreciate that beat as well. You did that beat though, man. I'm saying. All right. I think we will right about freaking now. We should be back next stream as well. And so if you, tomorrow. Let me be specific. We'll be back tomorrow if you guys want to tap back into the show. You know, I appreciate everybody who did send tonight and get their stuff played. Again, if you have sort of bigger artist shows, you know, movie trailers, different things like that you want me to also do reactions for, I always leave those suggestions, you know, also in the email and stuff like that, type that dorky reaction. And we'll try to make those happen. What was one? There was one that we had earlier that I gotta make sure that I do. Someone had a request for Jid working out or whatnot, so we'll end up checking it out. Honestly, I haven't heard a lot of records from Jid. I know he has a new album, you know what I'm saying, out that you know, some people are potentially rocking with or whatnot. You know, it would be my first time listening to him, both either the song or even if I do that album. And I'm wondering if it's from that album as well. So we'll see what is up. And again, I will see you guys on our next episode. Make sure you guys do follow us on our platforms. All freaking platform.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is so